A true man does not play by the rules of succession. The Battle of Xuanwu Gate. Whoever wins shall be the crown prince. The axe at Xiangji Temple. Whoever loses shall be the rebel. Nodding and shaking. Fengtian Jing Nan. Go, go, go. Coming is to come. Going is to go. Double ill at Xuanwu Gate. Chapter 1. A startling revelation. My father, Ni Xuanwu Gate awaits. A searing headache assailed him, as if an entire cavalry regiment of the Great Tang had trampled over his temples. Li Ke's consciousness floated in the abyss of darkness. Countless chaotic fragments of memory torn from the annals of history were thrust into his mind. He was Li Ke, a wage slave of the 21st century, as well as the third son of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin during the Jingguan era of the Great Tang, the Prince of Wu. Your Highness? Your Highness, you have awakened? A crisp female voice, tinged with tears yet filled with joy, rang in his ears. With great effort, Li Ke opened his heavy eyelids, revealing a beautifully carved canopy bed adorned in antiquity, and a delicate visage resembling pear blossoms adorned with tears. The girl, styled in a double-looped bun, was a young palace maid. Water. His throat burned with dryness. The young maid quickly assisted him to sit up, carefully bringing a cup of warm honey water to his lips. The sweet liquid slid down his throat, quenching his parchedness and bringing clarity to his muddled thoughts. He, Li Ke, had truly traversed time that he had become the tragic prince known in history for his noble lineage, yet ultimately deprived of the throne due to his bloodline tie to the Sui dynasty, leading to his unjust execution. Damn, what a start. How to put it, a prestigious identity, yet a precarious future. As he processed this overwhelming influx of information, a sharp voice emanated from outside the door. Has His Highness the Prince of Wu awakened? His Majesty commands that if His Highness has risen, he should hasten to the Tai Hall for a banquet to welcome Duke Wei. All princes and princesses are required to attend. Duke Wei? Li Jing? The military god who annihilated the Turks? A jolt of anxiety surged within Li Ke. A palace banquet? All princes gathered? This was undoubtedly a classic Hongmen banquet scenario, particularly perilous for him, a prince with such an awkward status. In his memories, this Li Ke possessed a somewhat eccentric disposition, as he was not particularly favored among his brothers due to his Sui bloodline, especially by the doted upon, plump Wei Wang Li Tai. With the assistance of the young maid and the inner court attendants, Li Ke donned his princely attire and gazed into the bronze mirror. The youth reflected back was around 14 or 15 years of age, handsome with features reminiscent of Li Shimin, yet inheriting more of his mother, Yang Fei's, delicate beauty and a hint of unnoticeable melancholy. Well, he is quite handsome, but alas, what a misfortunate fellow. Li Ke mused, touching his face and murmuring, no, since I am here, I cannot tread the old path. Succession by seniority? Waiting for that little brat Li Ji? A true man must embrace something thrilling. But how to proceed? He currently possessed neither soldiers nor generals. The only cards he held were this empty title and his awkward lineage. With a mix of trepidation and a hint of excitement, Li Ke followed the guiding inner court attendant into the Tai Hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was lively, with clinking cups and melodious strings. The great Tang Emperor, the heavenly Khan Li Shimin, sat majestically in the main seat, clad in bright yellow robes, emanating an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. He appeared to be in his 30s, at the prime of his life, his gaze oscillating between imperial depth and sharpness akin to that of a general. To his left were the civil officials, the likes of Fang Xianling and Chang Sun Wuji. To his right were military generals, such as Li Jing and Xiangji Jia, Cheng Yaojing. Further down were the princes and princesses, led by the crown prince Li Changqian. Li Ke's seat was neither too prominent nor too obscure, placing him in a subtly precarious position. He sat quietly, observing with intent focus, striving to diminish his presence. The banquet began harmoniously. Li Jing reported on the northern frontier's defenses, receiving encouragement and generous rewards from Li Shimin. The ministers followed suit, singing praises, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect. However, the tone soon shifted. After several rounds of drinks, the portly Wei Wang Li Tai, nearly toppling the cushion beneath him, swirled his wine glass and cast a sidelong glance at Li Ke, his voice audible enough for nearby tables to hear. Third brother, you seem unwell today. Are you perhaps reminiscing about the past? Ah, it's understandable. After all, blood is thicker than water. Such a venomous remark. It struck at Li Ke's most sensitive wound. The past referred to the Sui dynasty. To mention it in such a setting was a clear insinuation that Li Ke harbored treasonous thoughts against the great Tang. In an instant, Li Ke felt several gazes upon him, some scrutinizing, some pitying, and others, like Chang Sun Wuji's, were icy and unmasked. Li Chengqian, as the crown prince, merely furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He had his own pride and troubles, too indifferent to engage in his brother's squabbles. Li Ke's temper flared. This plump fool was indeed seeking trouble. According to the original owner's character, he would likely endure the taunt or respond stiffly, thereby solidifying the label of eccentric. But the current Li Ke carried the essence of a modern soul, well-versed in the art of online repartee from an age of information explosion. Endure? Absolutely not. A true man must confront. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile that could be described as pure filial piety, raised his wine cup, his voice clear and tinged with concern. Fourth brother, what are you saying? I merely caught a chill last night and feel a bit unwell. Yet, I must ask, have you not gained a bit of weight lately? Do take care. I've heard that excessive weight is detrimental to health and may lead to, an early demise. A stifled laugh escaped from an unknown princess nearby, who quickly covered her mouth. Li Tai's face turned a deep shade of purple. He despised being called fat. He slammed down his wine cup, raising his voice. Li Ke, how dare you? What gives you the right to comment on my health? Fourth brother, temper your anger. Li Ke feigned innocence. I am merely concerned for you, just as I am concerned for father. With a sudden shift in tone, seemingly sincere yet perhaps a bit intoxicated, he impulsively stood, directing his full voice toward the main seat occupied by Li Shimin, shouting. With all his might, I love you, dear father, Xuanwu Gate awaits. Silence. An oppressive silence engulfed the room. The music, laughter, and clinking of cups that had filled the hall mere moments ago vanished without a trace. All present seemed frozen in time. Chang Yaojin, holding his wine cup, gaped with his mouth agape, oblivious to the wine trickling down his beard. Fang Xuanling's chopsticks fell with a clatter onto the table. Chang Sun Wuji's eyes narrowed, glimmering with cold light. Li Chengxian wore a look of astonishment. Li Tai was momentarily taken aback before his face broke into a smile of glee and schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, seated in the highest position, felt his smile freeze, quickly morphing into an ominous scowl. His fingers tightened around the wine cup, knuckles turning white, as his sharp gaze bore down on Li Ke, as if he wished to swallow him whole. Xuanwu Gate. These three words represented the essence of the Tang royal family, the most profound and untouchable taboo in Li Shimin's heart. It was the site of his violent coup, where he had slain brothers and forced his father to abdicate. It marked the inception of his power and the original sin he could never absolve. In daily life, no one dared to mention it, let alone discuss it. And now, his son, with sway blood coursing through his veins, had brazenly shouted Xuanwu Gate awaits at a palace banquet, before countless ministers and princes. What did this mean? Was he intending to replicate his father's actions, to instigate another Xuanwu Gate incident? Was he seeking vengeance for his grandfather, the Sui Emperor Yang? A formidable killing intent enveloped the grand hall like a chilling mist, suffocating the air. After shouting those words, Li Ke himself was left bewildered. What the hell? How did I let my true feelings slip out? This is the end, the absolute end. It seems I'm destined for doom before my journey even begins. The tears of heroes will surely fill my robe. My experience card for time travel is about to reach its limit. A notification echoed in Li Ke's mind, signaling a historic step taken on the perilous path of self-destruction. He had ignited taboo words at the heart of the Tang dynasty's power, resulting in a widespread psychological shock. The activation of the Zhenghua Baoji system was successful. Host's first activation achieved, completion level, S rank. Rewards are being dispensed. He acquired the skill, language artistry, max of nonsensical literature, enabling him to artfully twist any rebellious words into profoundly moving statements, transforming black into white and death into life. Additionally, he received a basic enhancement, physical reinforcement. His agility and resilience slightly improved. A gentle reminder. Caution is advised when facing the wrath of the heavenly Khan. A novice task was issued. Resolve the imminent life and death crisis. Task reward. A random novice gift pack. A series of electronic sounds resonated in Li Ke's mind, nearly bringing him to tears of joy. A golden finger. A standard feature for travelers. Although the name sounded rather frivolous, Zhenghua Baoji system, it arrived at the perfect moment. Unfilial son. A voice laden with boundless fury and murderous intent thundered through the hall like a clap of thunder. Li Shimin slammed the table, rising abruptly, his dragon robe billowing, the emperor's aura descending with unrestrained force. What did you just say? Each word seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, icy and sharp. Thud. Li Tai was the first to kneel, his voice trembling with tears. Father, please quell your anger. Third brother. He must have drunk too much, speaking nonsense. He was merely pouring oil on the flames. The other princes and princesses, along with civil and military officials, collapsed to their knees in unison, pleading, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." In the grand hall, only Li Shimin remained standing, while Li Ku barely managed to stand. Li Ku felt his calves cramping, his back drenched in cold sweat. He understood that life and death hung in the balance at that moment. Whether he could survive beyond the third chapter depended on the system's support. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his fear, swiftly adopting an expression that mixed confusion, grievance, and sudden realization. He did not kneel. Instead, he stepped forward, looking into Li Shimin's eyes with an unusually sincere gaze, his voice trembling just enough to convey a hint of endearment. "Father, you have misunderstood your son." "Misunderstood?" Li Shimin laughed in rage, his voice frigid. "I heard it myself. Xuanwu Min Jian. Explain to me how this is a misunderstanding." "Father." Li Ku's voice suddenly rose, infused with indignation. "What I meant was to say." His mind raced as he activated the language artistry, max of nonsensical literature, skill to its fullest. "What I meant, Father, is that you, like Xuanwu Min, are the indomitable cornerstone of our Tang dynasty. You are the most magnificent and revered monument in my heart. My admiration for you flows like the relentless waters of the Yangtze, unending. Just like the Yellow River's flood, unstoppable." He spoke rapidly, his emotions overflowing, nearly moved to tears. "I yearn to stand guard at Xuanwu Min, to pay homage to the heroic site where you, for the sake of our Tang dynasty and the common people, had to make difficult choices. To feel your magnificent spirit, though thousands oppose, I shall proceed. I wish to pledge at the Xuanwu Min, representing your unparalleled achievements and majesty. In this life and the next, I shall take you as my model, diligently fulfilling my duties, loyal to the throne, safeguarding our Tang dynasty. Xuanwu Min Jian reflects your glorious accomplishments, Father. It showcases your son's sincere filial piety." His words flowed like a barrage of cannon fire, akin to a meticulously rehearsed speech, resonant and heartfelt. On the surface, in the grand hall, silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone listened, dumbfounded. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his ears and whispered to the nearby Wei Qigong, "Why do I feel that he makes a certain sense?" Wei Qigong appeared bewildered. "Huh? Really? It sounds a bit convoluted to me." Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji exchanged glances, both astonished. When did this lad become so eloquent? His ability to twist the truth was simply masterful. Li Tai's mouth hung open, enough to fit an egg inside. Could this really be spun around? Li Shimin's fury froze in place as he fixed his gaze on Li Ku, his eyes sharp as blades, as if to pierce his chest and uncover whether it held true loyalty or treacherous ambition. He sensed that Li Ku's words were rife with sophistry and strained logic. Yet, this lad spoke with such passion and logically, it seemed, perhaps, he could barely justify himself. Especially that line about for the sake of our Tang dynasty and the common people, having to make difficult choices, which resonated deeply with him, elevating his past actions to a noble height. This diminished the murderous intent in his heart, if only slightly. Moreover, gazing at Li Ku's grievously wronged and sincere expression, he recalled that while this son often exhibited peculiar behavior, he had not truly crossed the line. Was it possible that he had indeed overreacted? Perhaps he simply had a unique way of expressing himself. Silence stretched for a full minute, feeling like an eternity. At last, Li Shimin let out a heavy hum. His expression still grim, but the overwhelming aura of wrath gradually receded as he returned to his dragon throne, his tone still icy with residual anger, cunning words, and deceptive flattery. "Utter nonsense. I sentence you to house arrest for 3 months. Return to your chambers and copy the classic of filial piety 100 times. You shall not leave until you finish." Begone, the final command, begone, felt like a decree of clemency that a great weight lifted from Li Ku's heart, his back completely soaked with sweat. He knew he had gambled correctly. The system was remarkable. He quickly bowed, his voice feigned with tears. Your son accepts the decree with gratitude. I shall return to reflect deeply and copy diligently, ensuring I do not disappoint your teachings." With that, he scampered away, nearly escaping under the myriad of complex gazes directed at him. Once outside the palace doors, stepping into the vast square, the cool night breeze revitalized him. Damn, that was exhilarating. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. A notification sounded. Novice task completed. Successfully survived under the wrath of the Heavenly Khan. Reward, a random novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. I must open it. Li Ku shouted internally. Congratulations, host, you have received Special Forces Training Manual, concise version, X1. High-quality potato seeds, x 100 pounds. Li Ku's eyes instantly sparkled. What a treasure! Especially the potatoes. This is one of the artifacts for traversing worlds. High yield, adaptable to any soil, capable of sustaining countless lives. It is an unparalleled tool for winning the people's hearts and establishing a stronghold. As for the Special Forces Training Manual, haha, this is precisely the confidence needed to confront the challenges ahead. He turned back, gazing at the still brightly lit, yet tumultuous 2E hall, then glanced towards the Xuanwu men standing silently in the night, a smile slowly curving his lips. Xuanwu men, wait for me. I shall come soon, but not to stand guard that I am coming. To reap the rewards, through wind and rain, Xuanwu men awaits you. The throne of the Tang dynasty. I, Li Ku, have guaranteed my delivery. Chapter 2. Secluded Reflection. Commencing with Luanyu, the heavy palace door slowly closed behind him, temporarily isolating him from the cacophony and perils of the outside world. Li Ku leaned against the cool door panel and exhaled a long, deep breath. He had returned alive. The journey from the Liuyi Hall to the Chengyan Hall had left him trembling, nearly causing him to hasten his steps. Fearful that Li Shimin might change his mind or that some powerful figure, such as Changsun Wuji, might send an assassin to eliminate him en route. At this moment, within this small sanctuary that belonged solely to him, the heart that had been lodged in his throat finally settled back into his gut. Your Highness, you have returned at last. A young palace maid rushed towards him, her face devoid of color, clearly having heard of the shocking events that had transpired at the banquet. I was terrified for you. Li Ku recognized the maid as Ying Xue, selected personally by Consort Yang to serve him. One of the few individuals in this vast palace he could trust. It's all right, Ying Xue, he reassured, waving his hand in an attempt to appear composed. I was merely punished by Father Emperor with 3 months of house arrest and tasked with copying the Xiao Jing 100 times. 3 months? 100 times? Ying Xue's face paled further, her eyes glistening with tears. What shall we do? Fear not, Li Ku said, approaching the table and pouring himself a glass of water, drinking it down in one gulp. It's merely house arrest. It will afford me some peace and quiet. As for copying texts, a strange smile played at the corners of his mouth. Copying the Xiao Jing? What a joke. With that time, I might as well ponder how to utilize the system to create some ventures. With a shift in thought, he sank into the system's space. Inside lay 2 items. A booklet exuding the essence of modern industry, Special Forces Training Manual, simplified, and a collection of plump tubers, rich with the fragrance of earth, potatoes. What splendid treasures! Li Ku felt a surge of joy, particularly the potatoes, once introduced widely. They would yield immense benefits for the populace and serve as a powerful tool for garnering public support in the future. However, the moment was not yet ripe for their introduction. Surrounded by the palace and under the scrutiny of many, conjuring such auspicious items from thin air would inevitably lead to accusations of witchcraft. Patience was essential. Only once he had established his own territory would he be able to act freely. In the meantime, his pressing concern was to utilize this 3-month house arrest to lay a solid foundation and continue his ventures. The system had proclaimed that the more daring the ventures, the more generous the rewards. Ying Xue, Li Ku instructed, go fetch me more paper and ink. Father Emperor wishes for me to reflect. I shall write some insights. Though puzzled, Ying Xue obediently complied. Soon, the writing desk was adorned with fine rice paper, and rich ink was prepared. Li Ku lifted his brush, pondering for a moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He certainly would not obediently copy the Xiao Jing. Instead, he intended to pen something else, something capable of igniting an intellectual revolution in this era. The brush descended, and bold characters sprang to life on the paper, proclaiming Luanyu. Indeed, it was Luanyu, not Luanyu. This masterpiece was designed to instruct on how to wield one's fists while articulating reason. Li Ku's smile grew brighter as he began to write fervently. The master said, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Li Ku annotated, if you learn the route to my home in the morning, you shall meet your end by nightfall. This emphasized the critical importance of intelligence and decisive action. The master said, when one comes, let them be at peace. Li Ku annotated, since you've arrived, it is best to be buried here. This conveyed a ruthless acknowledgement of the battlefield as a graveyard for enemies. The master said, among 3 people, there must be my teacher. Li Ku annotated, if 3 travel together, as long as one is me, The combat capability equates to an entire battalion. This highlighted the decisive role of individual valor and leadership. The master said, "There are no classes in education." Li Ku annotated, "In a fight, regardless of who you are or your status, you should be struck down without exception." This showcased the principle of fair and just physical persuasion. The master said, "A gentleman is not a tool." Li Ku annotated, "A true gentleman, or a strong man, does not have a fixed purpose like a tool. This means any weapon can be employed, whether it be a brick or a stool." He wrote with vigor and enthusiasm. This was no mere annotation of a sage's texts. It was a formulation of his own philosophy of violence and action. He envisioned this Luan Yu as the ideological guidebook for the future Wu Wang Guard, cultivating a cadre of cultural ruffians who could both quote classics, albeit his modified versions, and take action without squabbling. Beep. The host has creatively modified Confucian classics, imbuing them with a new, physically persuasive meaning, completing a high-quality venture. Venture impact coefficient, 150. Reward granted, slight enhancement of mental strength. Acquired skill, mastery of calligraphy, Li Ku style. A refreshing sensation surged into his mind, and Li Ku felt his thoughts sharpen and his energy invigorated. Simultaneously, various techniques concerning calligraphy, stroke, structure, and spirit naturally coalesced within him. As he gazed at his written characters, though the content was heretical, the calligraphy itself possessed an individuality akin to silver hooks and iron paintings, possessing a unique style. Splendid. This cleared the last technical barrier to authoring his own doctrines. Just as inspiration flowed, and he prepared to further refine his Luan Yu, a commotion erupted outside the hall. A voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, shouted, "Clear the way. This prince shall enter to see third brother. Who dares to obstruct?" It was Li Tai. That rotund fellow had actually come to visit. Yingxue looked at Li Ku in alarm. Li Ku raised an eyebrow, setting down his brush. His expression, not one of fear, but rather anticipation. Perfect timing. Having just finished Luan Yu, it was an ideal opportunity to test the persuasive power of his preparatory language arts on this hefty sibling. "Let him in," Li Ku said coolly. The palace doors swung open, and the plump Li Tai strode in, flanked by two robust palace guards, his face adorned with unabashed mockery and delight at the unfolding drama. "Oh, third brother, have you begun your profound reflection already?" Li Tai said in a mocking tone, his gaze sweeping over the writing desk until it landed on the still wet title of Luan Yu, pausing momentarily. "Luan Yu? What is this? Third brother, have you even forgotten the name of the Luan Yu? You must be terrified out of your wits by Father Emperor, ha ha." The two palace guards behind him erupted in low, derisive laughter. Yingxue's cheeks flushed with anger, yet she dared not speak up. Li Ke remained unruffled, picking up the freshly written first page, blowing gently on the still wet ink, and adopting a tone of gentle persuasion. "Fourth brother, you misunderstand. What I have penned is Luan Yu, with Luan referring to the act of lifting one's hand. This is the profound insight I have grasped after much reflection." "Profound insight?" Li Tai scoffed. "What nonsense is this? Fourth brother, please observe this first line." Li Ku pointed to the phrase, "To hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening," along with his annotation, reading earnestly, "The sage teaches us that intelligence work is of utmost importance. Upon mastering key information, such as an enemy's address or troop deployment, one must act decisively and swiftly. Is this not profound insight?" Li Tai. His chubby face twitched. What in the world was this explanation? Without waiting for a rebuttal, Li Ku continued, pointing to the second line. "And this one, when one comes, let them be at peace. The sage instructs us that we must never show mercy to our enemies. We must possess the determination and courage that once they arrive, they shall not leave. Is this not the resolution a commander should embody?" Li Tai opened his mouth, feeling somewhat dazed. "And the most classic of all, among three people, there must be my teacher." Li Ku's voice suddenly rose, filled with passion. This further emphasizes the importance of core leadership. An excellent commander can turn the tide of battle, standing against 1,000. "Fourth brother, do you not agree?" Li Tai was left dazed by this barrage of rhetoric, clearly sensing something was amiss, yet at a loss for words to counter. He pointed at Li Ku, his body quivering with indignation, exclaiming, "You are being unreasonable. You are misinterpreting the sages. Ah, fourth brother, your words are misguided." Li Ku set down his paper, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. The words of the sages, profound in their subtlety, cannot be easily grasped by ordinary individuals. I have come to this understanding only after suffering the wrath of our Father, reflecting deeply upon my mistakes. If you doubt this, why not put into practice another teaching of the sages? What teaching? Li Tai instinctively asked. Li Ke flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth, pointed at Li Tai, and then at himself, leisurely reciting a line he had just penned and had yet to annotate. The master said, "The noble man is open and at ease, while the petty person is anxious and fearful." He paused, meeting Li Tai's gaze, and began to interpret. This means that the noble man, like myself, has an open heart, addressing matters directly. In contrast, the petty person, presumably referring to you, enjoys scheming in secret and plotting against others. Stepping closer, despite being younger than Li Tai, his enhanced physique commanded a presence that exuded pressure. Fourth brother, today, do you intend to be an open and noble gentleman, engaging in brotherly discourse with me? Or will you continue to be that anxious and petty person, resorting to mockery? Who are you calling a petty person? Li Tai's face flushed with anger, and the attendants behind him stepped forward, their eyes filled with hostility. Look, Li Ke spread his hands, wearing an expression of amusement. Are you truly agitated? Are you considering violence? Fourth brother, do not forget that the sage also said, what you do not wish for yourself, do not impose on others. If you do not wish to be struck, do not wish harm upon others. Of course, if you insist on testing me. Li Ke's eyes narrowed slightly. The system-enhanced mental power, combined with the menacing aura of the newly written words, inexplicably sent a chill through Li Tai and the two attendants. I do not mind letting you experience firsthand what it means to accept one's fate. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Li Tai gazed at Li Ke's half-smiling, half-serious expression, glanced at the incomprehensible scribbles on the table, and recalled the cunning arguments he had employed during the banquet, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This fellow seems different from the gloomy and unpredictable third brother of the past. He has become more despicable, more elusive. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. This rascal is under house arrest by our father. A barefoot person fears not the one in shoes. If he truly goes mad, sharp-tongued, this prince will not stoop to your level, a mere house-arrested individual. Li Tai retorted, displaying a facade of bravado as he turned to leave, hurriedly, as if fearing that if he tarried, Li Ke would indeed make him stay in Chengyan Hall. Observing Li Tai's defeated retreat, Xue gazed at Li Ke with admiration. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. You made the Prince of Wei flee. Li Ke, pleased, clapped his ink-stained hands, a mere trifle. One must employ strategy when contending with such a rotund individual. He returned to the writing desk, picked up his brush, and was in high spirits. Gome, Ying Xue. Prepare the ink. I shall continue annotating the teachings of the sages. By the way, when Li Tai comes again, you shall recite at the entrance. The master said, do not look at what is improper, do not listen to what is improper, do not speak what is improper, do not act improperly. Inform him that Chengyan Hall does not welcome the disrespectful. Li Ke chuckled, adding another line to his annotations. The master said, do not look at what is improper, do not listen to what is improper, do not speak what is improper, do not act improperly. Li Ke's annotation, anything that does not conform to decorum, the rules I have established, should not be observed, heard, spoken, or acted upon. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Inside Chengyan Hall, candlelight flickered, as Li Ke's antics and rebellious ambitions quietly began to unfold under the guise of a seemingly peaceful confinement, with the monumental work of his writing as the starting point. A breeze seemed to flow through the gaps in the windows of Chengyan Hall, carrying with it the scent of an impending storm. Chapter 3. The birth of the Sparrow Saint. After Li Tai's ignoble retreat from Chengyan Hall, Li Ke enjoyed a few days of peace. By day, he diligently transcribed the Shao Jing, although it was Xue who imitated his handwriting, while he himself secluded in the inner chamber, eagerly poring over the Special Forces Training Manual, Simplified Edition, and began drafting the training outline for the future Wu Wang's Guard, employing symbols only he could decipher. In conjunction with the essence of his writings, concepts such as intelligence reconnaissance and decapitation training, defensive construction and annihilation tactics of accepting what comes, and multi-weapon adaptability training embodying the spirit of physical persuasion were gradually taking shape in his mind. However, the system's notification sound had yet to resound again. Li Ku understood that mere introspection was insufficient. His actions must yield tangible effects, generating influence and striking others. Merely indulging himself would not suffice for the system to acknowledge his efforts. Yet, confined within Qingyan Hall, his range of activities was limited. And the most significant feat he had accomplished was to make Li Tai flee, which was evidently inadequate in terms of influence. He needed a way to extend his endeavors beyond these walls, to reach beyond the palace, to demonstrate that though Li Ku may be under house arrest, his spirit for creativity remains undaunted. Li Ku pondered, his gaze scanning the hall, ultimately landing on the ivory chess pieces gifted by Li Shimin, which he had never touched. Chess pieces? Go was too mentally taxing, and Xiangji lacked the complexity. A spark of inspiration struck Li Ku like lightning. Mahjong, a quintessential Chinese pastime, a social tool, a delightful diversion. Its rules are simple, easy to grasp, and highly addictive. Once it gains popularity in the inner palace, the impact will undoubtedly be substantial. Without further ado, he summoned Yingxue and a few trusted young eunuchs, directing them to procure high-quality hardwood, carving knives, and paints. "Your Highness, are you going to paint or carve?" Yingxue asked, puzzled by the pile of wood. "Paint? Carve? Too mundane." Li Ku waved his hand with enthusiasm. "I shall create a game that will sweep through the Tang dynasty, foster connections, and enlighten minds." He took the initiative, deftly wielding the carving knife with his enhanced mental prowess, meticulously crafting tiles representing bamboo, dots, and the cardinal directions. Initially, the young eunuchs carved clumsily, but under Li Ku's guiding words, "Carve poorly, and you may meet a swift end," and his demonstrations. They soon produced a set of somewhat rough, yet clearly distinguishable Tang dynasty-style mahjong tiles. Ding! The host has successfully restored, remodeled, an epic-defining entertainment artifact, opening a new avenue for creativity during his confinement, accomplishing a creative endeavor. Creativity Impact Coefficient, 120. Reward granted. Craftsmanship Skill Enhancement. Gain status. Dexter's hands. Last 3 days. Success. Li Ku felt a surge of joy within. Yet this was merely the first step. The key lay in promoting it and creating a trend. The first target customer was crucial. Their status could not be too low, must possess influence, and ideally could speak on his behalf before Li Shimin, while also having ample leisure time. Instantly, Li Ku identified the perfect candidate, the revered Empress Changsun. This historically renowned virtuous empress, now seemingly in ill health and seldom venturing out, was in need of a diversion. Moreover, her gentle disposition and care for her juniors made it highly likely that presenting her with a novel trinket would succeed. Yingxue, prepare paper and ink. I shall draft a comprehensive game instruction manual. Li Ku proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. His instruction manual aimed for clarity. Richly illustrated, his drawing skills soared under the dexterous hand status, thoroughly explaining the rules of mahjong, particularly the nuances of eating, melding, and winning, while emphasizing how this game could stimulate dexterity, enlighten intellect, foster familial bonds, and alleviate worries. The following day, Li Ku instructed Yingxue to ensure that his carefully prepared mahjong set and instruction manual were presented to the Lijiang Hall under the guise of a boredom-induced gift from the imprisoned courier to entertain the empress. Initially, the Lijiang Hall remained silent. Li Ku was not anxious. He understood that such innovations require time to ferment. Indeed, 3 days later in the afternoon, a female official from Lijiang arrived, not to question, but to seek guidance on the rules. The Empress Dowager sent her to inquire if the scoring after a gang should be doubled, and what precisely distinguishes a Qing ESE from a Han ESE. Li Ku could not help but chuckle inwardly. He had the situation well in hand. He patiently elucidated the intricacies to the female official and hinted that the game would be even more delightful with more participants, suggesting that the Empress might invite familiar concubines to join in the exploration. A few days later, rumors began to circulate within the palace, claiming that Lijiang had become quite lively, often resonating with the crisp sounds of tiles and the soft laughter of several ladies, with unfamiliar terms like Bing, San Tiao, and Peng faintly echoing. To everyone's astonishment, Empress Changsun had indeed gathered a few close companions to engage in a game of mahjong. This trend spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating the entire harem. The concubines, accustomed to a monotonous existence filled with vying for favor and scheming, had never encountered such an engaging pastime. Soon, The term mahjong became the most fashionable topic of conversation in the harem. Visits among the concubines transformed from mere tea-drinking and flower-appreciating to spirited games. Li Ke's Cheng Indian had seemingly become the center for mahjong expertise, with palace maids and eunuchs frequently arriving with queries. Your Highness, my lady wishes to know, does Tian Hu truly exist? Or its probabilities? Your Highness, Lady De wishes to inquire whether achieving the SI-11 is more challenging than Shi Sanyao. Li Ke welcomed all inquiries, providing answers and even developing several new scoring rules, while he began composing the mahjong mastery, from novice to expert, which he later renamed the Mahjong Canon. With a delightful notification, he realized he had successfully embedded mahjong culture within the Tang court, igniting a revolution in entertainment within the harem that bore lasting results. His charm had subtly increased, and he felt a newfound allure in his gaze and demeanor. However, just as Li Ke reveled in his accomplishments as a mahjong sage, an unexpected trouble approached. On this day, while he was conducting practical lessons with Ing Shui and two young eunuchs, a loud and boisterous voice echoed from outside the hall, akin to the tolling of a bell. What is all that clattering inside? Prince Wu, old Cheng has come to see you. Open the door. Cheng Yaojin, startled. Li Ke nearly dropped a tile he had just picked up. What was this old rogue doing here? He quickly ordered the doors to be opened. Cheng Yaojin, clad in a resplendent purple uniform and sporting a prominent belly, ambled in with an air of casual curiosity, his bovine eyes surveying the surroundings before settling on the table laden with mahjong tiles. Well, Your Highness, it seems you are enjoying your days of confinement quite splendidly. What is this delightful new game? Cheng Yaojin approached, lifting a one bamboo tile, weighing it in his hand. Li Ke felt a pang of anxiety. This old rascal was not easily deceived, and he needed to tread carefully. Cheng Bo, you yist. This game is called mahjong. A little diversion I devised to entertain the Empress Dowager, he replied respectfully, using the Empress as a shield. The Empress is playing too? Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up with increased interest. Quickly, tell old Cheng how to play. Li Ke, with no other option, began to explain the game to Cheng Yaojin. To his surprise, the old warrior became utterly engrossed, especially when he heard the terms for aggressive actions like chi, peng, and gang, which sent him into fits of excitement as he pounded his thigh. Marvelous! This game is splendid, far more entertaining than throwing arrows or playing do shou chi. It aligns perfectly with the strategies of warfare. The peng is akin to a joint assault by two armies. The gang is like laying an ambush, ensnaring the enemy, achieving who signifies a resounding victory. Ha. Very well, I am glad you find it enjoyable, Li Ke replied, slightly resigned. Cheng Yaojin, ever the impatient one, insisted on trying his hand at the game. Li Ke, Ing Shui, and the two young eunuchs reluctantly gathered a table to play with him. Initially, Cheng Yaojin was not familiar with the game, continuously making mistakes and losing dramatically. However, possessing an innate talent, particularly in luck, he soon grasped the nuances and began to play with finesse, even executing intricate strategies. A self-drawn win, a complete hand. Pay up. Cheng Yaojin had scored a significant win, his mustache bristling with delight as he extended his broad palm toward Li Ke. Li Ke gazed at his empty purse, which served as the betting chips, his face paling in dismay. This old rogue was a remarkably quick learner. Cheng Bo, I find myself short on funds, Li Ke lamented. No money? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in surprise. Then he grinned mischievously, leaning in a whisper. No money, no problem. Your Highness, this mahjong is a fine treasure. Could you procure a set for old Cheng? No, make it 2 sets. I want to play with Jijia, his son, and Jingda. A spark of inspiration ignited within Li Ke. If he could immerse these military heavyweights in the world of mahjong, it might serve as a splendid diversion from their scheming against his father. He immediately donned a troubled expression. Cheng Bo, it is not that I am unwilling. It is simply that mahjong is labor-intensive to create and takes considerable time. You see, fret not, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin patted his chest. I will cover the expenses. Just tell me how much for a set. Ultimately, Li Ke successfully extracted a hefty sum from Cheng Yaojin under the guise of production costs and intellectual property fees, marking his first financial triumph since his arrival in this world. A game infused with military strategy was about to enter the circles of Tang's elite generals. As he bid farewell to the satisfied Cheng Yaojin, who cradled the new mahjong sets, as if they were precious artifacts. Li Ke weighed the heavy bag of coins in his hand and cast a deep, knowing smile at the chaotic table. The seeds of entertainment had been sown, and soon they would blossom throughout the city of Chang'an. The cultural atmosphere of the Tang dynasty would be forever altered, starting from this modest table of mahjong. Perhaps next time, he could consider introducing poker or other games, which would surely captivate these seasoned warriors. Guitin Shengendian. The sound of shuffling tiles once again filled the air, accompanied by Li Ke's cunningly delighted laughter. Confinement? Those who can confine me cannot restrain the spirit of innovation within me. Fang Xianling gazed at Li Ke, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, as if he had encountered something both astonishing and vexing. He let out a soft sigh and murmured, "Your Highness, today Cheng Yaojin has brought mahjong into the palace, where he is playing with Generals Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong in the guardroom. The noise has somewhat disturbed His Majesty." Li Ke's eyelids twitched. "What the? Cheng Yaojin, you old rascal. Your actions are remarkably swift. Just a few days, and you've dragged the martial elite of the palace into your mahjong circle? And you've even attracted the attention of Li Shimin?" His throat fell dry. Fang Xuanling's expression became even more peculiar. Upon hearing the commotion, His Majesty went to investigate. Initially displeased, he seemed to develop a hint of interest after observing for a moment. At this moment, His Majesty, Duke of Su, Cheng Yaojin, and Duke of Yi, Yu Qigong, were gathered in the side hall, seemingly missing one player. Li Ke felt his mind whirl. Li Shimin, the Heavenly Khan, the Eternal Emperor. He wants to play mahjong, and they're one player short, specifically summoning him to fill in. What a bizarre turn of events. This is getting rather out of hand. Alert! The host's creative endeavor has garnered the intense attention of the ultimate boss of this world, and he has been compelled to participate in the ultimate showdown, Mahjong Edition. The intensity of the creative endeavor has surpassed the threshold. Critical hit coefficient is being calculated. Critical hit coefficient, 300. Preliminary rewards. Fundamentals of Imperial Strategy, beginner. Enhanced luck in the game, temporarily elevated. Fundamentals of Imperial Strategy, beginner. Although merely an introductory level. A profound sense of understanding regarding reading people's expressions, discerning intentions, and balancing power dynamics surged into Li Ke's mind, deepening his comprehension of authority in the human heart. The enhanced luck in the game felt like a timely boon. It seemed the system understood that the forthcoming game would be as perilous as a real battlefield. "I shall heed the command." Li Ke inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. If it is a blessing, it is not to be feared. If it is calamity, it cannot be avoided. Since it cannot be avoided, he would play boldly. Following Fang Xianling, Li Ke once again entered the side hall of the Liangyi Palace. Unlike the solemn atmosphere of the previous banquet, the ambience within the hall felt somewhat eerie. Li Shimin remained seated at the head of the table, but instead of official documents, there was a mahjong table before him. He furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface, seemingly pondering the tile arrangements. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong sat on either side, each with a pile of copper coins, evidently their chips, before them. Cheng Yaojin wore a smug expression, while Yu Qigong appeared sullen, evidently having lost quite a bit. Upon seeing Li Ke enter, Cheng Yaojin immediately made exaggerated expressions, signaling with a wink that he was presenting an opportunity. Yu Qigong merely huffed, turning his head away. "Your servant pays his respects to Father Emperor." Li Ke bowed respectfully. Li Shimin lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes landing on Li Ke. Though still piercing, the murderous intent from their last encounter had diminished, replaced with a hint of inquiry and a barely perceptible curiosity. "Courier has arrived." Li Shimin's tone was flat. "This mahjong you devised is quite intriguing. Chengji Jie said that the rules are for you to establish. Enlighten me in detail and sit down to speak." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Li Ke complied, seating himself in the vacant position, conveniently positioned as Li Shimin's next player. The pressure was immense. He steadied himself and began explaining the rules of mahjong, more meticulously than he had when composing a guide for Empress Zhang's son, intertwining Cheng Yaojin's interpretations of military strategy to elevate his explanations. He described how tiles resembled battle formations, the necessity of timing, and how discarding tiles was akin to sacrificing troops, all of which drew a nod of acknowledgement from Li Shimin. It seemed there were indeed parallels to military strategy. Li Shimin commented, then abruptly shifted gears, stating, "It's easy to talk without practice, Come, play around with me. Your servant obeys. Li Ke felt a chill run down his spine, knowing the true test was about to commence. The game began. Li Ke focused intently, bolstered by both fundamentals of imperial strategy beginner and enhanced luck in the game, feeling his grasp of the game reach an unprecedented height. He could keenly perceive the slightest hesitation in Li Shimin's discards, discerning what tile he might be seeking. Through Cheng Yaojin's boisterous calls and Yu Qigong's suppressed expressions, he could gauge their likely hands. More importantly, the game's fortune was truly extraordinary. Whatever tile he desired, it often fell into his hands with ease. Even the elusive tiles appeared. In the first round, Li Ke cautiously formed a small hand and quickly achieved victory, serving as a warm-up. In the second round, Cheng Yaojin successfully completed a pure hand, laughing heartily after winning. In the third round, Yu Qigong finally found his rhythm, managing a pungent win. Li Shimin had yet to draw a winning hand, but he remained calm, continuing to draw and discard tiles, his gaze deep and contemplative, seemingly observing each player's character through this minor game. At last, they arrived at a crucial round. Li Ke's starting hand was exceptional. A promising pure suit with a potential meld. He felt elated, yet maintained a facade of composure. As the game progressed, Li Ke was already in a position to declare victory, waiting for a specific tile. At this moment, he held a tile of wealth, which could be melded into a bright pawn. To meld or not to meld. Fundamentals of imperial strategy was frantically alerting him. Meld. By melding, you can draw an additional tile, increasing your options, but it will also reveal that your hand may be substantial, especially as you're the next player to His Majesty. Should you draw a tile he desires, or draw a dangerous tile that could lead to your downfall. Yet, enhanced luck in the game was stirring meld. Trust me, you will draw something splendid. Li Ke steeled himself, resolute, dare to risk, and fortune shall favor the bold. I shall go all in. He pushed out 3 wealth tiles and reached a draw. The moment his fingers grazed the tile surface, an ethereal sensation surged within him. This was it. He slammed the tile onto the table, melding a winning hand, a pure suit, single tile weight, with a bonus. Victory! Li Ke suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a calm tone. Silence. Both Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong stared in astonishment at the tiles Li Ke had laid down, then glanced at Li Shimin. Li Shimin scrutinized Li Ke's winning hand, then glanced at the tile he had just drawn, which he had yet to play, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter, not in anger, but with a mix of exasperation, admiration, and even a touch of amusement. What a splendid melding. Li Shimin placed his tile into the discard pile. Ke, your luck rivals your eloquence, indeed. Li Ke felt a tumult of emotions, hastily rising. Your servant is overwhelmed. It was merely luck, mere luck. Sit down. Li Shimin waved his hand, declaring that at the table there were no boundaries of father and son, only winning and losing. Your winning hand was clean and decisive. I accept this loss graciously. He paused, casting a glance at Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong before returning his gaze to Li Ke, his tone taking on a more profound significance. However, Ke, remember this. While a game may yield splendid victories, some matters require patience and strategy. Being overly conspicuous is not always beneficial. These words resonated within Li Ke, a clarion call of caution. He understood this was Li Shimin's admonition. While mahjong could be won, the reality of power dynamics demanded far greater patience and cunning. Your servant shall heed Father Emperor's teachings, Li Ke replied respectfully. Indeed, Li Shimin nudda, seemingly losing interest in continuing the game. Let us conclude here for today. Ke, you have 2 months left of your house arrest. Return and reflect thoroughly. Yes, Father Emperor. Li Ke bowed and withdrew. Exiting the Liangyi Palace, the evening breeze brushed against him, and he realized his back was damp once again. Playing mahjong with the Emperor was more exhilarating than facing a battlefield. Nonetheless, the rewards were substantial. Not only had he secured a generous advance on the system's rewards, but he had also seemingly redefined his image before Li Shimin, one of cunning and good fortune, yet still within controllable bounds. Upon returning to the Chengyin Palace, Li Ke gazed at the set of meritorious mahjong tiles on the table, caressing the tile that had led to his splendid victory, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Being overly conspicuous? Being too rigid leads to a downfall? He murmured to himself, "O Father, your son is not solely defined by brilliance. I shall unveil before you the essence of Mian Li Tsang Zhen, the notion of masking rebellion under the guise of creativity. Amidst the winds and rains. Xuanwu Gate. Yet prior to that, let the winds of Mahjong blow more fiercely. He envisions a future where the entire city of Chang'an reverberates with the clattering sounds of shuffling tiles, a symphony that shall provide him with the finest cover. Chapter 5. The Tang Headlines, the Arena of Public Opinion. I have arrived. Following the exhilarating game of Mahjong before Emperor Li Shimin, Li Ke remained unusually subdued within the Chang'an Hall for several days. He pondered deeply on the emperor's caution that too much rigidity may lead to breakage. The skill of Di Wang Xian Shu, emperor's heart techniques, allowing him a glimpse into the profound implications of those words, which served as both a warning and a veiled protection. At least during his house arrest, he must exhibit a semblance of decorum. However, decorum does not equate to an action. The existence of the system destined Li Ke to remain anything but truly silent. The winds of Mahjong had already risen, forming an invisible shield and network for him. Yet this was insufficient. He required a platform of his own, one capable of voicing his thoughts actively. One day, as he perused the various rumors and court reports scavenged by Ying Shui, chronicling the myriad authentic and fabricated tales circulating through Chang'an, tales of noble marriages, exotic wares from the western regions, the emperor's recent commendations of officials, and even brawls erupting over business rivalries, an audacious and subversive idea ignited within Li Ke's mind. A newspaper. He would establish a newspaper. In this age of information scarcity, whoever wielded control over public opinion would hold immense power. He aimed to ensure that the city of Chang'an, nay, the entire Tang, would hear only the voice he, Li Ke, wished them to hear. Once this thought emerged, it proliferated like wild grass. He sprang into action. First, he needed a name, one that resonated loudly, exuded grandeur, and reflected his unique flair. Zatangzhen Li Bao. Too blunt, likely to invite backlash. Shangongku Wen. Too trivial in scope. Zhengguan Fengtian. Interesting, yet lacking in sharpness. He inscribed 4 bold characters on paper, his brush dancing with vigor. The Tang Tu Tiao. Indeed, he aimed to be the foremost authority in Tang news. All significant announcements must originate from him. With a name established, he turned to content planning. Drawing inspiration from modern newspaper layouts, he envisioned a structure, front page, major news, exclusively reporting on the imperial policies and significant movements of the emperor, naturally, interpreted by Li Ke. This was essential for establishing authority. Second page, livelihood, covering prices in Chang'an, curious incidents, municipal developments, and even marriage advertisements, essentially, content that resonates with the populace. Third page, culture and entertainment, serializing Luan Yu analyses, publishing insights from Mahjong experts, and even hosting poetry contests to shape cultural discourse. Fourth page, commercial advertisements, recruitment, leasing, product promotions. This would be a vital source of future revenue, with the content framework laid out. The greatest technical challenge emerged, printing and distribution. Relying solely on hand copying would be an insurmountable task. Woodblock printing? Inefficient and costly. Plus, once the layout was set, revisions would be arduous. Just as Li Ke grappled with these issues, the system's notification sounded at an opportune moment. Ding! The host aspires to lofty ideals, attempting to rival the divine with mortal endeavors and seeking to control the era's voice of public opinion, thereby accomplishing a strategic creative conception. Creative impact coefficient, 250. Reward granted. Movable type printing, clay, and with type basic craft process and material ratios. Basic management knowledge. A torrent of knowledge flooded Li Ke's mind, encompassing the selection of clay, mold making, engraving, firing, as well as the selection of wood for type, carving, layout, and printing, along with foundational concepts of cost accounting, personnel management, and channel development. Fortune favors me. Li Ke could hardly contain his excitement. Movable type printing, precisely what he needed. Its efficiency far surpassed that of woodblock printing and offered remarkable flexibility. He immediately commenced secret preparations. First, talent acquisition. He discreetly identified a group of impoverished yet literate youths and a few older craftsmen retired from the workshop, through Ying Shui and several loyal eunuchs. He promised them generous rewards and protection, quietly settling them in a secluded courtyard behind Chang'an Hall. Next, materials. He utilized all the funds sponsored by Cheng Yaojin and those he had previously saved, procuring clay, timber, carving tools, ink, and paper through various channels in substantial quantities. Preparations proceeded apace. Li Ku personally guided the craftsmen in producing movable type. Initially, the clay type often shattered during firing, and wooden types warped easily. However, under the system's formulas and the residual effects of his keen craftsmanship, these challenges were systematically overcome. When the first clear characters, printed with ink from movable type, appeared on the paper, everyone was filled with exhilaration. The older craftsmen were particularly moved to tears, fully aware of the implications of this technology. Li Ke gazed upon the still-drying sample, his heart swelling with ambition. This was his lever to influence De Tang's public discourse. Just as the inaugural issue of De Tang Tu Qiao was being meticulously prepared, an excellent headline material presented itself. One day, Prince Li Tai, unbeknownst to the source of his treasures, grandly presented rare artifacts to the palace, claiming it as a commendable act of filial piety. This stirred considerable discussion within the palace. Mostly flattering Li Tai. Upon learning of this, Li Ke chuckled. Just the explosive news needed to captivate the entire city. He would use his dear fourth brother as a sacrificial offering to launch De Tang Tu Qiao. He immediately took up the pen, crafting the lead article. Instead of directly attacking Li Tai, he employed a more astute approach through comparison and inference. The article was titled, "On the Essence of Filial Piety. Is it the joy of rare objects or practical service to the people?" The piece commenced earnestly commending Prince Wei's filial devotion, enumerating the treasures he presented. Then, with a deft shift, it referenced the Xiao Jing, emphasizing frugality to support parents and establish one's reputation for future generations. The article then objectively explored what constitutes true filial piety towards the emperor and the De Tang. Is it the extravagant expenditure on curiosities, or the investment of wealth in understanding the people's conditions and caring for their livelihoods? It subtly alluded to the recent fluctuations in rice prices and the pressing need to accommodate the displaced outside the city. Not a single line directly accused Li Tai. In fact, it concluded with a sincere hope that Prince Wei could also attend to these minor matters while offering his filial tribute. Yet this method of writing bore far more weight than direct criticism. It effectively put Li Tai's filial piety to the test. Concurrently, in other sections, Li Ke meticulously orchestrated the content. The livelihood section reported the latest market prices in the east and west, subtly hinting that certain nobles' extravagance had driven up prices. The cultural section began the serialization of Luanyu, with the first chapter elucidating the principle that one should embrace the truth, even unto death, with a righteous tone. The advertisement section was left blank, save for a bold statement. De Tang Tu Qiao. Insight into De Tang. First released today, free for distribution. Outside Cheng'an Hall, first come, first served. All preparations were complete. In the dead of night, the courtyard behind Cheng'an Hall was ablaze with light. Li Ke personally oversaw the operation, with all involved working diligently, utilizing the thousands of movable type already crafted, working overtime to ensure that before dawn, they printed a full 1,000 copies of the inaugural issue of De Tang Tu Qiao, still fragrant with ink. The following morning, as the gates of Cheng'an Hall slowly opened, the palace spies and curious eunuchs and maids drawn by the promise of free distribution beheld a neatly stacked collection of this fresh creation, exuding the scent of ink. The quality of the paper may not be exceptional, but the uniformity of the font, the clarity of the layout, and the familiar yet astonishing content instantly captivated everyone's attention. Was this De Tang Tu Qiao? Look, it mentions His Highness Wei Wang and even the rising prices. Indeed, the silk in the Eastern market has increased. Isn't this Luanyu something that was previously free? Can it really be obtained for free? The news spread throughout the entire palace like wildfire. 1,000 copies of the newspaper were nearly snatched away within half an hour. Those who acquired a copy cherished it as a treasure, eagerly reading, sharing, and discussing, while those who missed out lamented and inquired where they might procure one. In the Lijiang Hall, Empress Chang's son gazed at the newspaper presented by her female attendants, staring at the front page article in silence for a long time, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. In the Liangyi Hall, Li Shimin examined the innovative format and audacious content of the De Tang Tu Qiao, his gaze flitting between the headline and the report on Li Tai presenting treasures, his expression shifting between darkness and uncertainty. In the Wei Wang mansion, Li Tai, upon reading the article that denounced him, shattered his beloved Jade Rui in a fit of rage, shouting furiously, "Li Ke, I shall not let this stand." At the residences of important ministers like Chang Yaojin and Fang Xianling, they too received the sudden arrival of the Tang Tu Qiao, each reacting differently. Yet all felt the immense energy and provocation contained within this small newspaper. In the Chang'an Hall, Li Ke listened as Ing Shui excitedly reported on the uproar outside. Observing the surge in critical coefficients and newly arrived rewards in the system interface due to the first large-scale public discourse manipulation, smiling with satisfaction. He stood at the palace entrance, gazing at the grand palace complex in the distance, envisioning countless rays of information converging, intertwining, colliding, and spreading from the Chang'an Hall as the epicenter. This was merely the beginning. Li Tai, my dear fourth brother, do you still appreciate this splendid gift of headlines? From this day forth, I, Li Ke, shall officially enter the arena of public discourse into Tang. The wind continued to blow, seemingly carrying the scent of ink and paper, heralding an impending information storm that would sweep across the entirety of Chang'an. Chapter 6, The Seven Wolves Warning. The scientific Luan Yu demonstrates its power. The inaugural issue of the Tang Tu Qiao fell into the tranquil waters like a massive stone, stirring up immense waves throughout Chang'an, particularly within the imperial palace. The tremors it caused far exceeded Li Ke's initial expectations. The first to bear the brunt was, naturally, Wei Wang Li Tai. The newspaper practically accused him of neglecting his duties, indulging in extravagance, and feigning filial piety, all without resorting to a single foul word. Enraged within his mansion, he smashed countless precious artifacts and rushed into the palace, collapsing before Li Shimin in tears, accusing Li Ke of slandering the royal prince, sowing discord within the royal family, and misleading the populace. Following closely behind, those influential figures whose interests were subtly hinted at in the livelihood section, along with Confucian scholars astonished by the unconventional annotations in the cultural section. Lin Yu also submitted petitions, either overtly or covertly expressing their dissatisfaction with Wu Wang, Li Ke's disruptive conduct. In a moment, while the Chang'an Hall appeared calm on the surface, tumultuous undercurrents surged, and impeachment petitions against Li Ke fluttered towards Li Shimin's desk like snowflakes. Unprecedented pressure coalesced in the Liang-yi Hall, transmitting to the Chang'an Hall. Ing Shui and the young eunuchs trembled with fear, cautious even in their movements. Yet Li Ke, after the initial tension, instead grew composed. Understanding that this was both a crisis and an opportunity, he awaited the ultimate judgment, knowing that what was destined to come would eventually arrive. That afternoon, without any verbal edict or summons, Li Shimin, clad in ordinary attire and accompanied by only two close attendants, entered the Chang'an Hall with a grim expression. Without announcement, he strode directly inside. At that moment, Li Ke was using a small handmade carving knife to finalize adjustments on a wooden movable type, with drafts of the second issue of the Tang Tu Qiao scattered across the table. The two met each other's gaze, and the air instantly thickened. Ing Shui and the others had long since knelt in fear, trembling. Li Shimin's gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, first sweeping over the kneeling palace attendants, then landing on the carving knife in Li Ke's hand and the scattered drafts, finally fixing on Li Ke's face. It seems you have reflected quite well during your confinement, haven't you? Li Shimin's voice was not loud, yet it carried the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Creating a disturbance in the palace was not enough. Now you have produced a newspaper that slanders your brother, disparages court officials, and defies conventions. Li Ke, do you truly believe that I will not take action against you? The final words were a fierce demand. The majesty of the emperor was unmistakably revealed. Li Ke could distinctly sense the palpable aura of danger, and he had no doubt that a moment's misstep could lead to dire consequences. He swiftly set down the carving knife, kneeling on the ground, yet keeping his back straight, responding with a clear and steady voice. I dare not. Everything I do is for my father, for the Tang, for Da Tong, Li Shimin, Im Furieta, Muka. Seizing a draft on the table annotated with Luan Yu, is this your interpretation of the sage's words as a manual for street brawls? Is this for the Tang, or merely to gain attention and sow discord? Father, please see clearly. My annotations of Luan Yu were never intended for brawling. They are for strengthening the nation, for strengthening the army. Strengthening the army? Li Shimin's eyes narrowed, glinting coldly. You base your reasoning on such nonsensical phrases as to hear the way in the morning and die in the evening. Precisely. In that moment, Li Ku unleashed both language art, max of nonsense literature, and Emperor's heart techniques, entry level, his mind racing. Father, the sage's words contain profound meanings that cannot merely be perceived at face value. I ask you, when two armies confront each other, is it not essential to understand the enemy's situation? To hear the way in the morning emphasizes the crucial importance of information, which must be timely and accurate like the dawn's light. Die in the evening does not mean soldiers must die, but rather expresses a determination, a belief that once one grasps the enemy's situation, victory can be assured from miles away, instilling unwavering confidence in our troops. This is a method to inspire morale. Li Shimin's grip on the draft tightened, veins standing out on his hand. This audacious young man always managed to find a peculiar angle. Without waiting for his father to erupt, Li Ku continued with fervent eloquence. And what of when it comes? Accept it. The art of war states to place one in a position of life or death. If the enemy comes knocking, then our army must exhibit the resolve that this is their final resting place, stabilizing our forces and annihilating the foe. What is wrong with this? What of the gentleman is not a tool? Li Shimin nearly spat this phrase through gritted teeth. Father, the battlefield is ever-changing. How can a general be bound to a single weapon or strategy? A true commander should be as adaptable as a gentleman, unconstrained by rigid forms. A spear can be used, a broadsword can be used. Even at critical moments, a brick or a folding stool can serve as a weapon. This is the true essence of the gentleman, is not a tool. It teaches our soldiers to be flexible and responsive. Li Ku spoke until his mouth was dry, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that mere sophistry was insufficient. He needed to present undeniable evidence. Suddenly, he turned and fetched from a hidden spot on his bookshelf a slightly dog-eared copy of the Special Forces Training Manual, simplified. Naturally, he had localized the content using De Tang's language and terminology, incorporating a wealth of Luan Yu philosophy, titling it Scientific Luan Yu and New Strategies for Strengthening the Army. He raised the booklet high above his head. Father, I present this without empty words. This is a compilation of my humble insights, combining the sage's words with military principles, outlining new methods for reconnaissance, infiltration, team collaboration, and extreme physical training. Though still immature, I earnestly request your examination, for my intentions are as clear as the sun and moon, to strengthen our De Tang troops, enabling them to achieve victory more effortlessly on the battlefield, with fewer casualties. This moment could be described as the unveiling of a hidden dagger. Li Ku has transcended mere verbal antics, and has now presented something that appears to be substantial. He enveloped the system's rewards in the audacious guise of Luan Yu, and laid it before Li Shimin. As Li Shimin gazed upon the thick tome, with its neatly inscribed pages, the fury and murderous intent in his eyes were momentarily supplanted by a flicker of uncertainty. He remained silent, accepting the book titled Scientific Luan Yu and New Strategies for a Strong Army. The hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Li Shimin turning the pages. Initially, his brow furrowed, clearly disturbed by terms such as physical persuasion and death by decapitation. However, as he continued to read, his expression gradually became solemn. The volume's discourse on employing the natural environment for camouflage and reconnaissance, infiltrating and sabotaging enemy lines with small squads, utilizing rudimentary equipment for unconventional physical training, and various combat techniques designed to defeat adversaries with a single strike, while the language may have been haphazard, contained military philosophies that were remarkably advanced, indeed fierce and efficient. It was starkly different from any military treatise he was familiar with. Yet it subtly resonated with the quintessence of military strategy, placing greater emphasis on practical combat and small-scale elite operations. Did this truly originate from Kuer himself? Or was he merely a front? He, confined within the imperial palace, had no access to outsiders. Li Shimin closed the tome, remaining silent for an extended period. He cast a complex gaze upon the kneeling Li Ku. This son was more elusive than he had anticipated. To claim he was being foolish would be to acknowledge that he had indeed produced something seemingly valuable. To assert his loyalty to the nation would be undermined by his erratic behavior, continually brushing against taboos. Do you comprehend that, based solely on the words within this tome, I could charge you with the grave offense of disrespect? Li Shimin spoke slowly, his tone no longer as frigid as before. I, your son, am aware of my transgressions. Li Ke quickly responded, I merely sought to devise ways to minimize the bloodshed of our soldiers. In any instances where my words were inappropriate, I shall accept any punishment from your majesty. But I beseech you, see my sincere desire to serve the nation. Li Shimin scrutinized him for a full minute, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Finally, he let out a heavy grunt and tucked the scientific Luanyu and new strategies for a strong army into his sleeve. Cunning words and twisted logic. What a fine array you have displayed. You have not reflected upon your confinement. Instead, you have escalated your antics. It seems I have been overly lenient with you. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Ke's heart. From this day forth, your Tang headlines is henceforth prohibited from publishing a single word without my express permission, Li Shimin decreed, pausing momentarily, his tone laden with an indescribable meaning. Stay here and reflect. Should I hear of any further transgressions? His gaze drifted toward Li Ke's waist, reminiscent of some folk tale concerning lessons for wayward children, and he coldly concluded, Do not blame me for allowing you to experience the ferocity of the seven wolves. With that, Li Shimin swept away, leaving behind an imposing silhouette. It was only after Li Shimin's figure vanished completely from the hall that Li Ke let out a long sigh, nearly collapsing to the ground, his back already drenched. 7 wolves, he murmured to himself, then couldn't help but chuckle, though the smile was tinged with bitterness. Damn, that nearly terrified me to death. At least the core technology has been delivered, and I've managed to keep my head. He realized he had once again danced on the edge of a blade. Nahodi escaping danger. Although the newspaper was temporarily halted, his life was preserved. More importantly, the tone that amalgamated Luanyu with modern special forces training philosophies had reached Li Shimin's hands. The seed had been sown. It remained to be seen when it would sprout. The warning of the 7 wolves now loomed over him like a sword, reminding him to proceed with caution until he possessed absolute power. Playing with fire could indeed lead to dire consequences. The Chengyan Hall returned to its superficial tranquility. Yet Li Ke understood that the storm surrounding him and his antics was far from over. He required greater strength and needed to escape this confinement more swiftly. Chapter 7. The Birth of Happy Water. In a shift to underground operations, Li Shimin's warning of the 7 wolves doused any burgeoning hubris within Li Ke, akin to a bucket of icy water on a frigid winter's day. Inside and outside Chengyan Hall, the presence of sharp-eyed eunuchs and guards had noticeably increased, their gazes sharp and penetrating. Even when Yingxue stepped out to collect rations, she could sense the intangible scrutiny following her. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. The clamor from the previous mahjong craze and newspaper uproar had abruptly quieted, transforming Chengyan Hall into a genuine place of reflection. Li Ke was acutely aware that his father had drawn a clear line. Petty antics might be overlooked, but attempting to manipulate public opinion and encroaching upon military authority was tantamount to courting death. Indeed, the advantages of an emperor throughout the ages are not easily seized. Sitting by the window, observing the patrolling guards, Li Ke pondered that both the battleground of public opinion and military theory were off-limits for the time being. He needed to shift to a more innocuous avenue, one that could even delight his father while still earning system rewards. His gaze swept across the hall, landing on several jars of bland palace-brewed liquor, rapidly depleting due to his confinement. Alcohol? A thought flickered through his mind. The Tang dynasty did not prohibit alcohol. In fact, the culture surrounding it was rather exuberant. If he could concoct a unique beverage with exquisite flavor that could yield substantial profits. System, he silently mused. Do you possess any knowledge pertaining to brewing or creating distinctive drinks? Ding. Detecting host demand. Knowledge-based retrieval has located modules on low-alcohol fruit wine brewing techniques. Optimized version. Foundational principles of carbonated beverages, primitive method, and flavor syrup blending techniques. Would you like to expend 1 instance of the ordinary activity reward for exchange? Exchange, Li Ke declared without hesitation. Compared to the high-risk ventures of the past, creating a drink seemed less likely to provoke the ire of the 7 wolves. An abundance of knowledge flooded his mind regarding fermentation, flavoring, and utilizing natural materials, such as certain minerals for simulating carbonation. Although the conditions were rudimentary, with the resource base of the Tang dynasty combined with the system's optimized strategies, experimentation was entirely feasible. The objective was clear: to create a low-alcohol, sweet, and uniquely refreshing beverage that could satisfy the palate, serve as a potential financial resource, and perhaps be presented to his father as a means of flattering him and easing tensions. Without delay, Li Ke shifted his operations underground. He initially claimed boredom from confinement as a reason to request a substantial quantity of seasonal fruits, primarily grapes, peaches, and apricots, honey, syrup, and some seemingly inconspicuous herbs and minerals, such as limestone for producing slight effervescence, from Yingxue, who was responsible for palace procurement. These requests were entirely reasonable and did not raise undue suspicion. With the raw materials in hand, the small kitchen of Chengyan Hall swiftly transformed into Li Ke's clandestine laboratory. He directed the unwaveringly loyal Yingxue and 2 young eunuchs to commence repeated experiments, abandoning the path of high-proof liquor due to the overt nature of distillation equipment. He focused on the fermentation of low-alcohol fruit wine and flavor blending. The system's knowledge allowed him to sidestep numerous pitfalls, yet practical execution still presented myriad challenges. The first fermentation resulted in a batch of sour vinegar due to poor temperature control. The second attempt yielded an unpalatable concoction due to an imbalance in fruit ratios. The third effort, which involved adding honey and spices, nearly resulted in an explosion due to excessive fermentation. Various peculiar aromas wafting from Chengyan Hall often caught the attention of the guards outside, causing them to twitch their noses. However, given that the Prince of Wu was merely researching dietary matters, they assumed he was simply meddling once more and did not investigate further. Ding, the host, under strict surveillance, persisted in scientific research activities, demonstrating remarkable resilience in self-destruction through repeated failures. A continuous activity has been completed. Activity critical hit coefficient 110. Reward granted. Enhanced taste sensitivity. Achieved the status of culinary adept, lasting 5 days. The diligent efforts of a determined individual bore fruit after numerous failures. Combining a keen sense of taste awarded by the system with the finesse of a skilled chef, Li Ke finally succeeded. As the meticulously crafted, amber-hued liquid, infused with a refreshing effervescence through a second fermentation and a clever application of mineral reactions, was filtered, an enticing aroma of fruitiness, honey, and a unique freshness wafted through the air. Li Ke carefully poured a glass and took a tentative sip. The initial sweetness, accompanied by a complex bouquet of grape and peach, was followed by a delicate yet perfectly balanced hint of effervescence, culminating in the rich and lingering aftertaste of a low-alcohol brew. The multifaceted flavor profile was refreshingly delightful, setting it apart from all beverages of the era. It was a triumph. This concoction was to be named Zhenguan Kuai Le Shui. Yingxue and the young eunuchs also sampled the drink, and their astonishment was palpable. They had never encountered such a wondrous elixir. With the successful creation of Kuai Le Shui, the next step was to promote it. Public sales were not yet feasible, but a special supply route could be established. Li Ke first discreetly sent several bottles to Empress Changsun at Li Zhengdian, merely stating that it was a new sweet and sour drink crafted by her son, meant to stimulate the appetite. As anticipated, the Empress, who already held a fondness for Li Ke due to their shared interest in mahjong, greatly enjoyed the refreshing Kuai Le Shui, even claiming it uplifted her spirits. The ladies in waiting surrounding her clamored for a taste. Subsequently, Li Ke employed the same tactic, instructing a trusted eunuch to accidentally deliver a few bottles of Kuai Le Shui to Cheng Yaojin's quarters in the palace. The gourmand, Cheng, upon tasting it, was left wide-eyed, exclaiming, "By my mother, what a fine brew is this! It surpasses even that San Lujiang." He quickly learned that it was concocted by Li Ke, and that very day, he stealthily approached the back door of Cheng Indian with his purse in hand. "Your Highness, my old Highness." Cheng Yaojin rubbed his hands together, a most peculiar expression on his fierce countenance. "Is there any more of that Kuai Le Shui? For me a few jars." "No, whatever you have, I'll take it. The price is negotiable." This was precisely the reaction Li Ke desired. He feigned reluctance. "Cheng Bo Bo, this beverage is exceedingly challenging to produce. The ingredients are precious. The process intricate, and the yield is quite limited. I do not have much stock left." I understand. Cheng Yaojin immediately produced a sizable silver ingot. Slapping it on the table, "This is a deposit. Your Highness, please take care. I will ensure to secure a portion of this Kuai Le Shui." with Cheng Yaojin as his prominent promoter and protector, along with the unspoken endorsement from Empress Chang's son. The reputation of Zhengguan Kuai Lushui began to subtly circulate among the elite circles of nobility. Rarity confers value in this unprecedented beverage, renowned for its unique taste and reputedly invigorating qualities, swiftly became a coveted item among the powerful. Li Ku meticulously controlled the production, maintaining scarcity and ensuring each batch of Kuai Lushui yielded substantial wealth and precious resources. His treasury swelled at an unprecedented pace, even more splendidly. All of this transpired under the guise of researching dietary options. Observers noted only the occasional consumption of fruits and honey from Chang'an, oblivious to the burgeoning underground economic network that had formed behind the scenes. Ding! The host has successfully developed and secretly promoted a groundbreaking beverage, establishing hidden revenue streams and achieving preliminary economic independence under pressure, completing a high-quality, covert operation. Operation Impact Factor, 200. Reward granted. Basic knowledge of economics. Acquired skill, business negotiation beginner. Feeling the influx of knowledge and the weight of silver in his hands, Li Ku stood in the courtyard of Chang'an, gazing at the sky beyond the high walls, revealing a sly smile reminiscent of a fox. The warnings from the wolves had sealed off his overt operations, yet they could not extinguish his determination to amass wealth or the system's extraordinary capabilities. Though he had temporarily relinquished the battleground of public opinion and military strategy. What of it? The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Once I accumulate enough wealth and nurture my allies. Father, do you think confining me here ensures your success? Little do you know, beneath your very nose, I am quietly gathering the capital for the Xiangji project and the startup funds for the Xuanwu Gate. He raised a glass of freshly brewed Zhengguan Kuai Lushui, toasting in the direction of the two instruments hall. The Kuai Lushui was merely the beginning. The economic lifeblood of the Tang dynasty would inevitably bear the Li surname. Through wind and rain, I await you at the Xuanwu Gate. But until then, let this delightful flavor conquer all palates. Within Chang'an, the aroma wafting forth was no longer a strange burnt scent, but rather a sweet and enticing fragrance. Beneath this alluring scent lay Li Ku's increasingly clear aspirations for revolution, a path toward national strength. The Kuai Lushui not only brought forth a torrent of riches, but also an intangible power. By controlling the supply of this unique beverage, Li Ku quietly wove a network of connections among the highest echelons of power in Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin became his golden distributor and protector. Each time he came to collect, he would bring tidings of courtly affairs, often drunken ramblings, yet they kept Li Ku informed of the external climate. Even the typically reserved house of Feng, due to Lady Feng's fondness for the drink, found themselves discreetly inquiring if Prince Wu had any spare time to brew more of that delightful Kuai Lushui. This seemingly innocuous request represented an implicit understanding and even a tacit alliance. Li Ku understood the wisdom of gradual accumulation. He strictly controlled the production, ensuring the continued scarcity of Kuai Lushui, naturally driving the price upwards. His treasury, initially bolstered by Cheng Yaojin's silver ingot, quickly filled with gold ingots, jewels, and even land deed from estates outside the city, offered by certain nobles eager for priority access or long-term supply contracts. Ding! The host's underground commercial network for Zhengguan Kuai Lushui has begun to take shape, successfully transforming some nobles into a community of shared interests, forming an implicit influence. Operation Impact Factor, 150. Reward granted. Intermediate knowledge of business management. Acquired passive skill, keen commercial instincts. With a wealth of new business strategies and risk management knowledge flooding his mind, Li Ku navigated this underground financial route with increasing ease. He began establishing more clandestine channels for procuring raw materials and even covertly secured a nondescript grocery store in the western market of Chang'an through Cheng Yaojin, serving as a potential secret liaison and sales outlet. However, tranquility is often disrupted by the winds of change. One day, Ying Shui hurriedly returned, her expression troubled, whispering, "Your Highness, I have discovered that individuals from the Wei Wang residence seem to be inquiring about our sources for honey and fruits." Li Ke's gaze sharpened. That rotund Li Tai indeed possessed a keen sense of smell. The winds of Kuai Lushui had reached his ears, Was he seeking to sever my financial lifeline or to pry into my secret formula? No matter, Li mused, allowing a cold smile to escape. Let him investigate. Starting tomorrow, we shall have our purchasing volume, diversify the types, and mix in some inconsequential herbs. Furthermore, supplies to Chengbo and the Empress shall remain unchanged, while tightening distribution to others for the time being. He had to be more cautious. The Kuai Lushui business was his lifeline and must not be exposed to the light of day, at least not until he had the means to safeguard himself. Li mused as he caressed the warm jade cup in his hand, the amber Kuai Lushui swirling within. You wish to play the game of commercial espionage? Very well. I shall put my newfound commercial instincts to the test against you. He could almost envision a silent battle brewing over the Kuai Lushui during this seemingly calm period of confinement, a business war without smoke that had quietly begun. This was indeed his first step towards stepping beyond the palace confines and truly grasping the power and wealth dynamics of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 8. The Poker Storm. Father of Dodi Zhu, the underground financial streams generated by Zhengguan, Kuai Lushui flowed steadily, replenishing Li Ku's once dry purse, while also nurturing his restless entrepreneurial spirit. Yet, Li Tai's scrutiny loomed like a sword overhead, reminding him to exercise greater caution and perhaps introduce new distractions to divert attention. The simplistic exploration of dietary diversions has grown rather insipid after the extensive consumption of honeyed fruits. Li urgently requires a novel endeavor, one that appears innocuous and could further solidify his reputation for whimsical indulgence. On this particular day, while skillfully carving trinkets from premium wood scraps rewarded by the system, his gaze fell upon the remnants of sturdy paper left from a previous mahjong project, sparking an idea. Mahjong necessitates a table, creates considerable noise, and requires a fixed number of participants. Is there a more portable, flexible alternative that could equally captivate people without crossing the political boundaries akin to the Tang Tu Qiao? Indeed, playing cards, this simple creation, with its varied rules, can accommodate anything from solitary challenges to multiplayer competitions, fitting for both common gamblers and noble salons. It is an essential item for home leisure, travel, and discreet financial gain. Without hesitation, he set to work. He procured resilient cardstock, cutting it into uniformly sized squares, and, utilizing his deft craftsmanship and exquisite carving skills, personally illustrated the card faces. Rather than adopting the modern suits of spades and hearts, he transformed them into the Great Tang's cultural icons, the four sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, reflecting both the aesthetic of the Tang dynasty and aligning with his ultimate ambitions regarding the Xuanwu Gate. The numerical values retained the traditional 1 to 10, along with special cards, Jiang, Shui, Wang, corresponding to J, Q, and Tian, the jokers. The card backs featured an intricate watermark of the Wu Wang Fu emblem to deter counterfeiting. The creation process proved considerably simpler than that of mahjong, and soon, several exquisite Great Tang-style decks emerged. With the cards ready, he pondered the gameplay. Li decided to initially introduce a straightforward yet highly competitive and entertaining game, Dodi Zhu. He meticulously drafted the rules, emphasizing the joy of farmers collaborating against the landlord, as well as the exhilarating twists of spring and anti-spring. With tools and gameplay prepared, the next step was to find a chief experience officer and ambassador for promotion. Without a doubt, that choice was the esteemed General Cheng Yaojin. Li instructed a trusted young eunuch to discreetly present a deck of cards and the rules to Cheng Yaojin under the pretense of delivering refreshments. The effect was immediate. The following afternoon, Cheng Yaojin appeared at the back door of the Qingyan Hall, sporting dark circles under his eyes, resembling a shark drawn by the scent of blood. Your Highness, my good prince, Cheng Yaojin's voice boomed with excitement, tightly clutching the deck of cards, his eyes ablaze. This Dodi Zhu, it's extraordinary. I, old Cheng, along with Ji Jia, his son Cheng Chumo, and the old steward at the manor, played all night. It's exhilarating, even more addictive than mahjong. Observing Cheng Yaojin's fervent demeanor, Li stifled a laugh, feigning surprise. I'm glad you enjoy it, Uncle Cheng. It is merely a trivial pastime. Trivial? Cheng Yaojin retorted, his enthusiasm overflowing. This is no mere trinket. It's portable. Just find a corner and you can start a game. Convenient. Thrilling. Especially when competing for the landlord. Oh, the intrigue. It rivals leading troops in battle. He leaned closer and whispered, "Your Highness, how many more of these cards do you have? I want them all. And those fast-paced games like Zhajin Hua, please teach me." This was precisely the reaction Li Ku sought. He pretended to deliberate Uncle Cheng. While this item is easier to produce than Mahjong, its craftsmanship is still crucial, and the supply is limited. If it were to circulate and be used for gambling. "What are you worried about?" Cheng Yaojin interjected confidently. Old Cheng, know my limits. We will play within our small circle. Anyone daring to use this for deceit, I shall be the first to deal with them. Your Highness, rest assured, money is not an issue." Thus, following the joyful drinks, playing cards became the second significant bond and financial channel between Li Ku and Cheng Yaojin. With Cheng Yaojin's immense influence among the military elite, Do Ditsu quickly gained popularity. Veterans like Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, along with their mid-level officers, soon found themselves enamored with this novel and thrilling card game. In barracks and military residences, one could often witness groups of warriors fervently competing over a bomb or a king, with shouts like, "Damn it, are you not competing for the landlord? Are you even a man? Watch me, Old Cheng, bring you spring." This trend quietly returned to the palace as well. Some guards and eunuchs began to play with rudimentary imitation cards in secret. Naturally, this also reached the ears of Li Shimin. This time, however, Li Shimin's reaction was somewhat nuanced. He summoned Li Ku once more, this time in the side hall of the Two Instruments Palace, where the atmosphere was far less tense than before. Li Shimin idly toyed with a more exquisitely crafted deck of cards presented by Li Ku. Flipping through the suits of Qing Long and Xuanwu, his tone inscrutable. "Kuh, you truly cannot remain idle. During your confinement, you create beverages, and now you craft games. What is the purpose of these playing cards?" With previous encounters in mind, Li Ku responded with composure, bowing slightly. In response to the emperor, "I have observed the guards laboring diligently, with little means of relaxation. Thus, I devised this item, simple in rules and easy to carry, which may alleviate some fatigue. The game of Do Di Zhu requires two players to collaborate against one, fostering a spirit of teamwork." He refrained from mentioning gambling, emphasizing only its entertainment value and potential for cooperative spirit. Li Shimin remained non-committal, setting the cards down and fixing Li Ku with a sharp gaze. "I have heard this item is quite popular among Xiangji Jie and others. I am unaware." Li Ku feigned innocence. "I merely crafted a few and gifted them to Uncle Cheng for his enjoyment. Beyond that, I am confined within the palace and know nothing." Li Shimin scrutinized him for a lengthy moment, seemingly searching for a flaw in his demeanor, yet ultimately waved his hand. "Very well, if it is merely a pastime, I shall not interfere. However, you must remember, excessive indulgence in trivialities can lead to neglect of your true duties. I shall heed my father's teachings." Li Ku felt a weight lift from his chest. It seemed that as long as he did not involve himself in military or political affairs, and did not incite public outrage, Li Shimin was fairly tolerant of his whimsical endeavors. However, just as Li Ku believed the commotion surrounding the playing cards would settle, an unforeseen side effect emerged. One day, an exuberant Cheng Yaojin arrived, not only bearing new orders but also delivering news. "Your Highness, are you aware that the brothers in the military have given this Do Di Zhu a nickname?" "What nickname?" Li Ku inquired, intrigued. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, lowering his voice. "They privately refer to you as the father of Do Di Zhu." Li Ku exclaimed, "What? This nickname sounds alarmingly reminiscent of a peasant uprising leader. Is such a title permissible?" Ding! The Do Di Zhu card game invented by the host has quietly spread among the military ranks due to its unique competitive format and name, earning you a highly controversial and dangerous nickname among the populace. Creative impact coefficient, 280. Reward issued. Minor increase in prestige within specific circles. Acquired a sensitive warning status title, easily misinterpreted or exploited by malicious individuals. Li Ku gazed at the system notification, torn between laughter and tears. While his prestige had indeed risen, the title of father of Do Di Zhu, should it reach the ears of any censor or his overly ambitious brotherly tie, could lead to accusations of courting military favor and plotting treachery, an immense problem. "Uncle Cheng." Li Ku urgently grasped Cheng Yaojin, his expression grave. "This nickname must not be uttered again. If it gets out, we shall both face dire consequences. It is imperative to ensure that all generals keep their subordinates in check." Cheng Yaojin, recognizing the severity of the situation, wiped the smile from his face and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, "Your Highness, old Cheng understands. I will handle those loose-lipped warriors upon my return." After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Li Ku sighed deeply. The balance of his playful antics was becoming increasingly precarious. A careless misstep could lead him from whimsical pursuits into the abyss of deceptive manipulation. "Father of Dodiju," he murmured to himself, then chuckled and shook his head. Such is the nature of fortune and misfortune, intertwined and ever-present. Though this endeavor is fraught with peril, it undoubtedly demonstrates that my influence has begun to resonate with a segment of the populace. He gazed out of the window, his eyes seemingly penetrating the palace walls, resting upon the multitude of the Tang guards. On a future day at Xiangji Temple, should I find myself side by side with a group of warriors shouting to defend the father of Dodiju, that imagery seems rather appealing, does it not? This thought sent a shiver down his spine, yet deep within, an inexplicable flame quietly ignited. The path of creation is arduous and lengthy. Yet Li Ku appears to be treading further down this irreversible road. "Your Highness," the worried voice of Xue interrupted his reverie. The inquiries regarding the procurement of honey from Wei Wangfu seem to have intensified. "Should we pause the production of happy water?" "Not at all," Li Ku replied, retracting his gaze and restoring his calm demeanor. "Let them investigate, while we continue our work, discreetly, I might add. Beginning tomorrow, you shall personally oversee the final blending process in the inner chamber of the palace. We will also establish an additional procurement channel through the grocery store in the Western Market." He paused, a calculated smile gracing his lips. "Moreover, let us find an opportunity to inadvertently allow some of our less successful flavors of happy water to reach the Wei Wangfu." "What does your Highness mean?" "Let them imitate." Li Ku chuckled softly. The more accurate the imitation, the better. Once they invest significant resources to replicate it, we shall introduce a new flavor of supreme, happy water with enhanced carbonation. By then, let us see to whom they can sell their counterfeit goods. Xue's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she promptly took her leave. Li Ku then resumed his work with a carving knife and thick paper. The recent turmoil surrounding playing cards had made him acutely aware of the dual nature of cultural products, their capacity for influence and the risks they entail. Perhaps it is time to prepare something safer, yet capable of subtly swaying hearts and minds. He spread out the paper and began to conceive a new tale. A legendary narrative of a prince from a fallen dynasty who, after enduring countless trials, ultimately won the allegiance of the realm through wisdom and benevolence. He had even settled on a title, Sui Tang Ingxiong Zhuan, Yang Guang Mi Shi. Within the Qingyan Hall, the lights once again burned brightly. The spark of creation had never truly been extinguished by the tempests of the outside world. Rather, under the pressure, it blazed more secretly and fiercely. Chapter 9. The Xiangji Temple Showdown. The real-life version commences, while Li Ku's plans for the inferior happy water fishing scheme were still in the works. The offensive from Wei Wang Li Tai had escalated abruptly. This rotund prince, having endured slander from the newspapers and the failure of his attempts to uncover secrets about happy water, could no longer contain himself and resolved to strike at what he perceived to be Li Ku's weakest link by violating the house arrest order. On that morning, as dawn broke, a series of urgent and boisterous knocks echoed outside Qingyan Hall, far from the gentle tapping of palace servants. It resembled the fists of rough soldiers battering down the door. Xue, heart pounding, opened the door to find a young military officer clad in bright armor. A sword at his waist, his demeanor haughty, flanked by a cohort of fierce imperial guards. This was none other than Cui Qi, the cousin of Wei Wang's consort and a typical scion of privilege, entirely subservient to Li Tai. "I am Cui Qi, serving under the command of Wei Wang, here to search for runaway slaves. Someone has seen them enter Qingyan Hall. I implore Wu Wang to grant us passage." Cui Qi's voice boomed, deliberately ensuring that all patrolling guards could hear him clearly. Search for runaway slaves? This pretext was laughably poor. Who did not know that Wu Wang was under strict house arrest, with even a fly unable to enter, let alone a living person? This was clearly Li Tai's directive to invade Qingyan Hall under the guise of a search, aiming to humiliate Li Ku and uncover any illicit activities within. Xue and the young eunuchs turned pale with fear, attempting to obstruct him. "General, this is the sleeping quarters of Wu Wang, without His Majesty's decree. How can you enter?" "Humph. The command of Wei Wang is as good as a decree," Cui Qi retorted, shoving Yingxue aside and preparing to storm in. Impudence. Just then, a cool voice rang out from within the hall. Li Ku, dressed in the attire of a prince, stepped forward, his expression calm, though his gaze was sharp as a blade, fixating on Shui Qi. Despite his youth, he had weathered numerous storms and possessed system enhancements. At this moment, his stern demeanor exuded an aura of authority that momentarily halted the soldiers poised to enter. Huichi, what audacity allows a mere middle-ranking officer like you to lead troops against a princess quarters? Li Ku's voice was not loud, yet each word pierced directly to the heart. The command of Wei Wang? When has it ever outweighed the laws of the Tang or the house arrest decree of my father? Dare you set foot in this hall today, and I shall charge you with treason and execute you on the spot. Shui Qi was visibly shaken by Li Ku's imposing presence, particularly at the mention of treason, which sent chills down his spine. His courage stemmed from Li Tai's power and Li Ku's current unpopularity. Yet if Li Ku truly disregarded the consequences, this officer, who had ascended through connections, would not dare to resort to violence against the prince. There is no need for such alarmist rhetoric, Your Highness. Huichi stammered, attempting to regain composure. I am merely following orders to search for runaway slaves. Runaway slaves? Li Ku interrupted him, a mocking smile forming on his lips. Very well. If you wish to search, bring forth the imperial edict from my father. Or go fetch Wei Wang himself, and see if he dares to bring soldiers to invade my Chengyan Hall. He stepped closer, eyes locked onto Shui Qi's. If you cannot produce it, then begone. Should you disturb my contemplation again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Shui Qi's face shifted between shades of green and white, frozen in place. To enter, he dare not. To retreat would mean losing face, rendering him unable to report back to Li Tai. At that moment, the distinctive booming voice of Cheng Yaojin thundered like a timely rain. Who dares to act recklessly in front of Wu Wang? Cheng Yaojin appeared, donned in full armor and accompanied by a squad of even fiercer personal guards. Clearly, he had received word and rushed to bolster the situation. With Cheng Yaojin's arrival, the dynamics shifted dramatically. He glared, pointing directly at Shui Qi's nose, berating him. You brat from the Chui family. Have you lost your mind? How dare you lead troops against a prince? Do you believe I 1T beat you to a pulp and charge you with violating military law? Huichi, upon seeing Cheng Yaojin, felt his legs weaken. Cheng Yaojin was a true warrior forged in the fires of battle, his rank, military achievements, and standing in Li Shimin's eyes were not something he could ever aspire to match. Moreover, Cheng Yaojin was notoriously reckless. He would not hesitate to take action. I am but a servant of orders. Shui Qi stammered, devoid of any authority. Orders, my foot. Cheng Yaojin spat, nearly hurling his spit at Shui Qi's face. Get out of my sight. If I see you lurking around here again, I'll make it my business to deal with you. Shui Qi fled, tail between his legs, moving 10 times faster than when he had arrived. While the immediate crisis had been averted, Li Ku's mood grew increasingly somber. Li Tai had now dared to send soldiers to provoke a confrontation, signaling that the conflict between them had reached the surface. Today, Cheng Yaojin had come to his aid. But what of tomorrow? Your Highness, are you unharmed? Cheng Yaojin asked with concern, then cursed. That little rascal Li Tai is becoming increasingly outrageous. Sooner or later, Cheng Bo. I appreciate your help today, Li Ku interjected, his gaze deepening. But mere intimidation will not resolve the root of the issue. What do you mean, Your Highness? Li Ku did not answer directly, but posed a question in return. Cheng Bo, if a conflict had truly erupted just now, who would prevail? The Imperial Guards led by Shui Qi or your personal troops? Cheng Yaojin scoffed dismissively. Those pampered nobility soldiers? I could single-handedly take on 10 of them. Precisely. Li Ku replied slowly. Relying on others is unreliable. Ultimately, one must depend on oneself. The house arrest order from my father confines my people, yet it cannot restrain other matters. He lowered his voice. Cheng Bo, I require a location, one that is sufficiently concealed and individuals who are utterly trustworthy. For no other reason than to ensure that the next time someone dares to come and search for escaped slaves, I will not trouble you, my esteemed elder. I can handle them myself, at Xiangji Temple. Cheng Yaojin was initially taken aback, but soon grasped Li Ku's intention, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He licked his lips and revealed a fierce yet exhilarated smile. Your Highness, are you planning to train troops? Not merely training, Li Ku corrected him. a standard mischievous smile gracing his face. We are conducting a military exercise, a practical application of scientific strategy. As for the location, I believe the old site of Xiangji Temple and its surrounding forest would be quite suitable, being sufficiently remote. For personnel, I propose we recruit some veterans under your command. Those who have retired due to injuries but still possess strength, come from respectable backgrounds, and can keep their mouths shut. Cheng Yaojin regarded Li Ku as if he were seeing this young prince for the first time. He had previously thought of Li Ku as a clever but insignificant prince who dabbled in novelty. Now, however, he perceived a resolve and ambition in Li Ku's eyes that were incongruous with his youth. Excellent. A splendid idea for Xiangji Temple. A fine military exercise. Cheng Yaojin slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll take care of this. The personnel and location will be arranged seamlessly, guaranteed to be undetected." Notification. The host successfully defused an armed provocation and subsequently proposed a secret plan for forming a private military, transitioning the concept of Xiangji Temple into practice, thus completing a pivotal strategic maneuver. Maneuver critical hit coefficient, 400. Reward issued. Basic military strategy covering formations, terrain, and troop training. Obtained special status of shadow protection. Initial secret operations have a reduced probability of being discovered. A wealth of military knowledge flooded Li Ku's mind, providing him with a clearer plan on site selection, troop training, and concealment. The status of shadow protection was a timely boon. After bidding farewell to the exuberant Cheng Yaojin, Li Ku returned to the hall, unfurling a map of Chang'an City, his gaze settling on the area surrounding Xiangji Temple. "Li Tai, thank you," he murmured softly, his eyes icy. "Thank you for pushing me to take this crucial step. You wish to search, do you? Once my men are trained, you need not search. I will personally invite you to Xiangji Temple. At that time, we shall engage in a genuine contest of blades and swords to see who is the one that truly requires retrieval as the old prince." A chilling aura quietly spread throughout the Chang'an Hall. The scope of maneuvering had finally extended from culture and economy to the most fundamental and perilous military domain. In this moment, Li Ku's Xuanwu Gate delivery plan had truly ignited its first and most crucial engine. Cheng Yaojin's efficiency was astonishing. Leveraging his deep connections within the military and his understanding of Li Shimin's temperament, he refrained from drawing personnel from active duty, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, he targeted those veterans who had retired due to injuries, were struggling in life, yet possessed exceptional skills and maintained gratitude towards the court. A few days later, deep within the rarely trodden forest behind Xiangji Temple, a simple yet orderly camp quietly emerged. The first batch of veterans recruited by Cheng Yaojin consisted of 12 seasoned warriors. Some were missing an ear, others walked with a slight limp, and some bore the scars of battle on their faces. Yet their eyes were sharp as hawks, exuding the fierce aura of those who had survived numerous battles. When Li Ku, under Cheng Yaojin as protection, first secretly arrived at the camp he had named Xiangji Temple's Martial Hall, he was met by this group of silent yet formidable instructors. "Your Highness, they are here for you," Cheng Yaojin whispered, all skilled hands and tight-lipped. "This is old Zhang, who once fought alongside His Majesty against Lu Wuzhou, and single-handedly toppled 3 captains with his lance. This is old Wang, a veteran of the Xuanjiao army, a master of reconnaissance. And this is old Zhao." Li Ku gazed at these veterans, feeling a mix of shock and excitement. He stepped forward, forgoing the airs of a prince, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Ku, in the future, I will rely on you, esteemed uncles." The veterans were evidently taken aback by such deference from the Prince of Wu, and were moved, returning the gesture with clasped fists. Their voices hoarse, yet resolute. "We are willing to serve the prince unto death." Li Ku straightened, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries and diving directly into the matter at hand. He combined the principles imparted by the system as basic military strategy and the guiding philosophy of scientific strategy to articulate his training ideology. "Esteemed uncles, here, we shall not practice formations or archery." My first words left the veterans in shock. What I intend to train is the ability to understand the enemy before they can react and to strike decisively. It is to make the best of what we have. It is how to utilize mountains, ruins, and even every blade of grass to construct traps, ensuring that the enemy has no return. It is about the gentleman not being a tool, I require that you not only master the lance, but also learn to wield ropes, daggers, poisons to be used with caution, and anything around you that can be employed for silent kills. We are few in number, thus we must be precise. Like a poisoned dagger hidden in our sleeves, we will remain undetected until we strike and draw blood. Likes Verds, a blend of wise sayings, remixed, and brutally pragmatic tactical demands, left the veterans initially perplexed, but their eyes began to gleam with understanding. They had never encountered such radical yet profound discussions that pierced to the essence of warfare. Notification: the host successfully delivered a military training program that integrated the spirit of scientific strategy at the secret base, initially winning over the battle-hardened veterans, thus completing a high-quality military theory maneuver. Maneuver critical hit coefficient, 350. Reward issued, basic combat skills, military practical version. Obtained status of enhanced training effects, initial. In the following days, Li Ke would find ways to sneak out of Chang'an Hall every few days to visit the Xiangji Temple camp. He was no longer the lofty prince, but lived alongside the veterans, sharing meals and lodging, under Cheng Yaojin's strict protection, and personally participating in training. The system's reward of basic combat skills provided him with the means to defend himself and demonstrate, while the status of enhanced training effects significantly accelerated the veteran's skill integration and learning of new tactics. Within the camp, there were no thunderous battle cries, only silent ambushes, swift movements, precise throws, and the arrangement and dismantling of various sinister traps. Li Ke meticulously deconstructed and imparted the contents of the Special Forces Training Manual in a manner befitting the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, within Chang'an Hall, the production of Li Ke's happy water and the promotion of poker culture had not ceased. In fact, it flourished, perfectly serving as a smokescreen. Li Tai's attention was indeed ensnared by these overt distractions, leaving him utterly oblivious to the covert activities in the forest behind Xiangji Temple. A month later, as Li Ke observed a veteran using simple ropes and branches to silently scale a steep cliff like a monkey, and another veteran camouflaging himself amidst the fallen leaves until he blended seamlessly into the surroundings. As he watched their team work together to conduct efficient clearing drills within the dense woodlands, he realized that the first dagger had begun to take shape. Standing on the hillside, gazing at the faint outline of Chang'an City below, a mix of ambition and urgency surged within him. The Xiangji Temple Martial Hall was merely the first teaching point. Li Tai, your search has accelerated my progress. Just wait, for when the Xiangji Temple's training no longer remains a mere slogan, but rather a daily practice mastered by my men. It shall be I who redefines the rules of succession in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 10. Farewell to the capital. How dare you insult my son? The initial success of Xiangji Temple Martial Hall was akin to a potent tonic for Li Ke. What he now commanded was not merely ephemeral influence and transient wealth, but a tangible, obedient core of violence. Yet, this force remained feeble, akin to a sapling in need of time and nourishment, and above all, absolute safety and concealment. However, the winds of turmoil persisted. Wei Wang Li Tai, having faced humiliation in the search for escaped slaves and further embarrassed by Cheng Yaojin in public, felt an insatiable fire igniting within him. When overt methods failed, he resorted to covert ones. A few days later, during the morning assembly, a group of civil officials led by Xuanwu Gate suddenly presented a joint memorial, their words earnest yet laced with subtle intrigue. The essence of the memorial conveyed that Prince Wu, Li Ke, was growing older and possessed remarkable talents, particularly in his ability to invigorate. However, having been confined within the palace for an extended period, it was feared that this was not the proper way to nurture a prince. Although the northern border was stabilized, local governments still required members of the royal family to preside as a demonstration of imperial grace. Given Prince Wu's illustrious reputation, it was deemed appropriate to send him out for experience, to serve as a bulwark for the nation. This ploy was exceedingly cunning. Under the guise of recommendation, it was, in fact, a form of exile, aimed at ousting Li Ke from the power center of Chang'an, dispatching him to a remote prefecture, far from the emperor's heart. At that point, whether he soared or faltered would be entirely at their discretion. Upon hearing the news, the atmosphere in the Chang'an palace turned tense. If he were to be dispatched, the vastness of the sky would separate him from the emperor, and his fate would become uncertain. Initially taken aback, Li Ke soon regained his composure. The emperor's machinations became clear to him in an instant. This was not merely a conspiracy by Li Tai and Xuanwu Gate. It likely resonated with Li Shimin's own intentions. His recent flurry of activities, from newspaper publications to military drills, though ostensibly under the pretense of revitalization, could not have escaped Li Shimin's keen observation. By sending him away, the emperor could quell court dissent while removing this restless piece from the board, allowing for close observation of his movements, truly a twofold strategy. You wish to expel me from Chang'an? Li Ku's gaze turned icy. Very well. I have long grown weary of this cage. A dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimps, and a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Once I leave Chang'an, I shall be like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger retreating to the deep mountains. Indeed, after careful consideration, Li Shimin soon issued an edict. Prince Wu, Li Ku, would be appointed as the governor of Anzhou and was to depart immediately. He was not to return to the capital without an imperial decree. With the issuance of this decree, joy and sorrow filled the air. Li Tai reveled in his triumph at home, while Xuanwu Gate remained expressionless. Cheng Yaojin, in contrast, was agitated and leapt about in frustration, yet found himself powerless. The day of departure arrived in the blink of an eye. There was no grand farewell ceremony. Only a few carriages and a small team of guards dispatched by Cheng Yaojin within the Chengyan Palace. Li Ku calmly directed Xue and his trusted eunuchs to prepare their belongings. He meticulously packed the movable type, printing tools, the core recipe for his invigorating drink, poker molds, and his notes on military training ready to take with him. The old soldiers from Xiangji Temple had already been arranged by Cheng Yaojin to break into smaller groups and stealthily advance towards Anzhou. Just as the convoy was about to set off, an unexpected figure appeared, Wei Wang Li Tai. Accompanied by a large retinue, he rode a tall steed, directly blocking the palace path outside Chengyan Palace, his round face adorned with unabashed mockery and triumph. Third brother, as we part today, who knows when we shall meet again? Li Tai, seated high on his horse, looked down condescendingly, his voice laced with feigned regret. Anzhou is remote, far from the splendor of Chang'an. You must take care of yourself on this journey. Should you find yourself lacking or wrong there, feel free to send word back. Your fourth brother might be inclined to lend a hand. Ha. This speech was rife with humiliation. The surrounding palace attendants and guards bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak. Xue trembled with rage. Even the captain of the guards gripped his sword hilt tightly. Yet Li Ku merely smiled. He slowly descended the steps, approaching Li Tai's horse, looking up at him with not a trace of anger, but rather an expression bordering on pity. I appreciate your concern, fourth brother. Li Ku spoke lightly. Though Anzhou is remote, it offers vast skies and open spaces, perfect for me to stretch my limbs. You, on the other hand, remaining in the splendor of Chang'an, must exercise caution. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Tai's corpulent form and haughty demeanor, his voice suddenly turning icy, tinged with a hint of menace. After all, rice is dear in Chang'an, and living large is no easy feat, fourth brother. Being as portly as you are, must tread carefully. One misstep could lead to overindulgence and harm your stomach. Furthermore, be wary when traversing the night roads, for you may encounter unsavory characters. Should you inadvertently fall from your horse or be jostled by some heedless runaway, injuring yourself or even losing your life, it would truly bring sorrow to your loved ones and delight to your foes. Li Ku's words struck like a cold dagger, piercing through the heart. He issued no direct threats, yet the implication was unmistakable to all present, especially in light of the earlier incident involving Cui Qi searching for runaway slaves. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Li Tai's smile froze, his face reddening with rage as he pointed at Li Ku. You, how dare you? Fourth brother, why such harsh words? Li Ku feigned astonishment. I am merely expressing concern for you, just as you do for me. Is it not the virtue espoused by sages that brothers should be friendly and respectful? He stepped closer, nearly touching Li Tai's horse, lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear. Li Tai, heed my words. Today, my departure from Chang'an is not a retreat, but a dragon returning to the sea. You in Chang'an should pray day and night for my safety and well-being, free from illness or disaster. For if I lose even a hair in Anzhou, or hear any ill tidings, Li Ku's eyes glinted with cold light. As if a gaze from the depths of the underworld, I shall hold you accountable, regardless of your involvement. When the time comes, I will personally return to Chang'an to settle the score with you. Are you not fond of searches? I shall take you to a more suitable place for that, a place known as Xuanwu Gate. The word Xuanwu Gate thundered like a clap of thunder, shattering Li Tai's composure. He envisioned the bloody specter reflected in Li Ke's eyes, shuddering with fear as he nearly toppled from his mount. You madman! You are insane! Li Tai's voice shrieked in terror as he hastily turned his horse, retreating in disarray, as though pursued by vengeful spirits. Voting retret, softly. Brushing off imaginary dust from his hands, he turned and mounted the carriage ahead. The glances from Yingxue and the guard were filled with reverence and fervor. The convoy slowly set in motion, departing the palace gates, heading towards the unknown Anzhou. At the very moment Li Ke's carriage traversed Zhuke Avenue and was about to leave the city of Chang'an, within the Luin Hall, Li Shimin set down his vermilion brush. The spies from the 100 Riders had just reported every word exchanged between Li Ke and Li Tai, word for word. Upon hearing Li Ke's declaration of that place, called Xuanwu Gate, the hand holding the memorial turned pale at the knuckles. After a prolonged silence, his expression inscrutable, he gazed towards the direction in which Li Ke's convoy had vanished, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he muttered under his breath. A tone imbued with an indescribable significance, a mix of irritation and perhaps a hint of admiration. This whelp, how dare he dare to insult my son to such an extent? This phrase resonated in the vast hall like the final chord of a symphony, echoing in the stillness. It expressed dissatisfaction with Li Tai's excessive coercion, perhaps mingled with complex emotions regarding Li Ke's audacious words about Xuanwu Gate. As the wind rustled the carriage curtain, Li Ke cast a lingering glance back at the distant, majestic city of Chang'an, his smile unabashed and triumphant. Farewell, Chang'an. Farewell, father. When I return next time. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, resting upon the gate that would determine the fates of countless individuals, softly whispering, like a vow, through wind and rain. Xuanwu Gate awaits your return. The wheels rolled on, crunching over the stone pavement of Zhuke Avenue, exiting the Mingde Gate, leaving behind the imperial capital where confinement and opportunity coexisted. Beyond the gates lay a vast expanse, the unknown frontier, and the stage upon which Li Ke would soon unleash his full potential. Inside the carriage, Li Ke's smile faded, his eyes sharpening and deepening. He gently caressed the volume of his own handwritten Kashu Linyu in New Military Strategies, along with the intelligence report documenting the preliminary results from the Xiangji Temple's military academy. Anzhou, he murmured, savoring the name. It was not a gentle haven, but a crucible, a foundational ground for him to accumulate strength and validate his theories. The veteran arranged by Cheng Yaojin must have already set out. The production line for the Joyful Water needs to be rebuilt and expanded. Playing cards and future cultural products can serve as tools for infiltration and intelligence gathering. He lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, gazing at the fields and villages rushing past on either side of the official road, the blueprint in his mind becoming increasingly vivid. The machinations in Chang'an tend to be more about testing the waters and self-preservation, showcasing clever stratagems, while the undertakings in Anzhou will focus on solid foundational construction, adhering to the rightful path of extraordinary success. Li Ke, Chang's son Wuji, do you think that expelling me from Chang'an will grant you peace of mind? Little do you know, this is merely the true beginning. I will prepare a surprise gift for you in Anzhou. When the time comes, the confrontation at Xiangji Temple will no longer be a mere rehearsal, and the delivery at Xuanwu Gate will be ready. The glimmer in Li Ke's eyes shone with the fervor of wildfires. In this realm of the Great Tang, watch how Li Ke will carve out an unprecedented way of life. The wheel tracks extend southward, stirring up dust and propelling the fate of a prince unwilling to submit, along with the tide of an era on the verge of upheaval. Chapter 1. Establishing a fief in Anzhou, crafting words to forge a path. Anzhou, located in the eastern route south of the mountains, is not a remote frontier, yet it is far from a prosperous locale. It is mountainous, with limited arable land. Although the local populace may not be described as fierce, their lives, shaped by the barren soil and difficult livelihood, imbue them with a natural wariness and stubbornness. After nearly a month of arduous travel, Li Ke's caravan finally arrived one afternoon at the town of Anzhou, nestled amid the hills. The city walls are not particularly tall, with some sections revealing the mottled, rammed earth. The foot traffic at the city gate is sparse, with most passers-by displaying a numbed expression shaped by life's trials. There was no throng to welcome him. Only a few officials from the provincial government and a handful of local gentry, standing outside the city gate, wearing formulaic smiles, their eyes betraying scrutiny, curiosity, and a subtle hint of disdain. What kind of storm can a prince sent into exile by the emperor? A young royal known for his clever schemes in Chang'an, stir in Anzhou? Most of the welcoming party thought it was merely a matter of him passing time. Li Ku observed everything with a cold smile in his heart, while his face remained warm and amiable. Even when he stumbled slightly while dismounting from his carriage, he appeared somewhat fatigued and pampered, only serving to deepen the condescension in some eyes. Following a simple welcoming ceremony, Li Ku took residence in his nominal governor's mansion, a relatively spacious yet evidently dilapidated courtyard that exuded an air of decay. Without time to rest, Li Ku swiftly convened the main officials of Anzhou in the slightly run-down main hall. The chief clerk Zhou, the military officer Sun Qian, the record officer Zhao Kong, and several county magistrates. After the formal greetings, they arranged themselves on either side. Zhou, a middle-aged scholar with a gaunt face and a flickering gaze, stepped forward first, beginning the routine report on Anzhou's population, farmland, and taxes. His words were largely filled with platitudes about the hardships of the people, pleading for the court's compassion, clearly underestimating the young governor. Li Ku half closed his eyes, seemingly listening, his fingers tapping idly on the armrest of the chair. When Zhou finished, silence fell in the hall as everyone awaited the Royal Highness of Wu to deliver a stirring inaugural address about diligent governance or peaceful relations with the people. Instead, Li Ku leisurely posed a seemingly unrelated question. Chief Clerk Zhou, upon my arrival, I noticed that the mountains and forests surrounding Anzhou are dense. Are there tigers or leopards lurking about? Zhou was taken aback and could only respond, Your Highness, there are indeed some. They occasionally trouble the countryside. Oh. Li Ku elongated his tone, nodding, then looked towards the military officer Sun Qian, a slightly plump man with a slick demeanor, saying, Sun Qian, our great Tang's military emphasizes that a gentleman is not a mere tool. Do you know the reasoning behind this? Sun Qian was even more confused, stammering, Your Highness, the military must naturally be proficient in various weapons and formations. Incorrect. Li Ku suddenly slammed the armrest of his chair, his voice not loud, yet startling everyone. He stood up and walked to the center of the hall, casting a sweeping glance over the bewildered officials. Commencing his inaugural speech, the sages say, a gentleman is not a mere tool. The true meaning is that a commander cannot be confined to bows, horses, swords, and spears. One must understand flexibility and adaptability. For instance, when dealing with tigers and leopards in the mountains, it is not necessary to rely solely on strong bows and crossbows. Setting traps, utilizing terrain, or even poisoning to be used with caution are all viable methods to defeat the enemy. This is what it means to be a gentleman not confined to tools. The officials were left dumbfounded, their thoughts swirling. Before they could process his words, Li Ku continued, Moreover, the sages say, having come here, one must find peace. Since I, the prince, have arrived in Anzhou, and you are all here, we must have the determination to manage this place well, allowing everyone to live in peace. Should anyone remain idle, muddled, and unwilling to facilitate such peace, his gaze suddenly turned icy, fixing on Zhou and Sun Qian, then do not blame me for sending them to a place where they can find greater peace. Perhaps out in the mountains with the tigers and leopards, where they might find true freedom. These words were an unabashed threat, coupled with Li Ku's cold gaze, which belied his youth. Zhou and Sun Qian, seasoned officials, felt a chill run down their spines. Your Highness, please forgive me. Zhou quickly bowed. Forgive what? Li Ku smiled again, his demeanor shifting as swiftly as turning a page. The sages also say, to know is to know, to not know is to not know. That is knowledge. I am young and inexperienced, hence I require your assistance. However, if anyone believes they can deceive me because of my age, presenting muddled accounts and evasive words to placate me, he stepped toward the record officer Zhao Kong, a seemingly honest middle-aged man. Li Ku patted his shoulder gently. Speaking in a warm tone, Zhao Kong, you handle criminal and administrative documents. You should understand what it means to hear the truth in the morning and face death by evening. Yes? Zhao Kong trembled, nearly kneeling. Fear not. Li Ku encouraged him with a gaze. This means that once we have solid evidence, for instance, proof of someone's corruption. Action must be swift. We must ensure that those pests do not see the moon tonight. Understand? Understood. I understand. Zhao Kong was drenched in cold sweat. Through a combination of intimidation and admonishment, the atmosphere in the hall transformed dramatically. No one dared to underestimate this young prince of Wu any longer. His words, although sounding like twisted logic, carried an undercurrent of ruthlessness that sent shivers down their spines. Li Ku, satisfied with the outcome, nodded. Very well, we shall conclude here for today. You all may return and reflect deeply on how to assist me in governing Anzhou to make it a place that pleases the sages and brings peace to the people. The officials, as if granted a reprieve, fled the governor's mansion in a state of disarray, observing their retreating figures. Ying Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Your Highness, you have truly frightened them. Li Ku snorted. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required. Discussing reason with these local snakes is far less effective than showcasing fists and blades. The crafting of words has proven effective. Approaching the window, he gazed at the gray sky over Anzhou and the barren mountains in the distance. Ding! The host successfully utilized crafting words on the first day of establishing a fief to intimidate local officials, establishing authority, and completing a high-quality political maneuver. Maneuver crit rate, 200. Reward granted. Proficiency in basic administrative affairs. Acquired status, keen insight, enhanced ability to perceive lies and evasions for a short period. A wealth of knowledge regarding administrative affairs flooded into his mind, clarifying the key points and common pitfalls in matters of finance, criminal justice, engineering, and personnel. Li Ku felt his thoughts becoming more intricate. Mere intimidation was insufficient. He needed to assign them tasks and provide the people with tangible benefits. Contemplating this, he recalled the emaciated citizens and arid lands he had seen along the way. System, he silently invoked, the potato seeds I exchanged should be put to use. He turned around and instructed Ying Shui, convey the order. Tomorrow, I shall inspect the treasury and official fields of Anzhou. Furthermore, post a notice to recruit displaced persons and impoverished households. I possess a new method of cultivation that requires manpower, with provisions and wages provided. Yes, Your Highness. Li Ku's eyes sparkled with determination. While the endeavors in Chang'an were primarily about breaking the stalemate and self-preservation, those in Anzhou would be genuine construction and accumulation. Anzhou, here I come. Let us commence with the promise that this land shall yield an abundance of food. Li Tai and Chang Sun Wuji, you shall witness when I transform Anzhou into a fortified bastion, overflowing with grain and boasting a formidable military. The first night at the Anzhou governor's office was illuminated, heralding the dawn of a brand new and grand era of development within this somewhat dilapidated residence. Chapter 2. The Potato Elixir, persuading the masses the following day. Li Ku rose early. Under the influence of the states of advanced administrative proficiency and keen insight, he completed a backlog of simple documents at a remarkable speed within a single morning. His efficiency and precision left Zhao Kong, the military scribe responsible for documentation, utterly astounded, replacing any lingering fears from the previous day with profound respect. In the afternoon, Li Ku embarked on his inspection, accompanied by numerous officials, with the first stop being the treasury of Anzhou. The condition of the treasury exceeded Li Ku's grim expectations. The granaries were half empty, and the remaining grain was largely spoiled. The silver vault was utterly bare, save for a few boxes of rusty Kaiyuan Tongbao. The armory was filled with dilapidated weapons and armor from the previous dynasty, severely corroded, with loose bowstrings. Changshu Zhou Wen and Sima's son Qian followed closely behind, perspiration beading on their foreheads as they cautiously explained the accumulated debts and hardships faced by the populace. Li Ku listened impassively, his fingers brushing over the dust-covered grain bins, feeling little surprise. His purpose for this visit was not to settle old scores or assert authority. Rather, he sought a rationale to implement new policies. Clearly, relying on the court for allocations or past reserves was futile. Li Ku interjected, interrupting Zhou Wen's lament to increase revenue and reduce expenditures. We must first focus on generating income. I observe that vast expanses of land in Anzhou lie fallow. Why not vigorously cultivate them? Sima's son Qian grimaced, Your Highness. It is not that the people are unwilling to cultivate. Rather, many mountainous areas are barren. The yield from such efforts would scarcely cover the costs of seeds and labor. and they are prone to soil erosion, yielding more losses than gains. Indeed, Your Highness, Xuanwu chimed in, the arable land in Anzhou is limited, and the yields are, you lack the knowledge to cultivate. Li Ke bluntly interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. I possess a crop, a divine seed from overseas, known as the potato. It thrives in poor soil and is not particular about its cultivation site. It can be planted in mountains or on slopes. Its yield far surpasses that of millet and wheat. Potato? Divine seed? The officials exchanged glances, skepticism etched on their faces. Divine seeds from overseas? This sounded like a trickery for charlatans. Has this prince become enthralled by such fanciful ideas in Chang'an? Xuanwu, mustering courage, suggested, Your Highness, should we not deliberate this matter further? Such a divine seed is unheard of. If we recklessly promote it and it fails, it could incite civil unrest. Deliberate? Can a starving populace afford to wait? Li Ke's gaze sharpened, invoking the wisdom of the ancients. As the sage said, if you hear the way in the morning, you can die in the evening. Now that we know of the potato, a high-yield crop that can save countless lives, how can we adhere to outdated practices and allow the people to starve? Would that not be akin to witnessing death and offering no aid? This is not benevolent governance. He turned his attention to Sun Qian, Sima's son. You oversee military affairs. You should know that before troops mobilize, provisions must be secured. Without ample provisions, how can the soldiers of Anzhou train? How can we ensure the safety of our borders and the welfare of our people? The sage also said, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. This potato is the first step in equipping Anzhou for prosperity. Do you have any objections? Sun Qian was left speechless. As a warrior, he could hardly contend with such eloquence. Ignoring their hesitations, Li Ke issued a direct command. Zhao Kanjun, your subordinate is here. Zhao Kong jolted to attention. Draft a notice immediately, in the name of the governor's office, to recruit displaced persons and impoverished households, stating that I wish to promote this new crop. Those willing to trial cultivation shall be provided with potato seeds on loan from the governor's office, along with provisions. Upon harvest, they need only return an equivalent amount of grain to the seeds provided, and the remainder shall be theirs to keep. If any households with land wish to participate, they shall be subject to the same terms and may receive reductions in certain taxes. Zhao Kong hesitated. Your Highness, the treasury is depleted. This expenditure for seed and provisions. I have my own means. Li Ke waved his hand. Having already prepared the initial funding from the profits of the sales of happy water and playing cards in Chang'an. Proceed. Yes. Zhao Kong dared not question further. Once the notice was issued, the entire city of Anzhou erupted in excitement. Some scoffed, others remained skeptical, but many impoverished citizens and displaced persons, enticed by the provision of food and the opportunity to keep their harvests, flocked to the governor's office, viewing it as a last-ditch effort. Li Ke personally selected the first batch of 100 households, mostly impoverished families or those possessing bare mountainous land. He meticulously cut and disinfected the 100 pounds of potatoes awarded by the system, ensuring each sprout was a seed of hope. The planting site was chosen on the most barren slope outside the city, drawing the disapproving glances of Xuanwu, Sun Qian, and other officials, who believed the prince was indulging in folly and awaited the spectacle. On the day of planting, Li Ke was present in person. He rolled up his sleeves and, disregarding the officials' protests, descended into the field to demonstrate to the gathered farmers how to dig holes, plant seeds, and mound soil. Dear neighbors, Li Ke called from the ridge, his voice resonant. This crop may appear unremarkable, yet it is teeming with life. It does not compete for fertile land. It specializes in thriving in barren areas. You need only follow my methods and care for it diligently, and when harvest time comes. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those who appeared both numb and slightly hopeful, and declared, I do not dare promise you will have enough to eat at every meal, but it is impossible for your granaries to run dry. As the sage said, do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. If I were to harm you with this crop, may heaven punish me, and the earth forsake me. But if we succeed, Li Ke's voice rose with unwavering confidence. I want you to remember this day. Remember this land. Remember who has given you the hope of survival. In due course, I hope that all of Anzhou will understand one fundamental truth. His eyes glinted with intensity as he invoked the power of rhetoric once more. That is, since you have come here, you shall find peace. Follow me, and I shall ensure that you can truly find peace in Anzhou. There were no grandiloquent phrases, only the most straightforward promises and the most relatable wisdom from sages, albeit with a twist. It was this earnestness and resolute confidence that inspired many farmers. They looked at the peculiar tubers in their hands, known as potatoes, and a flicker of hope reignited in their eyes. In the days that followed, Li Ke visited that slope almost every few days, guiding farmers on thinning, weeding, and mounding soil. He even shared knowledge from the system, instructing them on how to make simple compost to enhance soil fertility. Xuanwu, Sun Qian, and others observed coldly, waiting for the autumn to settle accounts. However, as time passed, the derision on their faces gradually morphed into astonishment. The growth of the potato plants was astonishing. On the barren slope, they flourished, lush and green, far surpassing the drooping millet in the adjacent fields. Ding! The host has successfully promoted the epic-making crop, potato, in Anzhou, overcoming resistance through rhetoric and personal demonstration. Initially winning the hearts of the lower classes, marking a milestone in agricultural development. Milestone multiplier, 500. Reward granted. Introduction to plant cultivation, mastery of various crop traits, and optimization. Acquired status, favorable weather, small area. Can provide a favorable climatic inclination for agricultural projects led by the host. 2 months later, during the harvest season, when Li Ke once again arrived with all his officials and numerous townsfolk who had heard the news at that slope, everyone was left in awe by the sight before them. The farmers, following the guidance provided, carefully excavated the soil. In the next moment, exclamations of astonishment reverberated across the hillside. Good heavens! So many! Did these truly sprout from that barren earth? Look! Beneath this plant, there are surely 7 or 8 tubers. Behold, each potato vine was laden with an assortment of large and small, golden-hued fruits. The yield of each plant far exceeded their expectations. A rough estimate revealed that the yield per mu from this desolate slope was several times greater than that of the fine rice fields nearby. A miraculous elixir. Indeed, a miraculous elixir. An elderly farmer, cradling a large potato in his hands, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Long live Prince Wu! Someone shouted, and immediately, heartfelt cheers erupted from the entire hillside. Xuanwu, Sun Qian, and others gazed at the mountain of potatoes, at the jubilant populace, and then at Li Ke, who stood among the crowd with a smile, feeling a burning sensation on their faces, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. This prince was not merely bringing whimsical novelties, but was truly offering a blessing that could sustain countless lives and bring stability to the region. Li Ke lifted a massive potato high above his head, his voice resonating across the fields. You have all witnessed it. This is not a miraculous elixir, but the tangible governance I have brought. From this day forward, we shall vigorously promote potato cultivation within Anzhou. All barren mountainous lands may apply to the governor's office for seeds. I shall ensure that there are no starving souls in Anzhou. I aim to fortify the Great Tang with the grain of Anzhou. He turned his gaze towards Xuanwu, Sun Qian, and others. A faint smile playing on his lips. Zhou Changshi, Sun Sima, do you still believe I am acting foolishly? Do you still require further deliberation? Xuanwu, Sun Qian, and the others flushed with embarrassment, knelt before him, sincerely acknowledging, Your Highness, your foresight is admirable. We are but short-sighted officials. Please forgive us. Li Ke left Hearte, assisting them to their feet. Ignorance is no crime. I hope you all will join me in building Anzhou with a united heart. At that moment, Li Ke, through his concrete achievements and eloquent rhetoric, firmly established his foothold in Anzhou, earning the respect of his subordinates and the adoration of the common folk. As he surveyed the bountiful harvest and the cheering crowds, he realized that the first seed he had sown in Anzhou had already borne the sweetest fruit. This was merely the commencement of his grand infrastructural endeavors. The seasoned veterans from Xiangji Temple had begun to arrive, the production line for the delightful beverage was being reconstructed, and more innovative projects were set to unfold on this land with fervent vigor. The sky over Anzhou appeared exceptionally azure, seemingly brightened by the flourishing potato fields. Chapter 3. The infrastructure visionary, motivated by eloquence, the astonishing yield of potatoes resonated like a spring thunderclap throughout Anzhou, solidifying Li Ke's unparalleled prestige within the region. News of Prince Wu possessing seeds from distant lands, capable of transforming barren lands into fertile grounds, spread rapidly, even reaching neighboring prefectures. The once skeptical clerks and the gentry, who had harbored doubts towards the governor's edicts, now set aside their reservations, becoming obedient and compliant. Zhou Wen, the Changshu, and Sun Qian, the Sima, became fervent supporters of Li Ku, bustling about with enthusiasm daily. They had come to understand that following this unconventional prince, despite the frequent intimidation from his eloquence, promised a bright future, with the hearts of the people aligned and the loyalty of his subordinates secured. Li Ku recognized that this was the optimal moment for sweeping infrastructural reforms. With the food crisis preliminarily addressed, the next step was to transform Anzhou into a truly fortified and prosperous territory. The governor's office now served as Li Ku's command center for infrastructure development. A large map of Anzhou adorned the wall, marked with circles and lines in red ink. Li Ku summoned all his subordinates and commenced his declaration as an infrastructure visionary. Gentlemen, Li Ku, wielding a slender rod, pointed to the map, asserting that while potatoes would prevent the people of Anzhou from going hungry, they were insufficient for achieving true prosperity and strength. Henceforth, the governor's office would undertake 3 monumental tasks. First, to develop water conservancy. Though Anzhou is mountainous, it is also home to streams and rivers. We must construct ponds and canals in these areas. He pointed towards several gorges and upstream river locations, not only for flood prevention, but also for water storage and irrigation, transforming rain-fed fields into reliably irrigated arable land. This embodies the principle that one must first sharpen their tools to achieve success. Second, to expand and build roads. His rod glided over the main roads connecting various counties and those leading outward, emphasizing that to attain wealth, one must first repair the roads. Without accessible routes, commerce stagnates. Resources are difficult to transport, and Anzhou becomes stagnant. I demand that we widen and straighten the existing official roads, carving paths through mountains and constructing bridges over waters, ensuring seamless connectivity within Anzhou. This is the antithesis of the adage that haste makes waste. Only with smooth roads can we achieve rapid progress. Third, to reorganize armaments and bolster city defenses. His rod struck heavily against the walls of Anzhou City and several passes, highlighting the deplorable state of the armory that you are all aware of. How can we secure our borders and protect our citizens in such disarray? As the sage said, a gentleman keeps his weapons close, waiting for the opportune moment. We must repair our arms, oversee the production of armor, train soldiers, and fortify both Anzhou City and the various passes. This is not for aggression, but the foundation of deterring conflict without battle. These 3 directives are critical to the lifeblood of Anzhou, grand in scope, but they also entail a substantial investment of manpower, resources, and finances. Zhou Wen, upon hearing this, showed signs of concern. Your Highness, I admire your ambition, but from where shall the funds come? The treasury remains depleted, and relying solely on the increased yield from potatoes may not suffice for such a monumental undertaking. Regarding the financial matters, I have already devised a plan. Li Ke, confident and composed, continued. First, we shall employ labor in lieu of financial aid. We will recruit displaced persons and impoverished households to participate in construction, exchanging labor for sustenance, thereby accomplishing the projects while providing for the needy. This is a dual benefit for the populace. Second, a familiar smile crept upon Li Ku's lips as he revealed, I possess some modest resources from Chang'an. For initial expenditures, I can advance a portion of the funds. His so-called modest resources were indeed the continuous profits from the delightful beverage and playing cards, which were being secretly channeled into Anzhou through Changyaojin. Third, and most crucially, Li Ku scanned the assembly. Gentlemen, do you understand the principle of increasing revenue while reducing expenditure? We have already commenced the former, but the latter must not be neglected. I require that all expenditures within the governor's office and all prefectures seek approval and oversight, eliminating extravagance and waste. Should anyone attempt to embezzle or falsely report claims? His tone turned cold as he invoked the eloquent principle once more. Then do not blame me for ensuring they experience firsthand what it means to grasp the truth of life. Zhao Kanjun, I command you to form an auditing team dedicated to verifying the accounts, reporting any discrepancies directly to me. The official accepted the order. filled with both respect and trepidation towards Li Ku, now brimming with enthusiasm. As for manpower, Li Ku turned to Sun Qian. Sun Sima, you shall be responsible for recruiting laborers, adhering to the principle of voluntariness, ensuring fairness, with payments settled on the same day. Should any clerks dare to exploit the common folk, he scoffed, I shall assign them to the most perilous sections of the road, allowing them to truly understand the weight of their responsibilities. With meticulous arrangements and a balance of rewards and penalties, Li Ku anticipated potential obstacles. The officials, no longer dissenting, promptly accepted their orders and departed. The immense machinery of infrastructure began to rumble into action across the entire region. Li Ku led by example, spending nearly every day immersed at the various construction sites. He was no longer the aloof prince, but had transformed into the strictest contractor and most skilled technical advisor. At the water channel construction site, he utilized the foundational knowledge from the system to personally survey the routes, instructing laborers on how to measure gradients using the level method and how to reinforce the channel walls with a mix of earth. When he rolled up his trousers, waded into the mud, and helped the workers transport stones, all laborers were taken aback, soon erupting with unprecedented vigor. The prince has come down to work alongside us. What else is there to say? Let us get to it. At the road construction site, facing a segment of rock that needed excavation, the craftsmen found themselves at a loss. After observing the situation, Li Ku proposed a method of using fire and water to crack the rocks. First, he suggested burning the rocks with great flames and then dousing them with cold water, utilizing the principle of thermal expansion and contraction to induce fractures. This technique significantly enhanced the efficiency of excavation, earning admiration from the craftsmen, who regarded it as a divine skill. Truly, Your Highness is a remarkable figure. At the site of the fortification, Li Ku further applied the principles of science to the fullest extent. He pointed at the city wall and instructed the foreman, saying, "Do you see? This is what it means to be a gentleman and not just a tool. The city wall should not only be high, but also designed to prevent enemies from scaling it. Here, I want a suspended gate similar to a drawbridge. There, set up crossbow platforms. In the corners, fill them with iron spikes. We must ensure that when the enemies arrive, they find no way to advance, allowing them to rest here instead." The foreman was momentarily taken aback, sensing the harsh truth behind the seemingly awkward words of the prince, and promptly complied. With a notification, the host activated the Anzhou infrastructure plan, leading by example, integrating the spirit of scientific principles into engineering, construction, and management, sparking a fervor for development across the entire state. Culminating in an epic construction feat, the critical success factor was rated at 600. The rewards included intermediate engineering knowledge, encompassing water conservancy, roads, and architecture, as well as the state of miraculous craftsmanship, which greatly enhanced the quality and efficiency of the projects led by the host. With advanced engineering knowledge flooding his mind, Li Ku became increasingly adept at grasping the details of construction. The miraculous craftsmanship state propelled various projects within Anzhou to progress at an astonishing speed and quality. Meanwhile, the group of veterans dispatched from Xiangji Temple was strategically placed in key positions and construction sites under the guise of the governor's guard and engineering supervision. They not only ensured security, but also discreetly observed and recorded the performance of officials and foremen, weaving an invisible network of intelligence and oversight that quietly expanded with the advancement of infrastructure. Months later, Anzhou underwent a remarkable transformation. New irrigation channels functioned like lifeblood, directing fresh water into parched fields. Broad, even roads connected the state and counties, with a notable increase in merchant traffic. The fortified city of Anzhou and its strategic passes stood tall, exuding an air of stern authority. The common folk reaped tangible benefits, receiving wages and glimpses of hope, resulting in their unwavering support for Li Ku. The officials, faced with the motivation of scientific principles and substantial achievements, fully aligned their loyalties and exhibited remarkable efficiency in their work. Within the governor's office, Li Ku reviewed the progress reports from various regions with satisfaction. Realizing that the first step in infrastructure development had finally been secured, he approached the window, gazing out at the revitalized fields brought to life by improved water management, and, in the distance, the newly expanding site of the military academy. It was time to let the sweet rains of prosperity shower Anzhou, exchanging it for greater wealth. Additionally, the time had come for the Wu Wang Guard to make their official appearance. The vast machinery of Anzhou had been fully activated by Li Ke, propelling forward with a thunderous momentum toward the direction he had set. In the Wu Wang workshop, the irrigation channels of Anzhou crisscrossed the landscape. The newly constructed official roads were smooth and wide, and the fortified city walls glimmered under the sunlight with a cold, hard sheen. Under Li Ke's relentless push, the entire state exhibited unprecedented vitality. The faces of the common people were no longer sallow. Instead, they bore a newfound flush of hope. And the markets buzzed with activity as merchant traffic surged. With the foundational work solidified, Li Ke swiftly turned his gaze toward establishing stable financial resources and cultivating an absolutely loyal armed force. These two elements constituted the true core of his ambitious plan. First, the financial resources. While the joy of Long'an still yielded some revenue, it was insufficient for immediate needs, and the risks of transportation were ever increasing. It was imperative to establish a larger-scale, more discrete production base within Anzhou. Li Ke set his sights on a secluded valley to the west of Anzhou City, near the newly constructed official road. This location boasted abundant water sources and convenient transportation while being easily secured, making it an ideal site for the workshop. Summoning Zhou, Li Ke pointed at the valley on the map, designating it as the Wu Wang workshop, directly under the jurisdiction of the governor's office. With a reliable contingent of guards stationed there, without the prince's command, no one was permitted to approach. Your Highness, Zhou, now accustomed to Li Ke's every directive, couldn't help but express curiosity. Naturally, we will produce Anzhou's specialty. Li Ke replied with a mysterious smile, urging him to proceed promptly, providing a blueprint he had personally drawn, integrating basic engineering principles with modern assembly line thinking. Zhou took the blueprint, observing its clear functional divisions, intricate assembly line design, and designated confidential and storage areas. Although he found it somewhat inscrutable, he recognized its significance and promptly set to work. Simultaneously, Li Ke summoned Ing Shui and several core craftsmen he had brought from Long'an to a private chamber. Ing Shui, being responsible for the core formula and final process of the joyful water, was entrusted with selecting absolutely loyal mute assistants, specifically chosen for their silence to ensure confidentiality, to complete the tasks within the workshop's secure area. Li Ke's expression turned serious as he emphasized the need for increased production without compromising quality, for this was their lifeblood. The servant girl understood and solemnly agreed. Having weathered numerous storms, she was no longer the timid little maid. Turning to the craftsmen, Li Ke instructed them to guide ordinary workers in the production of fermentation tanks, filtration devices, and, most importantly, glass bottles. Indeed, Li Ke had decided to upgrade the packaging, utilizing high-transparency, high-quality glass bottles to replace the previous ceramic jars would better highlight the premium nature of the joyful water. The system rewards of enhanced craftsmanship and culinary skills conveniently included basic glass-making techniques. Upon hearing the word glass, the craftsmen were taken aback, for it was a rare commodity worth its weight in gold. However, under Li Ke's simplified formula and personal guidance, after several failures, they successfully created glass bottles using locally available materials like quartz sand and limestone. Although the bottles still contained some bubbles and impurities, they were transparent and capable of sealing. When the first batch of amber-hued Zhengguan joyful water was poured into the crystal-clear glass bottles, sealed with corks, and adorned with exquisite labels bearing the insignia of Wu Wang and the Qinglong pattern, everyone was astonished by the beauty of the product. This was nothing short of celestial nectar. Zhou marveled at the finished product, muttering to himself, "Li Ke nodded in satisfaction, declaring, 'This item is exclusively for the nobility and wealthy merchants, and the price shall know no limits.'" Soon, carts laden with glass-bottled joyful water secretly traversed the newly constructed official roads toward Long'an and the affluent surrounding states. Cheng Yaojin managed the sales through established channels in Long'an and local secret merchants in Anzhou. The unique taste, combined with exquisite packaging and deliberately created scarcity, rapidly elevated Wu Wang joyful water to the status of a luxury item coveted by the elite, symbolizing status. And gold and silver flowed into Li Ke's private treasury like a river. With a notification, the host successfully established a modern, relatively, workshop in Anzhou, achieving an upgrade and explosive profitability in the joyful water industry. Culminating in a high-quality commercial feat, the critical success factor was rated at 350. Alongside the influx of financial resources, Li Ke remained unwavering in his pursuit of military strength. The old site of the Xiangji Temple Military Academy was no longer sufficient. A new, larger training base, under Li Ke's direct planning, was secretly constructed in the deeper mountains of northern Anzhou, codenamed Xuanwu. The 12 veterans who followed from Xiangji Temple became the backbone instructors of the Xuanwu base. Zheng Yaojin kept his promise, quietly sending a batch of reliable retired soldiers for various reasons, along with some promising young military nobility from unblemished backgrounds. The number gradually expanded to over 200, reaching the limit of what Li Ke could discreetly cultivate under current conditions. The 200 individuals underwent rigorous training strictly according to Li Ke's Kashiwa Lunyu and new strategies for a strong military. They did not engage in grand formations but specialized in small unit coordination, mountain warfare, reconnaissance. Equipment usage, including military implements, improved under Li Ke's guidance based on the knowledge from elementary metallurgy and extreme physical conditioning. Li Ke frequently visited the Xuanwu base in secrecy. He was no longer an observer, but trained alongside the soldiers. The system rewards of basic combat skills and enhanced physical fitness allowed him to keep pace with the training intensity, and in certain areas, even excelled. He shared meals with the soldiers, resided in the same barracks, without any airs of a prince. During training breaks, he personally taught, imparting the spirit of Luanyu in an accessible manner to each soldier. Brothers, our numbers may be few, but we must be exceptional. What does it mean that a gentleman is not a tool? It means that you're not only fierce warriors, but also skilled in reconnaissance, ambushes, and utilizing all means to eliminate the enemy. You must even be literate and numerate, capable of understanding maps and orders. What does it mean to hear the way in the morning and die by evening? It signifies that once you identify the enemy leader, you must possess the resolve to strike decisively, like thunder, regardless of cost. What is our goal? Li Ke stood on a platform, his voice fervent. It is not to outnumber, but to become the sharpest dagger. In the future, whether we face mountain bandits, or he paused, casting his gaze over the crowd, his voice solemn, any enemy that dares to invade our territory and disrespect our sovereign, we must achieve the resolve that if they come, they shall not return. Let them come and find no way back, forever settled here. Most of these soldiers hailed from impoverished backgrounds or were passionate youth. They had never before encountered such grounded and spirited instruction. Coupled with Li Ke's shared hardships and the unlimited supply of the miraculous happy water, which he specially designated a small amount as a training reward. The loyalty of these 200 men to Li Ke reached a fervent level. They spontaneously named themselves the Wu Wang Guard. One day, at the Xuanwu base, Li Ke observed a mountain assault and defense exercise conducted by small teams. Watching the guards utilize the terrain, coordinate seamlessly, and employ various cunning yet effective tactics to eliminate the mock enemy, he nodded in satisfaction. Ding! The host has successfully forged and initially trained the first elite armed force. The Wu Wang Guard, fully loyal to him, integrating the spirit of Luanyu into their military soul, achieving a milestone in military innovation. Innovation critical hit coefficient, 500. Reward issued. Evolution of basic formation, suitable for small elite units. Acquired state of as if using one's own fingers. The host's command and coordination with the Wu Wang Guard significantly enhanced. Your Highness, reported Zhang Wei, the acting captain of the guard and a veteran leader from the old Xiangji Temple, the one who once toppled 3 lieutenants with a spear. His face brimming with barely contained excitement. Brothers, we are now capable of contending with ordinary provincial troops several times our number. Li Ke patted his shoulder. Not enough. Our adversaries may not merely be ordinary provincial troops. Training must continue, with a focus on night operations and urban raids. Yes, Zhang Wei thundered in agreement. Standing in the valley, listening to the distant sounds from the workshop and gazing at the fiercely determined Wu Wang Guard before him, Li Ke's heart swelled with ambition. The dual wings of wealth and military power had begun to take shape on this land of Anzhou. The nourishing rain of happy water replenished the treasury, while the blades of the Wu Wang Guard were honed in the deep mountains. Li Ke understood it was time to let a glimmer of Anzhou's brilliance escape, instilling a sense of unease among those in Chang'an. It was time to present a peace report to his father, demonstrating filial piety. A knowing smile crept across Li Ke's lips as he decided to send a few bottles of the specially crafted supreme happy water for him to sample. Surely, he would be most pleased. Chapter 5. rising fame, and underlying currents in Chang'an under Li Ke's governance. Anzhou seemed to have been touched by divine magic. Once barren slopes transformed into golden nests due to potatoes. Newly constructed irrigation systems ensured abundant harvests, and broad official roads welcomed merchants from north and south. Reinforced city defenses added an air of inviolability. The supreme happy water produced by the Wu Wang workshop, bottled in crystalline glass, became a hard currency circulating among the affluent and powerful, worth its weight in gold. None of this went unnoticed. The admiration of passing merchants, the occasional glass bottles that slipped out, and the undeniable spectacle of vigorous construction in Anzhou coalesced into a silent undercurrent that eventually broke through the boundaries of the province, surging towards all directions, especially towards the imperial center of Chang'an. The first to feel this impact were the officials and families from neighboring counties. Initially skeptical, then astonished, they soon found themselves unable to suppress their curiosity and greed. How could Anzhou, a once desolate place, undergo such a monumental transformation in less than a year? Was that Wu Wang, Li Ke, truly capable of turning stone to gold? What immense profits lay within that happy water and those glass vessels? Some astute merchants began seeking connections with Anzhou by every means possible, hoping to share in the bounty. Some local officials started sending formal invitations, earnestly wishing to learn Anzhou's advanced practices. The threshold of the Anzhou governor's office was nearly trampled. Zhou Wen, the chief historian, and Sima's son Qian now walked with an air of pride, buoyed by their success. They selectively received visitors as per Li Ke's directives, moderately showcasing Anzhou's prosperity and stability while promptly summarizing all critical intelligence for Li Ke. "Your Highness," Zhou Wen said, holding several invitations with a tone of pride. "These are from the governors and family heads of Jingzhou and Xiangzhou, all wishing to visit and discuss potato cultivation and water management techniques." Li Ke casually perused them and smiled. "Tell them Anzhou welcomes friends. Potato seeds can be supplied in limited quantities, and irrigation blueprints can be provided for a fee. However, one condition applies. Core technology is not to be shared." His intentions were clear: to project Anzhou's reputation and create a certain influence while firmly securing core interests. He aimed to establish Anzhou as a model, a benchmark to attract resources and like-minded individuals or potential adversaries. Simultaneously, several carts laden with specially crafted supreme happy water and unique local offerings, such as carefully selected potatoes and models of innovative agricultural tools, escorted by dozens of elite Wu Wang guard members disguised as protectors, silently made their way along the official road to Chang'an. Accompanying them was a memorial composed in Li Ke's own hand. This memorial, heartfelt and filled with longing for his father, meticulously reported Li Ke's insights and experiences since his fiefdom. It detailed how he had fortuitously stumbled upon foreign species, blessed by the emperor's grace, successfully trialed them to alleviate the people's hardships, how he emulated the teachings of sages to develop irrigation and encouraged farming, and how he cherished the emperor's benevolence, never daring to be lax, wishing only for peace along the borders and the people's contentment. In the memorial, he either glossed over or cleverly packaged his core actions of forming the guard, establishing workshops, and undertaking massive infrastructure projects, attributing them all to safeguarding the territory and understanding the emperor's heart. The text exuded an image of a dutiful, thoughtful, and people-oriented prince. However, beneath this placid surface, how could Li Shimin remain unaware of the undercurrents? In Chang'an, at the Liuyi Hall, Li Shimin gazed at Li Ke's seemingly heartfelt memorial, then at the bottles of radiant supreme happy water and peculiar potatoes laid out on his desk, remaining silent for a long while. The intelligence report from the 100 Riders arrived earlier than Li Ke's tribute, and it provided more detail. Anzhou's transformations, the astonishing yield of potatoes, the mysterious workshop's output, and even the small yet evidently well-trained and well-equipped guard. All these facts were clearly presented before him. His son, in Anzhou, has stirred up a commotion that far exceeds the ordinary scope of a princely lord-esque governance. Your Majesty, standing beside him, Changsun Wuji's gaze swept over the glass bottle. His eyes briefly clouded with an imperceptible shadow. The Prince of Wu appears to have garnered considerable public support in Anzhou. This happy water, I have heard, is also quite valuable in Chang'an. Furthermore, if the reports are to be believed, this potato is indeed a harbinger of good fortune. However, For one so young to create such a significant upheaval may not be a sustainable path. His words, while seemingly concerned, were in fact piercing the doubts of Li Shimin. High achievements that overshadow the sovereign, even if it is one's own son, are a grave taboo in the royal family. Moreover, Li Ku bears the bloodline of the previous Sui dynasty. Li Shimin did not respond immediately. He opened a bottle of the supreme happy water and took a sip. The unique and rich flavor indeed surpassed all beverages in the palace. He set down the bottle, his fingers lightly tapping on the edict bearing Li Ku's name. His expression unfathomable. This lad, Li Shimin murmured to himself, his tone revealing no joy or anger, has always had a knack for such ingenious contrivances that lead to trouble in Chang'an. Yet in Anzhou, he has applied these skills to the right cause. He felt both gratified by Li Ku's demonstrated governance abilities, at least on the surface, and wary of the uncontrolled forces and intentions lurking beneath. The immense prestige and wealth brought by potatoes and happy water, along with that elite guard, resembled a double-edged sword. After a considerable pause, Li Shimin finally spoke, his voice regaining the calm of an emperor. The governor of Anzhou, Li Ku, has encouraged agriculture and silviculture, contributing to the state. Bestow him with 100 bolts of silk and 1,000 pounds of gold as a token of commendation. Additionally, the new crop of potatoes in Anzhou shall be examined by the officials. If indeed beneficial to the populace, it should be promoted in suitable prefectures. This decree was filled with balance. It both rewarded and acknowledged Li Ku's achievements, thus incorporating him into the rightful path. At the same time, it was a probing gesture, preparing to send someone to investigate the potatoes and subtly indicating the desire to weaken Li Ku's monopoly over them. Moreover, Li Shimin added thoughtfully, his gaze profound, as a princely lord, one must prioritize virtue and concern for the people. Those ingenious contrivances and amusements must be moderated, lest one lose sight of ambition and disappoint my expectations. The final sentence served as both a counsel and a warning. The edict and the emperor's verbal command swiftly returned to Anzhou. Li Ku knelt to receive the imperial decree, and, as the envoy finished reading the commendation and admonition, a fitting expression of gratitude and trepidation graced his face. I, your son, accept the decree and thank my father for his great favor. Your teachings, father, I shall hold close to my heart, practicing self-restraint and returning to propriety, guiding the people with virtue, and I shall never dare to betray your expectations. The envoy nodded in satisfaction and returned to report. Once the envoy departed, Li Ku straightened up, gazing at the golden riches and exquisite silk bestowed upon him. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bestowed gold and silk? Investigating potatoes? Restraining clever devices? He murmured, Father, you offer both encouragement and admonition, truly a ruler's cunning in the way of balance. He understood that his actions had successfully captured Li Shimin's heightened attention and wariness. This posed both a danger and an opportunity. However, you may not realize what truly lies beneath the guise of losing ambition. Li Ku turned, looking northward towards Chang'an, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The individuals you send to investigate will see what I wish them to see, concern for the people. As for the true power hidden behind those clever devices, his gaze seemed to penetrate walls. Resting upon the Xuanwu base nestled in the deep mountains and the Wuwang workshop operating day and night. When the operations at Xiangji Temple cease to be mere drills, and when the Xuanwu Gate's preparations are complete, you will understand what I am truly engaged in at Anzhou, what is lost, and what is ambition. The reputation of Anzhou, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, ripples are spreading in widening circles, destined to incite a colossal wave. Li Ku has already positioned himself firmly atop the crest of this surging tide, ready for the next, even more tempestuous storm of activity. The attention of Chang'an has already focused, and the chess game has entered a new phase. Chapter 6. Economic Incursion. Words shaking Chang'an, Li Shimin's commendation and admonition served as a clear signal, marking Li Ku's official entry into the imperial power struggle at the highest levels. Anzhou was no longer a remote prefecture that could be overlooked. It had become a piece on the chessboard, albeit slightly off-center, yet one of considerable weight. Father wishes to utilize what I have created, yet fears I may become uncontrollable, Li Ku mused, toying with the imperial gold ingot, sharing a smile with his trusted confidants. Zhou Wen and Sun Qian. In light of this, let us stoke the flames further, making this tale even larger. and see whether he chooses to sever it or must rely on it. Simple defense and concealment were no longer sufficient. Li Ke resolved to take the initiative, to infiltrate Chang'an and even the entirety of the Tang dynasty with Anzhou's influence in a more subtle, yet formidable manner. This time, his weapon would not be overt newspapers or peculiar curiosities, but rather something more intangible, yet equally lethal: economics. The Wu Wang workshop operated at full capacity, the production of happy water steadily increasing under the turning stone to gold state. However, Li Ke was no longer satisfied with merely secret sales through limited channels like Changyaojin. He summoned Ing Xue, responsible for commercial operations, along with several carefully selected merchant representatives bound by strict contracts. From today forth, the sales strategy for Zhenguan Happy Water will change. We shall establish a Wu Ji commercial house in Chang'an. Your Highness, is this not too ostentatious? Ing Xue expressed concern. Do not worry. Li Ke waved his hand dismissively. We are not selling swords. We are offering beverages that bring joy. Can my father truly forbid his subjects from drinking? What we aim to do is operate formally, pay taxes, and become a model of lawful commerce. A calculating smile graced his lips. However, this commercial house will only engage in wholesale, not retail. Moreover, we will only accept one method of settlement. What method? The merchant representatives inquired curiously. Barter, Li Ke pronounced, but not with ordinary goods. What we seek are raw iron, leather, saltpeter, sulfur, as well as high-quality grain and fabric. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Raw iron, saltpeter, sulfur, these are strategic materials, although they do circulate among the populace. Large-scale purchases are likely to attract attention. Do not fret. Li Ke had already devised a rationale. Anzhou's infrastructure and workshop construction require vast amounts of ironware. Saltpeter can be used for ice production. He offered a half-true purpose, and sulfur is needed for certain processes in the workshop. As for grain and fabric, with the growing population in Anzhou, it is prudent to stockpile. We are trading with genuine gold and silver, happy water, a fair exchange. Who could possibly criticize us? This was Li Ke's overt strategy, using happy water, a top-tier luxury, to leverage strategic resources and essential materials. The nobles and wealthy merchants of Chang'an, in their eagerness to obtain happy water, would willingly, even desperately, gather these materials for him. They would reap significant profits and enjoyment, while Li Ke quietly amassed war potential. In addition, Li Ke continued to deploy his plans, promoting our improved curved plow, tube wheel, and other innovative farming tools through the commercial house, either via technical licensing or collaborative production, to local magnates in Guangzhou and Hedong. The conditions? In addition to profit sharing, they would also need to exchange corresponding materials or minerals. He aimed to disseminate advanced production tools, on one hand, to enhance the overall agricultural efficiency of the Tang dynasty, gaining fame and technical dividends. On the other hand, to establish broader ties with local powerhouses, weaving an invisible network of relationships. The Wu Ji commercial house swiftly opened in the western market of Chang'an. There was no grand opening ceremony, but with the unique happy water and the subtly emerging background of the Prince of Wu, it immediately became the most sought-after entity in the entire Chang'an business circle, attracting continuous patronage from noble families and various merchants. As anticipated by Li Ke, when the populace learned that only designated strategic materials and grains could be exchanged for the enchanting elixir of joy, initial complaints arose. However, the overwhelming allure of potential profit swiftly galvanized everyone into action. Cast iron, leather, and saltpeter began to flow incessantly into Anzhou through various overt and covert channels. The promotion of new agricultural tools further enhanced Li Ke's reputation for benefiting the nation and its people, quietly spreading among scholars and the common folk, creating a striking contrast with his former persona as the lively figure in Chang'an. This series of economic maneuvers proved even more effective than Li Ke had anticipated. Not only did the accumulation of resources accelerate astonishingly, but it also began to subtly shift certain dynamics in Chang'an, acting as an invisible economic lever. A notification sounded, signaling the successful implementation of an economic infiltration strategy, leveraging luxury goods to manipulate strategic resources, binding local magnates through technology, and preliminarily constructing a cross-regional community of interests. This marked a high-dimensional economic maneuver with a significant impact factor. The reward was the acquisition of intermediate economic knowledge, encompassing macroeconomic regulation and market manipulation, alongside the enhancement of commercial acumen. This enriched understanding of economics inspired Li Ku with further strategies for subsequent ventures. The amplified commercial instinct allowed him to grasp the market's pulse and the sentiments of the populace with greater clarity. Yet, such monumental undertakings could not remain completely concealed. The first to react was naturally Prince Li Tai of Wei. Within the Wei royal residence, Li Tai listened to reports from his subordinates about the bustling activity at Wu's trading company and the vast flow of resources behind the trade of the elixir. Fury rising as he shattered a newly acquired jade paperweight in frustration. Was Li Ku truly plotting? He bellowed, hoarding iron and saltpeter? Is he contemplating rebellion? A cautious advisor interjected. Your Highness, the King of Wu operates under the guise of trade, backed by workshops and infrastructure. We lack concrete evidence to strike directly. Moreover, many nobles in Chang'an are profiting from this elixir. If we act rashly, we risk incurring public wrath. Are we to watch him grow in power unabated? Li Tai's eyes blazed with anger. Certainly not. The advisor's eyes glinted with cunning. If we cannot act openly, we can resort to subterfuge. Li Ku has amassed wealth through this elixir, so let us exploit that. We could spread rumors suggesting that excessive consumption is harmful, or even secretly acquire a batch to taint it with impurities, thereby damaging its reputation. We could also bribe the employees at his trading company to steal the formula. Li Tai brightened at these words. Excellent. Let us proceed immediately. Furthermore, investigate thoroughly those merchants trading with Li Ku. We must find their weaknesses and compel them to sever ties with him. In Chang'an, dark currents began to stir against Li Ku's economic network. Simultaneously, in the Anzhou governor's office, Li Ku sensed, through his heightened commercial instinct, an unsettling vibe emanating from Chang'an. Zhao Kong, tasked with intelligence gathering, delivered reports of unusual movements within the Wei royal residence and the emergence of detrimental rumors about the elixir in the market. So it has begun. Li Ku mused with a cold smile, unsurprised by Li Tai's foolishness, resorting only to such base tactics. He immediately commanded Ing Shui, inform the trading company to reduce the supply of the elixir by half and raise the price by 30%. Publicly declare that raw materials are scarce and production methods complex. Additionally, initiate anti-counterfeiting measures. All elixirs from our workshops will feature a unique mark at the bottom of the bottle, accompanied by usage instructions emphasizing that moderate consumption is beneficial while excess is harmful, thereby countering those rumors as malicious slander from competitors. As for those attempting to steal our formula and tarnish our reputation, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Ku's eyes. Zhang Wei, at your service. Zhang Wei, now the actual commander of the Wu Royal Guard, bowed in response. Deploy a team of capable individuals to infiltrate Chang'an, reporting to Ing Shui. Their mission is twofold. First, to covertly protect the trading company and identify those engaging in underhanded schemes, teaching them a profound lesson. Second, to conduct a reverse investigation, gathering incriminating evidence against the Wei royal residence and its affiliates, particularly regarding financial misconduct. ISN T. Li Tai wealthy? Let's uncover the origins of his wealth. The appointed officer departed with a fierce determination. Thus commenced an economic and intelligence war devoid of smoke, yet fraught with peril, quietly unfolding between Chang'an and Anzhou. Li Ku sat firmly in Anzhou, using the elixir as bait and economics as his web, poised to engage. He understood that this contest would transcend mere sibling rivalry, evolving into a direct confrontation between his amassed strength and the entrenched power of Chang'an. Li Tai, come forth. Let me demonstrate what it means for a gentleman to cherish wealth, acquiring it justly. The wealth I seize is yours, while the path you tread shall be dismantled. In this intricate economic tapestry of Chang'an, I shall first unravel its threads. Chapter 7. The Covert Struggle in Chang'an. Unraveling with eloquence, Li Ku's countermeasures began to operate with the precision of finely tuned gears, swiftly and effectively. The announcement of raw material scarcity and complex production methods from Anzhou, combined with the sharp reduction in elixir supply and subsequent price surge, not only failed to deter fervent buyers, but, under the strategy of scarcity marketing, further elevated the elixir's perceived value and status symbol. Within the circles of Chang'an's elite, possessing even a few bottles of the crystalline Wu royal elixir at a banquet became the epitome of power and prestige. Simultaneously, a new batch of elixirs, accompanied by exquisite usage instructions and unique marks at the bottle's base, arrived at Wu's trading company in Chang'an. The instructions authoritatively outline the benefits of moderate consumption while vehemently condemning the rumors of harm from excessive intake as malicious competition and disgraceful defamation. The distinctive mark became a symbol of authenticity, making Li Tai's scheme to mix counterfeit products and tarnish the reputation easily identifiable and doomed to fail. The security of the trading company was entrusted to elite members of the Wu Royal Guard, led by a veteran known as the Shadow, skilled in stealth, tracking, and counterintelligence. Like hunters concealed in darkness, they swiftly identified several suspicious individuals lurking around the trading company, attempting to bribe employees or ascertain the formula. The Shadow chose not to act hastily, but instead waited for a moonless night, bringing two subordinates to discreetly abduct the key aide of Li Tai's appointed official from the bed of his secret mistress outside the city of Chang'an, transporting him to a desolate ancestral hall. Upon regaining consciousness, the aide was greeted by flickering candlelight, the emotionless face of the Shadow, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of death, and a gleaming dagger being polished in his hand. Instantly, terror overwhelmed him, and he pleaded for mercy, promising wealth. The Shadow lifted his eyelids, adopting the cold tone imparted by Li Ku. The sage says to know is to know, and not to know is ignorance. This is knowledge. I ask you now, speak truthfully about what you know. If you do not know, do not fabricate. Is that clear? The aide, unaccustomed to such methods of interrogation, found it both bizarre and terrifying, nodding fervently. Who sent you to target Wu's trading company? The Wei royal residence. What is your objective? To spread rumors, bribe employees, and secretly acquire the formula. How fares His Highness Wei lately? Besides this matter, what significant affairs for the nation and the people occupy his time? The Shadow's seemingly casual inquiries gradually delved deeper, piecing together fragments of information previously gathered by Zhao Kong. Soon, the aide divulged a trove of intelligence regarding the Wei royal residence's financial sources, some of which were far from clean, as well as their collusion for personal gain and clandestine suppression of dissent. Upon concluding the conversation, Yingzi, adhering to the principles of punishing the principal offenders and issuing warnings to accomplices as dictated by Li Ku, spare the life of the aide. Instead, he stripped the aide of his garments, bound him tightly, stuffed his mouth with foul socks, and inscribed the words Xiao, Ren, Chong, Qi Qi upon his back with a knife before discarding him near the back gate of the Wei Wangfu. The following morning, when the servants of Wei Wangfu discovered the aide, nearly frozen and marked with blood upon his back as a form of punishment, the entire household erupted in chaos. Li Tai, in particular, was consumed by fury, yet gripped by trepidation. Not only were the methods of his adversary ruthless and meticulously executed, but the humiliation of having his innermost thoughts exposed and made public, albeit to a limited audience, nearly drove him to madness. This was not merely an act of revenge. It was a brazen warning and provocation. Li Ke, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Li Tai seethed in impotent rage within his estate, yet refrained from employing such underhanded tactics again, fearing that next time, it might be he who found himself inscribed and discarded at the gate. Ding! The host has successfully employed economic means and precise intelligence to counterattack, dismantling the opponent's conspiracy, and has executed effective punishment and deterrence, achieving a high-quality, retaliatory maneuver. Counterattack impact factor, 400. Reward granted. Fundamental intelligence studies, including intelligence analysis, personnel persuasion, and security defense. Acquired state of keen insight, enhanced, further improving insight into potential threats and conspiracies. An influx of intelligence handling techniques flooded his mind, sharpening Li Ku's perception of the undercurrents in Chang'an. He meticulously analyzed the testimonies returned by Yingzi and the scattered information gathered by Zhao Kong, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Li Tai, is this all you amount to? Beyond leveraging your status for profit and eliminating rivals, what else can you do? He penned several confidential letters, dispatched through special channels to Chang'an, entrusting them to Qing Yaojin and several officials with whom Li Tai had previous grievances or whom he could potentially sway. The letters did not directly accuse Li Tai, but rather casually revealed some intriguing tidbits about the Wei Wangfu's dealings and certain suppressed matters, subtly guiding them to investigate on their own. Having completed this, Li Ku temporarily set aside the clandestine warfare in Chang'an, confident that Cheng Yaojin and his associates would create sufficient trouble for Li Tai. His focus returned to the deep-rooted development within Anzhou. Drawing upon knowledge from intermediate engineering and basic metallurgy, Li Ku commenced the establishment of a more comprehensive industrial system. In the Wu Wang workshop, he covertly opened a new area, the Xinji workshop. He summoned the most reliable craftsmen and, utilizing high-quality pig iron obtained through the trade of happy water, began experimenting with the smelting of stronger steel, and on this foundation, attempted to produce some avant-garde machinery. Although progress was slow due to technological constraints, prototypes of improved heavy crossbows, more efficient pulley systems, and rudimentary mining machinery began to take shape. Simultaneously, he ordered the construction of a series of hydraulically powered workshops within Anzhou, leveraging the newly established irrigation system for grain processing, textile production, and initial or crushing, further liberating manpower and enhancing production efficiency. In agriculture, buoyed by basic plant cultivation and the state of favorable weather, Li Ku guided farmers in more meticulous field management, experimenting with crop rotation and intercropping techniques to increase yields. The cultivation area for potatoes expanded further, and he began selecting superior varieties. He even attempted small-scale trials of high-quality crop seeds, adapted to the climate of the Tang dynasty, which were among the early rewards from the system, such as an early improved version of compa rice, preparing for a future agricultural revolution. Cultural infiltration did not cease either. Those new agricultural tools that flowed into the hands of local gentry through the Wu Ji Trading Company served as the best advertisement. Li Ke, skilled in practical motives, found his reputation for being pragmatic and beneficial to the populace increasingly well known. He even instructed his subordinates to compile some relatively mild and practical segments from Lin Yu, emphasizing a spirit of practicality and progress, into easily comprehensible rhymes and short stories that quietly spread along with trade caravans and migrants. Months later, Anzhou had unmistakably transformed into a dazzling jewel of the Shannon East Road. Internally, governance was harmonious, granaries were well-stocked, workshops flourished, and military preparedness was robust. Externally, through the economic ties of happy water and the penetration of public opinion, its influence extended outward like a spider's web. One day, Li Ku ascended the fortified North City Gate of Anzhou, surveying the bustling, vibrant city below and the lush fields in the distance, heralding yet another bountiful harvest. Zhou Wen followed closely behind, genuinely exclaiming, "Your Highness, in just over a year, Anzhou has witnessed such a transformation. It is truly miraculous. Now the people are devoted. The treasury is full, and the military is becoming formidable. Surely, not even Chang'an can turn a blind eye to this." Li Ke smiled faintly, not lost in the flattery of his subordinate. He understood that the current prosperity was merely a facade, the calm before the storm. "Zhou Changshu, what does this Anzhou resemble?" Li Ke suddenly inquired. Zhou Wen paused, pondering. "It resembles a newly rising star?" No, Li Ke shook his head, his gaze profound. "It resembles a sword being tempered. The blade, livelihood, economy, has already taken shape, and the edge, Wu Wang Guard, Xinji Workshop, is being honed." He paused, his voice carrying a sharpness. "And the hand that wields the sword requires sufficient strength, a reason to strike, and a target worthy of the blow." His gaze shifted once more toward the north, to the imposing city of Chang'an, informing Z that the intelligence network in Chang'an must remain vigilant, particularly regarding the movements of the Eastern Palace and Wei Wangfu. "Inform Zhang Wei that the training of the guard must be intensified, as we shall soon conduct combat exercises under realistic conditions. Informing Xue that the progress of the Xinji workshop must be expedited. I require more practical results." A series of directives were issued methodically. Li Ku understood that his sword of Anzhou was nearing the completion of its tempering. When he drew it forth, it would undoubtedly be a thunderous revelation. Li Tai's petty antics were but an appetizer. The true feast lay ahead. "Father, do keep a watchful eye. Is my sword sharpening to a keen edge?" The rise of Anzhou is now unstoppable. What follows will be a tempest upon a grander stage. Chapter 8. Drawing the Sword in Anzhou. The dragon's roar shakes Chang'an. The prosperity and stability of Anzhou were akin to a honeyed sweetness, alluring not only merchants and wanderers, but also attracting the avarice of unworthy officials and sinister forces from neighboring prefectures. The Shannon East Road was not an impenetrable fortress. Several counties bordering Anzhou were governed by incompetent officials, and witnessing Anzhou's rapid transformation, they inevitably harbored ulterior motives. Some instigated local bandits and marauders to cross borders and wreak havoc, while others covertly established checkpoints to harass merchants traveling to Anzhou, attempting to seize a share of its burgeoning fortunes and stifle its ascent. Initially, these were mere skirmishes, and Chief Historian Zhou went along with Sima's son Qian, adopting a conciliatory approach, often resolved matters through official correspondence or small-scale dispersals. However, the adversary's probing did not cease. Rather, it intensified, particularly the neighboring Yin prefecture, whose governor was a distant relative of Xuanwu Gate, had always been arrogant and held a disdainful view of Li Ku, the remnant prince of the previous dynasty. He covertly condoned and even supported a local band of mountain bandits known as the Black Wind Stronghold, who repeatedly crossed into Anzhou, plundering border villages, slaughtering civilians, and seizing grain and valuables. News of these incursions reached the Anzhou governor's office, inciting righteous indignation in Zhou I and son Qian, yet they were also apprehensive. Your Highness, the governor of Yin prefecture wields considerable influence, and the Black Wind Stronghold is well fortified and formidable. If our Anzhou troops were to launch a large-scale expedition to eradicate these bandits, we might be accused of initiating border conflicts. Zhou expressed his concerns. Li Ke, gazing at the urgent reports detailing the burning of villages and the casualties among the populace, felt his expression darken, but a cold fire ignited within his eyes. Conciliation? Hesitation? He scoffed, his voice resonating like ice against steel. The sages say, repay grievances with righteousness and kindness with virtue. Now, when bandits come to our doorstep, slaughtering our people and burning our villages, if we endure any longer, are we not telling everyone that Anzhou is vulnerable? That Li Ku can be trifled with. He abruptly rose to his feet, a chilling aura emanating from him. Do they not perceive that Anzhou is merely a land of agriculture and trade? Do they not think that this prince is easily deceived due to his youth? Very well. Today, I shall demonstrate to them the sharpness of Anzhou's blade. Son Sima, I am at your service. Son Qian felt the murderous intent of Li Ku, his spirit invigorated. Assemble the 500 provincial troops and stand by in the training grounds. Declare to the outside world that it is a routine drill. Zhou Changshu, I am here, in the name of the Du Governor's office. Issue a public notice to ensure the safety of the people, and draft a stern edict to be sent to Yinzhou. State that the bandits of Haifengzhai have repeatedly invaded our territory, harming the populace, and give them 3 days to exterminate the bandits themselves, delivering the head of their leader. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. Li Ku paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, adding a phrase to the edict. Do not say that you were not warned. This is a blatant ultimatum. Zhou felt a chill run down his spine, but immediately complied. However, the 500 provincial troops and the sternly worded edict were merely a smokescreen. Li Ku's true lethal weapon was the already sharpened Wu Wang Guard. That night, in the Du Governor's secret chamber, Li Ku issued combat orders to the standing commander of the guard, Zhang Wei, and a select 50 elite members of the guard. The target, Haifengzhai in Yinzhou. Li Ku pointed at the model of the treacherous mountain stronghold on the sand table, his gaze sharp. The mission: first, annihilate the bandits within the stronghold, leaving no one alive. Second, reclaim the stolen goods. Third, uncover evidence of collusion between the Yinzhou officials and the bandits. This operation is codenamed Liangjian. Li Ku's voice was solemn. This is our Wu Wang Guard's first real battle. I want you to resolve this as cleanly and decisively as a red-hot knife cutting through butter. Let everyone know that those who offend Anzhou shall meet their end. No matter how distant they may be, let the saying, if they come, let them be at peace, become a nightmare for all our enemies. We shall obey your highness's command. Wu Wang Guard, victory to us. The 50 elite members roared in response, their eyes glimmering with fervor and bloodlust. There were no banners flying, no war drums thundering. The 50 members clad in black, like phantoms merging with the night, silently crossed the state boundary, heading straight for Haifengzhai. Utilizing their extreme mountain training and superior equipment, including improved crossbows, climbing tools, and early-stage night vision devices, to approach undetected. What unfolded next for the mountain bandits of Haifengzhai was an overwhelming, otherworldly assault. The treacherous terrain they relied upon became irrelevant before the adeptly climbing guards. Their lookout posts and traps were riddled with flaws in the eyes of the stealthy and observant guards. Their bravado crumbled before the tactical teams that executed their strikes with precision and coordination. The battle erupted at the hour of the rat and concluded before dawn. There was no fierce confrontation, only a one-sided massacre and precise eradication. Crossbow bolts pierced the air, short blades slit throats, and various cunning, efficient killing techniques unfolded silently in the night. When the first rays of morning light illuminated Xiangji, not a single bandit remained alive. Only the stench of blood permeating the air. The guard members, akin to the most efficient artisans, swiftly ransacked the entire stronghold, recovering not only the stolen goods, but also discovering a secret chamber containing a letter from the Yinzhou magistrate to the bandit leader, along with several gifts from the Yinzhou government. Following Li Ke's prior instructions, Xuanwu concealed the original letter from the Yinzhou magistrate, made several copies, and severed the bandit leader's head, treating it with lime. Subsequently, he set fire to the den of banditry, turning it to ashes. Just as the 3-day deadline expired, a swift horse galloped into the Yinzhou magistrate's residence, throwing a wooden box before the bewildered magistrate. As the lid rolled away, it revealed the lifeless eyes of the bandit leader, along with a copy of the secret letter and a note inscribed with the 4 words, "Do not say that you were not warned." Signed, Wu Ke. Meanwhile, at the border of Anzhou, the 500 provincial troops concluded their drill and returned in disciplined formation. News of the Wu Wang Guard's midnight raid on Xiangji, uprooting it entirely and allegedly obtaining evidence of collusion between the Yinzhou magistrate and the bandits, spread rapidly, almost as if it had sprouted wings. Throughout the southern mountains and beyond, the news reached Chang'an, instantly causing a tremendous uproar. The common folk applauded, praising His Highness Wu Wang for ridding them of harm with valor and decisiveness. Noble generals were shocked by the formidable combat strength and ruthless methods of the Anzhou army, which they believed to be the provincial troops. Scholars in the civil service criticized Li Ke for acting unilaterally, crossing borders to enforce the law with excessive force. The Yinzhou magistrate, terrified, wrote a letter to Longsun Wujin seeking aid that very night. Meanwhile, Wei Wang Li Tai, after the initial shock, felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Li Ke possesses such terrifying power. Within the Yidian, Li Shimin gazed at the mountain of memorials regarding this matter, filled with accusations, praises, and pleas. Remaining silent for a long time, the intelligence reports from 100 writers were more detailed than these memorials, clearly indicating that the task was executed not by the provincial troops of Anzhou, but by a well-equipped, well-trained, and entirely loyal mysterious squad. Liangjian, what a remarkable name, Li Shimin murmured, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the dragon throne, his expression inscrutable. He felt both proud of his son's bravery and military acumen, yet deeply wary of this uncontrollable, powerful private force. After a lengthy pause, Li Shimin finally spoke, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. The Yinzhou magistrate has failed to maintain order, allowing bandits to wreak havoc. He shall be dismissed and investigated. Do Governor Li Ke of Anzhou, despite the suspicion of border crossing, acted out of urgency. His merits and demerits shall balance, and he shall receive no reward or punishment. Furthermore, let Anzhou assist Yinzhou in purging the remaining bandit remnants and stabilizing the region. This was a muddled decree, striking a balance yet tacitly acknowledging Li Ke's actions. When the imperial edict reached Anzhou, Li Ke respectfully received it, but a cold smile spread across his heart. Balancing merits and demerits? No reward or punishment. He gazed toward Chang'an, his eyes sharp. Father, your art of balance is indeed masterful. Nevertheless, it matters not. What I seek is not your accolades, but for all to witness the strength of Anzhou and hear the voice of Li Ke. Now that this sword has been drawn, it shall not be easily sheathed. He turned to Zhang Wei, Zhou Wen, and the others standing behind him, and said, "Relay the command. The Wu Wang Guard has collectively achieved great merit this time. The fallen shall receive generous rewards, and the wounded shall be handsomely compensated. Simultaneously, let us embellish our deeds of annihilating Xiangji and assisting Yinzhou in stabilizing the region, and disseminate them widely through our channels. I want the entirety of the Tang dynasty to know that the voice of Li Ke resounds strongly, echoing through the Du governor's office. Anzhou shall not be trifled with. Wu Wang shall not be deceived. This is the true meaning of drawing the sword." Anzhou's dragon chant reverberated across the land. Following this battle, Li Ku and Anzhou officially ascended to the power struggle arena of the Tang dynasty with a resolute stance. And no one dared to underestimate them again. Chapter 9. The Dawn of Ingenious Schemes. Economic chains. The repercussions of the Liangjian operation continued to reverberate through the southern mountains and even Chang'an. The name of Anzhou's Wu Wang, Li Ku became synonymous not only with the celestial seeds and joyous waters, but also with decisiveness and formidable military strength. Those neighboring forces that once harbored covetous or contemptuous sentiments toward Anzhou fell silent, and border disturbances nearly vanished. The fate of the Anzhou magistrate made it clear to all officials that this young prince possessed not only thunderous tactics, but also unfathomable backing. With external pressure significantly diminished, Li Ku did not rest on his laurels, but rather accelerated the pace of internal development. He understood that a single act of drawing the sword was sufficient to intimidate the petty, but to secure an invulnerable position and realize his ultimate goal. A more solid and advanced foundation was necessary. His gaze turned toward the Xiangji Fang, which held the promise of future technological advancement and deeper economic strategies. Within the Xiangji Fang, the fires burned day and night. Under the dual enhancement of elementary metallurgy and godly craftsmanship, the artisans, after countless failures, finally achieved a breakthrough. They successfully smelted high-quality iron ore obtained through the trade of happy water, leveraging the rudimentary blast furnace and steel-making techniques provided by Li Ku, resulting in Anzhou steel that far surpassed the quality of the Datang Guanfang. Although the production was limited and the costs were exorbitant, its strength, toughness, and wear resistance brought tears of joy to the seasoned craftsmen who had witnessed it. "Your Highness, this steel is capable of forging divine weapons," exclaimed the venerable craftsman Mo Hung, trembling as he held a steel ingot that shimmered with a ghostly blue hue. Li Ku accepted the ingot, weighing it in his hands. Feeling its substantial weight and inherent superior quality, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. However, he understood that such fine steel must be put to the blade. Mo Lao, this steel shall be prioritized for 3 areas. Li Ke commended. First, for the exclusive weaponry and armor components for the Wu Wang Wei, requiring them to be lightweight, sturdy, and sharp. Second, for the core components of the hydraulic hammer, to further enhance our forging efficiency and quality. Third, to attempt the production of a batch of strong crossbow arms and gears to test their efficacy. With superior materials at hand, the research and development progress of the Xiangji Fang accelerated significantly. Utilizing the new steel and the initially matured hydraulic transmission technology, the first rudimentary hydraulic hammer was successfully installed by a stream outside Anzhou City. The hammerhead, weighing several hundred pounds, tirelessly rose and fell under the drive of the water wheel, forging the heated iron billets with unparalleled efficiency, far surpassing human capabilities. Soon after, hydraulic machinery for mining, stone crushing, and grain hulling was also put into operation. Even more to Li Ku's delight, while attempting to improve the crossbow, Mo Hung and the craftsmen, in conjunction with Li Ku's concepts of standardization and modularization, inadvertently crafted a rudimentary version of a simple lathe. Although its precision was crude, limited to the most basic rotational cutting, this undoubtedly marked an epic-making beginning. Li Ku immediately ordered that this be deemed a top-secret project, concentrating resources for further research. Congratulations! The host has successfully achieved the smelting of Anzhou steel and a technological breakthrough, leading to the emergence of the prototype of the primitive industrial machine tool, propelling the technological tree of the era to leap forward, marking a milestone in technological advancement. Reward granted: Advanced Materials Science Fundamentals, covering metal treatment, composite material concepts. Acquired Special Stateling Guang Yishan, increased innovation probability and success rate for the research and development team. Just as Li Ku reveled in the joy of technological ascent, another significant opportunity emerged from the economic front. With the high-quality ironware, non-strategic, new agricultural tools, glassware, beyond just happy water bottles, other simple vessels began production, and most critically, happy water circulating through the network of the Wu Ji commercial house. An increasing flow of gold, silver, and various goods inundated Anzhou. A new, complex, yet opportunity-laden issue presented itself: currency settlement and logistics. A plethora of copper coins and silk piled up in warehouses, making inventory and transport extremely cumbersome and raising security concerns. The diversity of goods brought by merchants from various regions rendered pricing difficult. One day, Zhou I, burdened with an array of ledgers, reported to Li Ku with a furrowed brow, "Your Highness, the current transaction volume of the commercial house is immense, with money and silk accumulating like mountains. The transfer is arduous, and the quality of currency varies across states, complicating conversions and leading to potential disputes. If this continues, chaos may ensue." Li Ku perused the ledgers, his mind racing with intermediate economic principles. He realized this was not merely a nuisance, but rather a divinely bestowed opportunity to establish financial hegemony. After much contemplation, an audacious plan gradually took shape. "Zhou Changshe, we shall not issue money," Li Ku declared suddenly. "Not issue money? How?" Zhou was taken aback. "We shall issue certificates." Li Ku's eyes sparkled with brilliance. By utilizing the credibility of the Anzhou governor's office and Wu Ji commercial house, he proposed the issuance of a form of Anzhou flying money. He elaborated, "Any merchant can deposit gold, silver, and silk into our Wu Ji counters established in major states and counties, receiving corresponding denominations of Anzhou flying money certificates in return. These certificates can be exchanged for equivalent Anzhou goods at all Wu Ji commercial houses and closely collaborating merchants without barriers or hindrances." This essentially marked the inception of early paper currency and bank drafts. What Li Ku aimed to achieve was to leverage Anzhou's formidable commodity output capability and credibility to transform Anzhou flying money into a regional and potentially broader hard currency. Zhou Wen listened in astonishment, sensing the unimaginable potential embedded within this idea. "However, Your Highness, will the common people and merchants accept this flimsy piece of paper?" Zhou Wen raised the most critical question. "Thus, we need to establish trust." Li Ku asserted firmly. "First, the printing of Anzhou flying money must be exquisite, intricate, and difficult to forge, utilizing multi-layered printing, special inks, and hidden marks. Second, the Anzhou governor's office and Wu Ji commercial house must back it with gold and all inventory goods as reserves, ensuring that we can always honor full redemption. Third, and most crucially," Li Ku paused, revealing a hint of a domineering smile, "inform all merchants engaging in transactions with us that for large transactions in the future, they must prioritize using Anzhou flying money for settlement. Tell them that possessing Anzhou flying money not only allows them to purchase the coveted happy water, glassware, and new agricultural tools that others cannot, but they will also enjoy discounts and priority supply rights. Those who do not comply may find themselves excluded from our trading network." This was a blatant example of bundling sales and economic coercion. Yet, given Anzhou's current formidable commodity output capacity, Li Ku felt confident in pursuing this course of action. Furthermore, Li Ku continued to refine his blueprint for a financial empire, establishing an Anzhou escort agency that would rely on our official roads and the Wu Wang Wei's military strength, disguised as official troops, to oversee the armed transport of bulk goods and flying money, ensuring smooth logistics and financial security. With the issuance of this decree, the entire commercial system of Anzhou sprang into efficient operation once more. Beautifully crafted Anzhou flying money was soon designed and printed, with Wu Ji counters established in several key states and counties nearby. Initially, merchants harbored doubts, but driven by the allure of Anzhou's powerful goods and convenience, some began to experiment. When they discovered that this lightweight flying money could indeed be exchanged for sought-after Anzhou goods anytime and anywhere, even more conveniently and securely than lugging cumbersome copper coins, acceptance began to soar. Particularly for large cross-state transactions, the advantages of Anzhou flying money became unparalleled. Gradually, Anzhou flying money began to circulate within the commercial circles of the Shan, Nandong Dao, and surrounding areas, even showing trends of expansion into more distant regions. Anzhou, in an invisible manner, began to grasp the financial pulse of a certain region. News returned to Chang'an, causing greater ripples than the Liangjian operation. Economic infiltration, more insidious than military actions, proved to be infinitely more lethal. Li Shimin and the court's high officials keenly recognized that Li Ku's actions were an attempt to establish a financial system independent of the court. This was far more terrifying than merely possessing elite troops. Flying money? What does Li Ku intend to do? Establish a new currency system? Li Shimin's expression darkened as he gazed at the confidential report. He could tolerate his son having soldiers, even some of his son's outrageous behavior. But any attempt to undermine the economic foundation was a line that no emperor could overlook. Within the court, impeachment documents accusing Li Ku of disrupting the financial system and harboring ulterior motives began to flood in like snowflakes. Faced with the turbulent public opinion in Chang'an and the implied wrath of his father, Li Ku's response was surprisingly calm. He submitted another memorial, expressing utmost sincerity. Your humble son is alarmed. The issuance of flying money is purely to facilitate commerce and promote trade, with no ulterior motives. This flying money is solely for transactions involving Anzhou goods, not a new currency system, and I would never dare to overstep the court's authority. Should your majesty find it inappropriate, I will immediately cease all flying money issuance, and Anzhou promises full redemption for all issued flying money, ensuring that the common people suffer no losses. He adopted a strategy of retreating to advance, strictly confining flying money to the realm of commercial certificates, while presenting himself as capable of ceasing operations at any time and taking full responsibility, making it difficult for those seeking to label him as a traitor to find solid evidence. However, once the torrent of the economy is unleashed, how could it be easily halted? The convenience and benefits brought by Anzhou's flying money have already formed a chain of advantages. To forcibly sever it would likely incite turmoil that even the court would find difficult to bear. Li Shimin gazed at Li Ku's memorial, which took a defensive stance as an offensive strategy, and remained silent for a long while. Ultimately, he issued a vague edict. Although Anzhou's actions are intended for the convenience of the people, they involve monetary laws and must be approached with caution, without overstepping boundaries. This effectively signified a temporary acquiescence to Li Ku's financial innovation in the face of substantial real-world benefits and potential risks. Within the governor's office, upon receiving the edict, Li Ku smiled faintly. His father had tacitly approved. He understood that a forceful prohibition would only lead to greater upheaval. The economic chains had already been quietly forged. Next, he would wield this chain to bind more allies and strangle more foes. He looked northward, as if his gaze pierced through time and space, envisioning the resplendent city of Chang'an and the beleaguered adversaries within court. Eli Doi, Tiangsun Vui. Do you think you can restrain me simply by impeaching me in the court? The tide of the times has already shifted, while you remain entangled in power struggles. I'm busy forging new rules. Can you keep pace with this economic battle? Anzhou, this formidable machine, under Li Ku's guidance, is racing forward at an unprecedented speed across multiple dimensions, including agriculture, military, technology, and finance. The accumulated potential energy has already reached a critical point. Chapter 10. The Unfathomable Imperial Heart. The Anzhou of father and son. The turmoil in the court, triggered by Anzhou's flying money, ultimately concluded with Li Shimin's ambiguous yet tacitly approving decree. However, Li Ku was acutely aware of the imperial strategies and deep-seated apprehensions represented by this edict. He knew that he had already carved out a significant place in his father's heart, and should he continue to expand recklessly, it might indeed provoke severe repercussions. It was time for his father to witness the Anzhou governed by his son. Standing atop the highest tower of the governor's office, Li Ku surveyed the increasingly prosperous city, his mind made up, not through the secret reports of the 100-Horse Command, nor through the memorials of court officials, but by allowing his father to see, hear, and experience it firsthand. He took up his pen once more and composed a heartfelt memorial, adopting a lowly posture. In it, he first expressed his remorse regarding the flying money, reflecting deeply on his youthful recklessness and lack of foresight, and earnestly requested his father's punishment. Then, he shifted his tone to one of utmost sincerity and filial piety, writing, "My son is far from the emperor's countenance and thinks of you day and night. Every achievement, whether it be a single new sprout in the fields or a minor improvement in the workshops, I long to present before you and hear your wise counsel. Anzhou, under your great benevolence, thrives due to the dedication of its soldiers and the hard work of its people, yet I often feel inadequate, trembling as if walking on thin ice. I earnestly request that if you find time amidst your myriad affairs, you visit Anzhou and provide your guidance. My son would be immensely grateful, and so would the million commoners of Anzhou. I wish to offer this modest achievement in hopes of eliciting a smile from you, alleviating your weary heart. This memorial vividly portrayed the image of a dutiful son yearning for his father's recognition, tinged with a sense of anxiety. It cleverly cloaked the intent to showcase his accomplishments beneath a facade of deep familial affection and a request for guidance, rendering it difficult to refuse. Upon the memorial's arrival in Chang'an, Li Shimin perused it and remained silent for an extended period. He could naturally discern the subtle intentions woven throughout Li Ku's words. Yet the seemingly genuine affection and self-assuredness in showcasing Anzhou's modest achievements still moved him. He indeed wished to see firsthand the state of Anzhou, governed by the son he had dispatched. What secrets lay behind the mysterious guards, the economic upheaval of flying money, the high-yield potatoes, and the wonders of the workshops? After careful consideration with his trusted ministers, Li Shimin finally decreed, the emperor shall, during the crisp autumn days, tour the eastern region of Shannan and visit Anzhou. Upon receiving the imperial order, Anzhou erupted with excitement. The emperor's presence was a tremendous honor. Zhou Wen, Sun Qian, and others were filled with exhilaration, yet simultaneously felt immense pressure, immediately immersing themselves in preparations to ensure every detail was flawless and that no disgrace would befall their prince. Only Li Ku, after the initial joy, swiftly regained his composure. He understood that this was not merely a familial visit or inspection, but a critical examination concerning his future. He must present to his father a proper Anzhou. Under his meticulous planning, Anzhou, akin to a finely tuned machine, began its final adjustments and embellishments in anticipation of the emperor's arrival. All construction projects were completed, and the venues were cleaned to exhibit a tidy and orderly appearance. The Wuwang workshop operated normally, yet the Xinji workshop and areas involving core secrets were temporarily concealed and disguised. The Wuwang guard was dispersed, with the majority retreating to deep mountain bases, leaving only a small elite contingent in the garb of palace soldiers, tasked with securing the core areas, ensuring military appearance and strict discipline, yet not overly highlighting their extraordinary combat capabilities. All accounts were meticulously reviewed for clarity and traceability, particularly regarding the reserves and circulation records of the flying money, ensuring absolute precision. The populace was also mobilized, instructed to display a state of contentment and labor, expressing affection for Wu Wang while remaining mindful of the emperor's grace. Li Ku's objective was to ensure that Li Shimin witnessed Anzhou's affluence, efficiency, and vitality, and recognized his governance capabilities while skillfully concealing or downplaying elements that could provoke apprehension, such as the true nature of private militias, advanced technological developments, and the underlying control of financial networks, thereby crafting an image of a loyal and capable, yet still manageable vassal prince. In the autumn, under a clear sky, the imperial procession finally arrived at Anzhou. As Li Shimin's imperial palanquin entered Anzhou, he beheld the broad and well-maintained official road capable of accommodating several carriages side by side. He observed the neatly planned fields flanking the road, flourishing with crops, including the specially preserved potato fields. He saw the vibrant and rosy-faced populace gathering spontaneously along the way, chanting "Long live the Emperor." Beneath his calm exterior, his heart was already stirred. This was far removed from the barren and backward Anzhou he remembered. Upon entering Anzhou city, the sight before Li Shimin and his accompanying ministers was nothing short of astonishing. The streets were clean, shops lined the avenues, throngs of people moved about, with merchants of various dialects evident everywhere, and the prosperity even surpassed that of certain upper provinces. The city's waterways were clear, and the newly constructed irrigation systems were well designed, benefiting the populace, and the air was filled with a vigorous vitality. Li Ku, accompanied by Anzhou's civil and military officials, greeted them at the governor's office. Dressed in princely attire, he comported himself with grace and humility, striking the perfect balance between dutiful son and loyal subject. Over the next few days, Li Shimin, accompanied by Li Ku, inspected Anzhou's treasury, where grains were piled high and accounts were clear, the official fields where a bountiful potato harvest was anticipated. Aided by remarkably efficient new agricultural tools, the water conservancy facilities, which were ingeniously designed to benefit the masses, and observed the drills of Anzhou's palace soldiers, whose military appearance was impeccable and commands distinct, though they did not display extraordinary combat prowess, yet exuded an air of elite readiness. At each juncture, Li Ku personally elaborated, consistently attributing the achievements to the emperor's benevolence, the dedication of the soldiers, and the diligence of the common people, positioning himself as both an executor and learner. He even proactively led Li Shimin to tour the periphery of the Wuwang workshop, showcasing a portion of the harmless production processes for the happy water and glassware, categorizing them as minor crafts that supplemented expenses and benefited commerce. As he beheld the orderly, prosperous, and serene Anzhou and listened to Li Ke's humble and appropriate reports, Li Shimin's emotions reached a complex peak. He felt gratified at his son's growth and capabilities in governing the land so proficiently. Yet he also felt apprehensive about the maturity and hidden strengths demonstrated behind this prosperity. Far exceeding Li Ke's years, he was puzzled, questioning what secrets lay hidden beneath the seemingly innocuous facade Li Ke presented. At night, within the palace, Li Shimin summoned the commander of the Baichi division who accompanied him, and in a solemn tone inquired, "What is your impression of Anzhou?" The commander pondered for a moment before cautiously responding, "Your Majesty, Prince Wu is indeed a talent for governance. Anzhou enjoys political stability and harmony. Its treasury is abundant. Military preparations are thorough, and the populace lives in contentment. This is no mere flattery." He paused, adding, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that Anzhou appears almost too perfect, akin to a meticulously painted scroll." Li Shimin's gaze deepened, and he nodded in understanding. He too sensed that what Li Ke presented to him was the Anzhou the prince wished the emperor to see. Beneath the surface, there must be deeper currents at play. The next day, Li Shimin proposed to travel incognito, without an entourage, accompanied only by a few guards, wishing to observe the market life. Li Ke felt a chill in his heart, aware that this was the true test. Yet he readily acquiesced, offering his company. As they walked through the bustling streets of Anzhou, observing merchants calling out and citizens shopping, and children at play, Li Shimin casually entered several shops. Engaging in conversation with the shopkeepers and clerks, inquiring about prices and livelihoods. The responses he received were almost unanimous. "Thanks to your Majesty's great fortune and Prince Wu's benevolent rule, life has improved considerably. Taxes are clear, and officials dare not exploit us." There were no complaints to be found. However, Li Shimin keenly noticed that nearly all the common folk and merchants, when mentioning Prince Wu, exhibited genuine gratitude and affection that could not be feigned. He even overheard a few old farmers in an alley, conversing in their thick accents. "It's our Prince Wu who has the skills. He brought forth those tubers, and this year we need not go hungry. Indeed, they say that joyous water was devised by him, selling in Chang'an for much iron and cloth. Following Prince Wu, we have hope." Such words carried more weight than any official rhetoric. Li Shimin fell silent. Upon concluding his visit and on the way back to the palace, Li Shimin suddenly halted, regarding the respectful Li Ke beside him, and posed a seemingly casual question. "Kur, what do you believe is the most important quality for a ruler?" Li Ke felt a jolt in his heart, recognizing that the pivotal moment had arrived. He took a deep breath, lowered his gaze, and respectfully replied, "Your Imperial Majesty, I believe a ruler must align his heart with that of the people. The sage says, the people are precious, the state is secondary, and the ruler is the lightest. Ensuring the populace is well-fed, clothed, and lives in peace is fundamental. In Anzhou, I merely abide by the sage's teachings, understanding your Majesty's love for the people and doing my utmost." He refrained from discussing grand strategies or military prowess, focusing instead on the simplest principle of governance, attributing everything to the sage's teachings and the emperor's exemplary conduct. This answer was impeccable, showcasing his ideology while remaining politically astute. Li Shimin gazed deeply at Li Ke, as if trying to penetrate his very soul. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "It is commendable that you possess such intentions. Remember the words you spoke today." The days of inspection swiftly concluded, and the imperial entourage prepared to return to Chang'an. Before departing, Li Shimin said little, bestowing rewards upon Anzhou's civil and military officials, and additionally gifting Li Ke with some palace articles and books. Yet, as he ascended the imperial carriage, he turned back for a final glance at the vibrant city of Anzhou, observing Li Ke kneeling by the roadside to bid farewell. With an inscrutable expression, he remarked, "You have governed Anzhou well. I am greatly pleased. Take care of yourself." As the imperial carriage departed, the dust began to settle. Li Ke slowly straightened, watching the caravan disappear into the distance, his respectful demeanor gradually fading, replaced by a complex expression. "Take care of yourself," he softly repeated, savoring the layered meanings of admonition. expectation, and the unfathomable intricacies of imperial intent. Zhou Wan, Sun Qian, and others gathered around, their faces alight with joy. Your Highness. It seems His Majesty is quite satisfied with Anzhou. Li Ku, however, shook his head, his expression grave. Satisfied? Perhaps. But more significantly, there is weariness. Yet, that is sufficient. At the very least, he now knows that I, Li Ku, am not a prince to be easily manipulated or relegated to the periphery to fend for myself. I possess the capital to instill caution in him. He turned, gazing upon the city he had helped create, with the flames of ambition rekindled in his eyes. The foundation of Anzhou had been laid, and the momentum had begun to rise. His gaze shifted northward once more, this time filled with unprecedented resolve and sharpness. He awaited a moment, a chance to transform the power of Anzhou into thunder, resonating throughout the entirety of the Tang dynasty. Through wind and rain, Xuanwu Gate awaits your father, and we shall meet again in Chang'an. Chapter 1. Return to the capital. The King of Innovation returns. The reverberations from Li Shimin's inspection of Anzhou lingered in the circles of power in Chang'an, refusing to dissipate. The once notorious Prince Wu, Li Ku, renowned for his antics and bold proclamations at Xuanwu Gate, had now grown into a formidable force, a hidden tiger reigning over a territory. Anzhou's prosperity, its formidable military, and the enigmatic economy of flying coins loomed over the hearts of Crown Prince Li Chengxian and Prince Wei Li Tai like a heavy cloud. Yet, the wheels of fate often turn unexpectedly. Shortly after Li Shimin's return to Chang'an, a sudden upheaval shattered the delicate balance of the court. Crown Prince Li Chengxian, suffering from a worsening foot ailment, compounded by years of pressure and inner turmoil, unexpectedly fell from his horse during a hunting excursion after a bout of drinking. Though he survived, his already impaired legs were rendered completely useless. The crown prince had been deposed. This news struck like thunder, reverberating throughout Chang'an. The foundation of the state trembled. The position of heir apparent hung in the balance. All eyes converge upon the two most formidable contenders, Prince Wei Li Tai and the distant Prince Wu Li Ku in Anzhou, in front of the Wei Wangfu. A flurry of activity ensued, with suitors arriving in droves. Li Tai, filled with ambition, believed the position of heir was already secured, and he became increasingly brazen in his actions. He intensified his political maneuvers within the court, courting influential figures such as Chang Sunwujin, while simultaneously scheming to undermine and suppress Li Ku in Anzhou, seeking to eliminate the most dangerous rival before the final confrontation. Meanwhile, within the Anzhou governor's mansion, when Li Ku received the covert report regarding the crown prince's deposition, he was in the midst of fine-tuning an enhanced heavy crossbow at the renowned Shenji Fang workshop. He set aside his tools, remaining silent for a moment, his eyes betraying no surprise, but rather a keen glimmer of anticipation. The moment had arrived. He turned to Zhou Wan, Zhang Wei, and others, declaring, "It is time for me to enter the fray in this wolf-killing game of Chang'an." At that moment, the imperial decree arrived, summoning the princes back to the capital to pay their respects and soothe the emperor's troubled heart due to the crown prince's misfortune. This decree, ostensibly a form of consolation, effectively summoned the princes, particularly Li Tai and Li Ku, back into the vortex of power in Chang'an, where they would engage in their final contest under the emperor's watchful gaze. Li Ku hesitated not for a moment, promptly issuing orders to prepare for travel. He selected 100 of the most elite members of the Wu Wang Guard, outfitting them in ordinary protective attire under the command of Zhang Wei, to serve as his personal guard. Concurrently, he packed a generous supply of Anzhou's finest products, including the latest batch of supreme joyous water, exquisite glassware, and some seemingly ordinary yet cleverly crafted agricultural tools and workshop products as tribute. He chose not to adopt a low profile, but rather displayed the full regalia of a prince, his retinue grand and imposing, proceeding steadily towards Chang'an. Wherever they passed, the excitement was palpable. The reputation of Anzhou's Prince Wu had long since spread, and now, witnessing the magnificent display and the distinct aura of his guards, the rumors were validated. News flew back to Chang'an as if on wings. Li Ku has returned, accompanied by his mysterious guard. It is said that the joyous water alone filled several carts. The city of Chang'an bristled with tension, every nerve taut. On this day, as autumn deepened, Li Ku's caravan finally reached the outskirts of Chang'an. He did not rush to enter the city, but instead ordered a small exhibition of Anzhou's products to be held at the end of Xuanwu Street. The crystal-clear elixir of joy, the exquisitely crafted glassware, and the labor-saving, efficient new plows instantly captivated countless citizens of Chang'an, as well as the affluent household servants, causing the streets to be impassable. Behold, this is the celestial brew concocted by His Highness, Wang of Wu. The plowhead appears remarkably lightweight. Truly, His Highness is like a deity of wealth descended to earth. Amidst this cacophony of voices, a group rudely parted the crowd and approached Li Ke's carriage. At the forefront was the smiling yet frostily cold-eyed Wei Wang, Li Tai. "Third brother, how have you fared?" Li Tai proclaimed from atop his steed, his voice booming, deliberately ensuring that everyone nearby could hear. "Your grand display in Anzhou is indeed impressive. Upon your return to the capital, are you here to present auspicious offerings to Father? Or do you harbor ulterior motives?" The sharpness and malice hidden within his words were unmistakable. Li Ke slowly descended from his carriage, adorned in his signature inscrutable smile. Today, he had donned a crisp riding outfit, exuding an air of vigor that starkly contrasted with Li Tai's opulent bulk. "Fourth brother," Li Ke replied casually, as if oblivious to the barbs in his words. "My time in Anzhou was merely dedicated to fulfilling my duties and alleviating Father's concerns while providing for the people." He then added with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems, dear fourth brother, that you have grown quite comfortable in Chang'an, judging by your ample physique." His words were a veiled compliment that openly criticized Li Tai's indulgence in pleasures rather than governance. Li Tai's expression stiffened, his jowls quivering as he forced a smile. "Third brother, you remain as sharp-tongued as ever. But I wonder, is your grand entourage of soldiers, your implied meaning of guards, congruent with regulations? Have you perhaps forgotten the customs of Chang'an after your prolonged stay in Anzhou?" This was a true lethal strike. The implication that he had brought soldiers to the capital could easily lead to accusations of treason. The crowd immediately fell silent, all eyes fixated on Li Ke. However, he erupted into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and tinged with mockery. "Oh, fourth brother, you do me an injustice. The company I bring consists merely of simple attendants tasked with transporting tributes and ensuring safety. They are far from soldiers. Do you truly believe that the imperial retinue of a prince in our Tang dynasty could be mistaken for mere soldiers?" He shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening, and raised his voice slightly, employing the art of rhetoric to ensure clarity. "Or do you think that I should travel alone, defenseless in this imperial capital? Has it truly come to the point where the son of the emperor must take such precautions to safeguard his own well-being?" He quoted a sage, "A gentleman is not a tool. Having capable hands at my side not only ensures my protection, but also facilitates transporting the beloved local offerings for father and mother. Is there anything wrong with that? Should I become a powerless scholar to appease certain individuals? Or is it that some wish to see misfortune befall me on my journey, believing it to be in accordance with propriety?" His series of rhetorical questions, akin to a barrage of cannon fire, along with his masterful manipulation of language, not only diffused Li Tai's accusations, but also suggested that Li Tai harbored insidious intentions. The sharpness of his words and the intricacy of his logic left the onlookers utterly astounded. Li Tai, taken aback, flushed crimson, pointing at Li Ke, struggling to articulate a response. He realized that he was utterly overshadowed by this elder brother who had been absent from Chang'an for so long, both in presence and in articulation. "You are merely grasping at straws," Li Tai finally managed to utter, his words weak and ineffective. "If you believe I am merely grasping at straws, fourth brother, feel free to present your case to father," Li Ke replied, his smile fading, his tone now carrying an undeniable authority. "Now, I must ask you to clear the way, for I am to enter the palace and report to father." Ignoring Li Tai's darkened expression, he turned and re-entered his carriage. The procession resumed, and the members of the Wang of Wu's guards silently parted the crowd, their aura of lethal discipline instinctively creating a passageway. Li Tai stood frozen, watching as Li Ke's carriage slowly passed before him, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, his face burning with humiliation and his heart ablaze with envy and hatred. "Li Ke, just wait. Chang'an is not your Anzhou," he growled through clenched teeth. Inside the carriage, Li Ke leaned against the soft cushions, closing his eyes to rest, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Ding! On the first day of the host's return to the capital, You deftly countered the Wei Wang's provocation on Zhuge Avenue, utilizing linguistic prowess to turn the tables, successfully creating a sensation and declaring your formidable return, achieving a flawless debut. Impact coefficient, 380. Reward granted. Advanced rhetorical skills, including guidance, suggestion, psychological pressure. Status aura suppression, targeted at specific individuals. Chang'an, I have returned. Li Ke opened his eyes, gazing through the carriage curtains at the increasingly familiar, yet foreign palace walls. Li Tai, my dear fourth brother, it seems I shall speak first in this game of wolves. I wonder, are you prepared to respond? And as for the grand performance by father, I hope you're watching closely. The return of Wang of Wu, Li Ke, was akin to a colossal stone thrown into the already turbulent waters of Chang'an, stirring waves that would engulf all in their path. The struggle for succession had reached a boiling point. Chapter 2. The Imperial Confrontation. Who will emerge as the Crown Prince? Li Ke's retort against Wei Wang Li Tai on Zhuge Avenue reverberated throughout every corner of Chang'an like wildfire, leaving the once mocked prince now returned with an air of commanding authority and unfathomable confidence, the subject of scrutiny across the court and the populace alike. The following day, during the routine Grand Court Assembly, the atmosphere in Hanyuan Hall was so tense that it seemed as if one could draw water from it. On the dragon throne, Li Shimin wore a grave expression as his gaze swept over Li Ke, who stood calmly at the forefront among the princes, and then flickered to Li Tai, whose countenance remained dark. After a lengthy exchange of formalities, the silence in the hall was abruptly shattered by an official from Li Tai's faction. A censor stepped forward, holding a jade tablet, and declared loudly, Your Majesty, His Highness, the Wang of Wu, returned to the capital yesterday with an extravagant display and a formidable entourage, publicly confronting the Wei Wang on Zhuge Avenue with disrespectful words, compromising the dignity of a prince. Furthermore, his attendants resemble soldiers. I fear he harbors ulterior motives and implore your majesty to investigate. This seemed to sound the horn of attack, as several officials followed suit, either overtly or subtly rebuking Li Ke with familiar accusations of usurpation, arrogance, and courting popular favor. However, during this sensitive moment, their words bore an especially piercing edge. Li Ke lowered his gaze, seemingly detached, while inwardly he sneered. He understood that this was merely the first wave of Li Tai's tentative assault. Indeed, Li Tai, seated among the princes, feigned a pained expression and spoke up, Father, though my brother and I may have some misunderstandings, there is no intention to accuse him. However, my brother has been in the fief for an extended period, and his mannerisms may differ from those of the capital. I merely worry that upon his return to Chang'an, he might inadvertently attract criticism, damaging our brotherly harmony and hurting your majesty's feelings. This statement, while appearing conciliatory, effectively tightened the grip of blame on the fief's perceived overreach and lack of propriety. Li Shimin remained silent, his gaze once again fixed upon Li Ke, imbued with scrutiny and pressure. The attention of the entire court converged on Li Ke, and he knew it was his turn to speak. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward, bowing with poise and composure. Your Majesty, Li Ke's voice rang clear, echoing within the grand hall, upon my return to the capital yesterday. My earnest desire was to meet with you. Should there be any impropriety in my entourage, I am willing to accept your reprimand. As for my attendants, they are all trusted sons of good families from Anzhou, loyal and dependable, tasked with safeguarding tributes and ensuring my safety. They are certainly not soldiers, and this can be corroborated by the accompanying officials and the county magistrate of Chang'an. If anyone doubts this, I invite an immediate inspection. He first acknowledged the possibility of minor transgressions, yet remained unwavering on critical issues, exuding confidence. Regarding the confrontation with his fourth brother, Li Ke, he raised his head and looked sincerely at Li Shimin, casting a helpless glance at Li Tai. As it was due to his fourth brother's immediate accusation about his intentions of returning to the capital with armed forces, the son felt apprehensive. As the son of the emperor and a prince of the Tang dynasty, returning to his own capital, he found himself subjected to such suspicion from his own brother, stirring feelings of indignation and sorrow within him. In a moment of heated emotion, he failed to uphold the decorum expected among brothers, a fault he willingly admitted to his fourth brother. His words positioned himself as the one wronged, inadvertently highlighting Li Tai's pettiness and maliciousness. The phrase about his own capital further emphasized his identity and sense of belonging. Li Tai, nearly jumping in fury, was infuriated by this scoundrel's attempt to obscure the truth. Before Li Tai could retort, Li Ku abruptly shifted his tone, elevating his voice with a commanding presence. However, father, as I left the capital to govern my fief, I have constantly recalled your teachings, acting diligently without a trace of negligence. The people of Anzhou, relying on your imperial might, have served faithfully, and the citizens have labored hard. Now that the granaries are gradually filling and the people's lives are somewhat stable, I do not dare to claim credit, but wish to repay your immense grace with this modest achievement. He began to flex his political muscles while maintaining a humble demeanor. On this return to the capital, aside from presenting the local customs of Anzhou, I also bring 5,000 taels of gold and 300,000 strings of cash from the treasury of Anzhou, which I am willing to offer to the court to enrich the imperial coffers for military supplies or relief efforts. Furthermore, I am eager to donate the newly improved design of the curved plow and the cylindrical cart to the Ministry of Works for dissemination throughout the realm, benefiting the people of our great Tang. Upon utterance of these words, the entire hall was astonished. 5,000 taels of gold, 300,000 strings of cash. This was nearly the tax revenue of an entire province over several years. He casually donated such sums? And the rumored new farming tools, which could significantly enhance agricultural efficiency, were also given freely? What grand generosity! What loyalty to the nation! In stark contrast, what had Li Tai, who remained in Chang'an enjoying the finest resources, contributed to the court or the people? Aside from forming factions for personal gain and vying for power, he seemed to have achieved little. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall subtly shifted. Many neutral officials looked at Li Ku with increased admiration and approval. Even certain officials who previously leaned towards Li Tai couldn't help but reconsider their stance. Li Tai's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He never imagined that Li Ku would play his cards so unexpectedly, using wealth and technology to undermine him. This rendered his earlier accusations of arrogance and power abuse utterly feeble. Pointing at Li Ku, Li Tai's hand trembled, at a loss for words to counter the argument. Could he claim that Li Ku's donations were erroneous? A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Shimin's deep-set eyes, swiftly replaced by profound contemplation. He gazed at Li Ku, standing tall in the hall. This son once again exceeded his expectations. This maneuver not only dispelled the accusations, but significantly elevated Li Ku's prestige, outmaneuvering Li Tai. Coughing, Fang Xianling timely stepped forward to mediate, stating, "Your Highness, the Prince of Wu, exhibits loyalty and concern for the people, serving as a model for royal offspring. Your Majesty, what the prince offers is of great benefit to the nation and the people, and I believe it should be graciously accepted." Changsun Wuji's expression darkened, yet he could not openly dissent, only managing to concur. The Prince of Wu is indeed thoughtful. Li Shimin finally spoke, his voice steady, betraying no emotion. "Your intentions are greatly appreciated. The gold and silk you offered shall be deposited into the imperial treasury. The agricultural tool designs will be submitted to the Ministry of Works for verification and promotion." "I thank you, father." Li Ku bowed and then, raising his gaze with fervor directed at Li Shimin, he unveiled the true bombshell. "Father, while in Anzhou, I often reflect on the sage's teachings. The people are of utmost importance, the state second, and the ruler least. However, I believe that to elevate the people, we must first strengthen the military to secure the state. Only with a stable state can the ruler find peace and the people rejoice." His voice rang with passion, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Thus, during my time in Anzhou, amidst training the provincial troops, I acquired some insights on military training, which I have compiled into a tome entitled Scientific Strategies and New Military Tactics. While it may contain unconventional ideas, they are all aimed at minimizing the bloodshed of our soldiers while maximizing the defeat of our enemies. I do not dare to conceal my thoughts and wish to present it for your perusal. Father, should there be any applicable insights, it will be a blessing for our great Tang and a fortune for our armies. As he spoke, he produced a beautifully bound manuscript from his sleeve, holding it high. The presentation of funds and technology was merely an appetizer. The offering of military strategy was the true revelation. This was a demonstration to the entire court, especially to Li Shimin, showcasing that Li Ku was both cultured and martial, possessing not only the ability to govern, but also strategies for military strength. This was a bid for the highest praise, as the rightful heir. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was astounded by Li Ke's continuous and formidable displays. The offering of gold and silk denoted loyalty. The donation of agricultural tools represented benevolence, while the presentation of military texts embodied courage and wisdom. Within a brief span, Li Ke exhibited the quintessential qualities expected of a perfect heir apparent. Li Tai gaped at the military text, feeling a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. He had lost. In his first direct confrontation before the emperor, he was utterly defeated. Li Shimin's gaze fixated on the manuscript, his expression profoundly complex. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. Present here. As the attendant brought the weighty scientific strategies and new military tactics to the imperial desk, all eyes in the Hanyuan hall converged upon it. Li Ke slightly lowered his eyelids, concealing a glimmer of brilliance within. At that moment, the system chimed. The host, during the grand court confrontation, adopted a strategy of retreating to advance, launching a series of moves that forcefully overwhelmed the opponent with substantial benefits and military theory, significantly enhancing personal prestige, completing a textbook-level political maneuver. Maneuver strike coefficient, 500. Reward granted, advanced political strategy skills. Achieved the status of public acclaim, absorbing the newfound strategic knowledge and intangible momentum. Li Ke realized that he had triumphed in this initial round, and quite splendidly at that. He slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping past the pallid-faced Li Tai, looking towards the vast sky outside the hall, silently contemplating. At the Xuanwu Gate, who wins? Wins the title of Crown Prince? This first round I have secured. Li Tai. My dear fourth brother, brace yourself. Do not exit the game too soon. Chapter 3. Chaos in Chang'an. The counterattack of the master of maneuvering. Li Ke's combination of loyalty, benevolence, courage, and wisdom in the Hanyuan hall not only left Li Tai bewildered, but also dropped a deep-seated bombshell throughout Chang'an's political landscape. The Prince of Wu was no longer the frivolous royal who merely engaged in antics, but had transformed into a formidable contender, wielding real achievements, strategic insight, and a profound understanding of political dynamics. In no time, the previously observant neutral faction, and even some officials who had found no favor under Li Tai, began to rethink their positions. However, Li Ke understood that merely relying on a moment of brilliance in the court was insufficient to shake the foundations that Li Tai and Changsun Wuji had cultivated over the years. He must seize the moment, deeply and broadly disseminating Anzhou's influence throughout every corner of Chang'an, infiltrating, dividing, and winning over from economic, cultural, and military perspectives. Upon returning to the former residence of the Prince of Wu, where he had once stayed as a royal, Li Ke promptly summoned his core advisors who had accompanied him back to the capital, including Zhang Wei, who had followed him in a protective capacity, as well as the shadows he had strategically placed in Chang'an, responsible for the Wu family's commercial operations and intelligence network. The residence remained unchanged, but the atmosphere was entirely different. Outside, carriages and horses thronged with officials and gentry arriving to pay their respects. Your Highness, after today, we are undoubtedly at the eye of the storm. Zhang Wei spoke solemnly, a mix of excitement and gravity on his face. Li Tai will not let this go easily. If he comes, let him come, Li Ke replied, seated confidently at the head of the table. What we must do is ensure he is overwhelmed. Shadows, what is the situation with the commercial operations? The shadow bowed and reported. Your Highness, according to your instructions, the circulation of Fengtian and Anzhou has been expanding in Chang'an and its surrounding areas, especially among merchants engaged in business with us, almost all of whom have accepted it. Goods such as happy water and glassware are in high demand. Additionally, we have secretly acquired significant quantities of raw iron, saltpeter, leather, and other materials through Fengtian, which are being transported to Anzhou via discreet channels. Excellent, Li Ke noted. Next, the Merchant Association must undertake two tasks. First, we shall diversify the range of Anzhou's special products. We will promote high-quality ordinary ironware, fabrics, and even uniquely flavored pickles and dried fruits produced by Anzhou workshops. The prices must be affordable, allowing the common folk of Chang'an to utilize and enjoy them. We seek not only the market of the elite, but also to penetrate deeper, winning the hearts of the people. Second, a glimmer of calculation flashed in Li Ke's eyes. We shall launch the Anzhou Chang'an Industrial Cooperation Initiative. We will spread the word that the Wu Wangfu is looking for reliable partners in Chang'an and its vicinity to jointly establish modern weaving workshops, printing houses, and even simple machinery workshops. We can provide some technical guidance and core components in exchange for a share of the profits. This move effectively relocates a portion of the industrial chain and interest to Chang'an, binding more local powerful figures and craftsmen. This approach is deeper than mere commodity export and is far more difficult to dismantle. The shadow understood. I comprehend. I will proceed at once. Zhang Wei expressed some doubt. Your Highness, is it wise to leak workshop technologies? Li Ke chuckled. Rest assured, the core and critical technologies such as steel smelting, hydraulic systems, and the secrets of the divine machine workshop will never be divulged. What we share are peripheral technologies that enhance efficiency, yet are easily imitated and improved upon. This not only binds allies, but also stimulates the overall advancement of craft in the Tang dynasty. It is a deliberate strategy. Moreover, he paused, his tone growing cold. The true weapons must always remain in our own hands. Zhang Wei, our guard must not remain idle in Chang'an. Allocate personnel to assist the Jingzhou prefecture in maintaining public order, and under the guise of engaging with the northern Yamen's troops for drills, take proactive action. I want the military system of Chang'an to witness what true strength looks like. And let certain individuals know that my blade, Li Ke's blade, shines not only in Anzhou, but also in Chang'an. Understood. Zhang Wei's eyes ignited with martial fervor. As Li Ke busily arranged his plans, Li Tai and Changsun Wuji initiated their counterattack. Unable to directly assault the newly accomplished Li Ke in the open, they turned to other avenues. First, they sought to manipulate public opinion within the scholarly circles. They directed court scholars to compose articles that subtly criticized intricate techniques and their ability to confuse the populace, emphasizing that the crown prince should prioritize benevolence and propriety, indirectly implying that Li Ke prioritized profit over righteousness and acted tyrannically, unbefitting of a benevolent ruler. Second, they began to exert economic pressure. Changsun Wuji leveraged his authority to conduct various compliance inspections on the Wuji Merchant Association, delaying the clearance of their goods and hinting to officials associated with the Merchant Association to be cautious of the repercussions. However, Li Ke had anticipated this. In response to the slander from the scholarly circles, Li Ke retaliated creatively. He instructed his subordinates to reinterpret certain chapters from scientific discourses that spoke of practicality, progress, and adaptability, using more accessible, even humorous language, and printed them as a booklet titled New Interpretations of Discourses on Knowledge and Reality, which was distributed for free among the scholars of Chang'an through the Merchant Association and their connections. Upon release, the booklet sparked considerable controversy. Traditional Confucian scholars lamented and condemned it as heretical, yet many young, vibrant scholars were drawn to its novel viewpoints and pragmatic spirit, finding it refreshing, which ignited a grand discussion on the essence of Confucianism. Unbeknownst to Li Ke, he had inadvertently garnered a potential faction of pragmatic reform supporters within the scholarly circles. Congratulations! The host has utilized new interpretations of discourses to counter public opinion attacks, successfully instigating a philosophical debate among the scholars of Chang'an, fracturing the opposition and attracting potential allies, thus achieving a high-quality cultural maneuver. Cultural maneuvering impact coefficient 400. Roi Grand Aide, Intermédiate Public Opinion Guidance Technique. Status. Renowned among the scholarly circles. Increased prestige among literati. In response to the economic pressure, Li Ke's counteraction was both straightforward and ruthless. He had the shadow discreetly leak copies of incriminating evidence regarding several key members of the Changsun Wuji family involved in smuggling and the illegal occupation of farmland to an inspector with a vendetta against the Changsun clan. Simultaneously, he intensified the promotion of Anzhou Fengtian, announcing that merchants using Fengtian for transactions would not only enjoy discounts, but also gain priority access to participate in the Anzhou Chang'an Industrial Cooperation Initiative. Profit is the greatest motivator. Faced with enormous commercial interests, Changsun Wuji's administrative pressure appeared feeble. Many merchants paid lip service while secretly engaging with the Wu Wangfu, including some officials previously aligned with the Changsun family. Even more infuriating for Li Tai was that Li Ke had indeed begun facilitating exchanges and drills with the northern Yamen's troops. The first small-scale exercise was held at the military training ground outside the city. Li Ke dispatched only 20 members of the Wu Wang Guard to face 100 elite troops from the northern Yamen. The result was a groundbreaking performance. The Wu Wang Guard members, utilizing adept squad coordination, precise crossbow shooting, cunning close combat techniques, and various tactics leveraging their environment, managed to defeat the numerically superior northern Yamen troops in under the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, sustaining minimal casualties. Although this exercise was not publicized, it sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the military. All observing generals understood they had witnessed a completely new and efficient mode of warfare. Li Ke's name suddenly gained significant weight within the military system. Generals like Cheng Yaojin, who were friendly with Li Ke or already dissatisfied with Li Tai, openly praised the Wu Wang's military training as a boon for the Tang dynasty. Whispers of support for Li Ke began to circulate within the army. After a series of strategic maneuvers, Li Tai and Xuanwu Gate found themselves unable to suppress Li Ke. Instead, they watched helplessly as his influence proliferated like vines, taking root in the political, economic, cultural, and military spheres of Chang'an. Within the Wei Wang Fu, Li Tai, in a fit of rage, shattered everything in his study that could be smashed, appearing almost deranged. Incompetence. All of you are useless. Why can we not suppress him? Why? Xuanwu Gate's face was as dark as rain clouds, feeling for the first time that this nephew, who bore the bloodline of the previous dynasty, was extraordinarily formidable. His methods peculiar, roots deep, and adaptability far exceeding his expectations. My lord, please remain calm. Xuanwu Gate took a deep breath. Li Ke's actions may seem ostentatious, but they have only provoked deeper apprehension from his majesty. The more he flaunts himself, the further he may drift from that throne. What we need now is patience and a way for him to make a mistake. Meanwhile, within the old Wu Wang Fu, Li Ke listened to the good news arriving from various quarters, yet his expression bore little pride. He had managed to stabilize his position against public opinion, economic pressures, and military challenges. He gently tapped on the table, but he knew that the true key lay within the imperial palace, in the heart of that individual. He understood that his high-profile actions would inevitably intensify Li Shimin's suspicions. Yet, he had no alternative. The path to succession was akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or retreat. It was time to pay a visit to the emperor. Li Ke stood up, adjusted his robes, and decided to bring along some fresh delicacies from Anzhou to further delight the elder. A cold yet dangerous glint sparkled in his eyes. The waters of Chang'an had been thoroughly stirred by him. This night of intrigue would be long, and as the king of maneuvers, he had prepared even more surprises for all participants. Chapter 4. Stripping the fuel from the fire. Striking at the heart with words, the storm unleashed by Li Ke in Chang'an did not cease due to a temporary calm. Rather, it infiltrated the capital of the empire in a more insidious and profound manner. The economic entanglement, cultural debates, and military deterrence formed three invisible nooses, slowly tightening around Wei Wang, Li Tai, and his faction. The study of the old Wu Wang Fu had now become Li Ke's temporary command center in Chang'an. Under the flickering candlelight, he engaged in a clandestine discussion with Yingzi and Zhang Wei. Your Highness, Yingzi murmured, according to reports from our spies placed in various locations, Wang Wei has been frequently holding secret meetings with Xuanwu Gate and others. It appears they are concocting a significant counterattack. They may attempt to exploit filial piety and factional alliances to impeach you, using enticements to win over officials and plot nefarious schemes. Hearing this, Li Ke did not display concern. Instead, a hint of derision crept onto his face. How predictable they are, having no fresh tactics beyond these cliched maneuvers. Zhang Wei, brimming with determination, suggested, Your Highness, shall I lead a contingent to deliver a stern warning, making it clear that those who disregard the path of righteousness may meet a swift end? No, Li Ke interjected, waving his hand. Dealing with them through brute force is a fool's errand. We must employ our intellect. If they desire to strike, let them do so. We shall ensure their blows land upon soft cotton, even rebounding back upon themselves. After a moment of contemplation, a more ruthless scheme flickered in his eyes. Yingzi, how have you organized the evidence we previously gathered regarding the unlawful deeds of the Wang family and the scions of the Changsun clan? Your Highness, Yingzi replied, everything has been verified. The evidence is irrefutable, including instances of land usurpation, market extortion, and even several cases involving loss of life. Excellent. Li Ke clapped his hands together. We need not sully our own hands. Categorize this evidence and anonymously deliver it to those censors with grievances against Wang Wei or the Changsun family, particularly those of the former crown prince's faction. Although Li Changxian has been deposed, many in the Eastern Palace hold resentment towards Li Tai's ascendants. This strategy is akin to driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, leveraging their strength against them. Additionally, Li Ke continued his plans, proposing to allocate a portion of the benefits we intended to relinquish in our cooperative ventures in Chang'an to win over those middle-ranking families that previously aligned with Wang Wei, yet whose status is not pivotal and whose capable offspring have been neglected. Inform them that loyalty to Wang Wu will be rewarded and their talents will be recognized. We aim to undermine Li Tai's foundation from within. Understood, Yingzi acknowledged, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Li Ke turned to Zhang Wei, the commander of his guard, and instructed, our training exercises must continue. Seek opportunities to engage with those neutral commanders within the 16 guards who are less enamored with Wang Wei. There is no need to showcase all our capabilities, but let them witness our training methods and the quality of our soldiers, whetting their appetites. If necessary, we may offer a few sets of our discarded armor or weapons that surpass standard equipment. He aimed to demonstrate tangible benefits to the military system, subtly garnering their support. I understand, Zhang Wei replied in a deep voice. Li Ke's strategy soon bore fruit. Just days later, at a grand court assembly, the winds of change swept through. Indeed, a censor stepped forward to impeach Li Ke for colluding with foreign officials to form factions. However, before Li Ke could defend himself, several censors known for their integrity and with existing grievances against the Changsun family suddenly launched an assault, directing their ire towards Wang Wei, Li Tai, and the Changsun clan. They presented irrefutable evidence, accusing Wang Wei of enabling his subordinates and the Changsun offspring of rampant lawlessness and even taking lives. Each incident was meticulously detailed, with time, place, witnesses, and evidence, leaving Li Tai and Changsun Wuji utterly unprepared. Following this, several previously silent old ministers from the Eastern Palace seemed to act in unison, stepping forward to support the accusations, vehemently denouncing Wang Wei's unworthiness for his position, asserting that should he ascend to the throne, it would not bode well for the state. The court erupted into chaos. Li Tai was both shocked and furious, his face ashen as he repeatedly attempted to justify himself, yet his words fell flat. Changsun Wuji's countenance darkened as he tried to exert pressure, but he was met with a growing tide of officials incensed by the evidence. On the dragon throne, Li Shimin's expression turned grim. He observed the sudden upheaval below, his gaze ultimately landing on Li Ke, who had maintained his silence throughout, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It was he. Surely, he was the mastermind behind this. Li Shimin realized this with clarity. This tactic of using a borrowed knife to kill was executed with exquisite precision. Not only had he effortlessly resolved his own crisis, but he had also ensnared his adversaries in a quagmire, even provoking a backlash from the old forces within the Eastern Palace. Enough! Li Shimin's furious roar quelled the tumult within the hall. He coldly surveyed Li Tai and Changsun Wuji, then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Li Ke, declaring, this matter will be referred to the 3 departments of Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate for a thorough investigation. Dismissed. The emperor swept away, leaving behind a court full of officials with varied thoughts. Li Tai, in a daze, was nearly supported out by the attendants. Changsun Wuji looked pallid, fully aware that this battle had severely damaged Wang Wei's reputation and influence. Meanwhile, Li Ke, amidst countless gazes filled with respect, trepidation, and complexity, composedly offered his respects and gracefully exited the Henyuandian. Congratulations! The host has successfully implemented a strategy of undermining the foundation of the enemy, leveraging their strength against them, significantly damaging their political reputation and influence, thereby perfectly resolving the crisis while turning the tables, accomplishing a high-difficulty maneuver in political intrigue. Tactical success multiplier, 550. Reward granted, supreme political acumen, insight into human nature, with far-reaching strategies. Attained state of unparalleled foresight, short-term success rate, and effectiveness of strategies enhanced. Upon returning to the Wang Wu residence, Li Ke did not allow himself to relax. He He understood that this was merely a disruption of the enemy's onslaught, and the final victory had yet to be determined. Furthermore, his maneuver would undoubtedly deepen his father's wariness. As expected, by evening, a decree arrived from the palace summoning Wang Wu Li Ku to the Liui Hall for an audience. What was inevitable had finally arrived. This was a confrontation between father and son, devoid of smoke yet far more perilous. Inside the Liui Hall, brightly lit, only Li Shimin and Li Ku remained. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Li Shimin did not look at Li Ku, methodically reviewing the memorials, and casually remarked, Today's court assembly was quite lively. Li Ku bowed respectfully, his tone earnest. I fear I have failed to alleviate your burdens, your majesty, and have instead stirred conflict within the court. Oh, Li Shimin set down his vermilion brush, lifting his gaze, his eyes piercing as they locked onto Li Ku. I see you handled yourself quite adeptly. Those pieces of evidence were gathered thoroughly, I see. This statement was a direct inquiry. Li Ku felt a chill in his heart, realizing he could no longer feign ignorance. He raised his head to meet Li Shimin's gaze, his eyes clear and sincere. Your Majesty, I assure you, I did indeed instruct others to keep an eye on the movements in Chang'an and gathered some information. However, my intentions were never to frame my brother or undermine court officials. My purpose was self-preservation and, more importantly, for your Majesty, for the stability of the Tang dynasty. His voice grew fervent. Your Majesty, the throne is vacant. The national foundation is shaken. This is a dire omen for our state. If I were to simply retreat and await my fate, would I not be betraying your grace in raising me? Would I not be placing the realm in jeopardy? The information I gathered was to ensure that when someone plots against me, I can clear my name and counter the treacherous forces. Moreover, it is to illuminate for your Majesty who among us are the parasites of the state and who are unworthy of their positions. He once again invoked the sage's wisdom to defend himself. The sage said, a gentleman conceals his talents and awaits the opportune moment. If I do not conceal my talents, I fear I would have already been slandered and framed in today's court, left with no recourse. At that moment, not only would my life be in peril, but the hearts of loyal ministers and valiant generals would also be chilled. My actions, your Majesty, are not for personal gain, but for the state, for you. His words rang with conviction, elevating the acts of factionalism and intelligence gathering to the noble heights of safeguarding the nation and loyalty to the sovereign. Li Shimin fixed his gaze on Li Ku, as though trying to see through him entirely. This son possessed a remarkable gift for eloquence and self-presentation. Yet, his words continually tied back to the greater good of the state, making them difficult to refute. After a prolonged silence, Li Shimin finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue and a profound warning. Well said about safeguarding the state. Well said about loyalty to the sovereign. Croire et comprendre your intentions. But remember, too much is as bad as not enough. The heart of an emperor must be as unfathomable as the abyss, unshakable in calmness. Rather than relying on cunning and manipulation of hearts, you must take care. The last 4 words, Xuanwu Gate, weighed heavily. The son humbly remembered his father's teachings. Li Ku deeply bowed, suppressing the turmoil in his eyes, exiting the Liangyi Hall and walking along the cold palace path. The night breeze made him realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. To contend with the heart of an emperor was akin to traversing a tightrope above a bottomless abyss. However, he knew he had once again navigated perilously through the situation. Not only had he passed this trial, but he had also further ingrained his father's mind the impression that Li Tai and his faction were utterly inept. By cutting off the source of their power, he aimed to strike at their heart. Li Ku turned back to gaze at the brilliantly lit Liangyi Hall. The corners of his mouth curling into a chilling arc. Li Tai, your foundation has already been shaken by me. Now, it is your turn, my dear grandfather. In this game of werewolf, let us see how many rounds you can endure. Chapter 5. Unfettered Objectives. Severing the greatest arm. The silent confrontation within the Liangyi Hall was like dropping a depth charge beneath a placid lake. Li Shimin's words, Xuanwu Gate, served as both a warning and an unwilling concession. He had discerned Li Ku's methods and ambition, as well as the incompetence of Li Tai and his faction. Yet, before making a final decision, he chose to continue observing, allowing this pair of brothers, or rather, letting Li Ku and the entire faction led by Xuanwu Gate engage in their final struggle. Li Ku clearly received this signal. He understood that his father's patience was finite, and he must swiftly turn the tide. The key to breaking the stalemate lay not with the ineffectual Li Tai, but with Xuanwu Gate, who remained hidden in the shadows, deeply entrenched in the court like a towering tree. Only by severing this greatest arm of Li Tai could he strip him of any capital to contend for the position of heir. Within the study of the former Wu Wang residence, the lights burned brightly throughout the night. Li Ke, Zhang Shido, and several officials and representatives from esteemed families who had secretly allied against the Chongsun clan gathered together. Your Highness, Xuanwu Gate is deeply rooted, with his students and former subordinates spread throughout the court. He is also your Majesty's trusted minister. To act against him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, one newly allied official expressed with concern. Li Ku sat at the head of the table, lightly drumming his fingers on the surface, his gaze chillingly calm. Difficult? Precisely because it is difficult, we must strike first. To strike at the heart of a snake, we must first target Li Tai's heart, which is Xuanwu Gate. This individual appears composed, yet he is power-hungry and deeply entrenched. His family's offspring take advantage of his position, engaging in numerous illegal activities. The previous impeachment in the court, though it left him embarrassed, did not damage his foundation. What we need is to deliver a decisive blow, leaving him preoccupied and potentially igniting his own downfall. He looked to Shadow. What progress have you made on the Chongsun family's dealings with the silk and salt iron merchants in Jiangnan East Road that I instructed you to investigate? Shadow immediately replied, Your Highness, there has been significant progress. The Chongsun family, in their hometown of Luoyang and Jiangnan East Road, has been secretly controlling several lucrative trade routes through proxies, especially in silk and private salt. They exploit their power to purchase at low official prices and sell at high prices, even colluding with local officials to evade substantial taxes. Here are some copies of the accounts and correspondence. He presented several confidential documents. Li Ku quickly skimmed through them, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Excellent. The profits from salt and iron are the foundation of the nation. Xuanwu Gate, you are truly blinded by greed. Is there more? Additionally, another aide responsible for military contacts added, We have discovered that Xuanwu Gate's nephew, Chongsun Quan, deputy commander of the Right Guard, has been skimping on military purchases, resulting in substandard crossbows sent to Longyu. Although this matter has been suppressed, not all are unaware. Very well. Li Ku's eyes gleamed with intensity, undermining him economically and stabbing at his spine militarily. However, this was not enough. We must ensure he entirely loses the Emperor's favor. After pondering for a moment, a bold and even audacious plan took shape in his mind. We must set a trap for Xuanwu Gate, one he cannot avoid and from which he cannot extricate himself. Li Ku spoke slowly. Has he not always wanted to catch me in a compromising position? Let's provide him with one. Everyone was taken aback, confused. Li Ku explained, Through reliable channels, we will leak a message to Xuanwu Gate, claiming that my Wu Wang residence will soon have a batch of special goods disguised as an ordinary merchant convoy, secretly transported from Anzhou to Chang'an, containing forbidden military schematics with ulterior motives. Zhang Wei gasped, Your Highness, isn't that handing him a weapon against us? Falsehoods can be cloaked in truth, and truths can be shrouded in falsehoods. Li Ku chuckled coldly. We certainly will not transport actual schematics. However, we want Xuanwu Gate to believe it and compel him to use his influence to intercept this merchant convoy outside the city and publicly seize it. At that moment, we will ensure he finds not schematics, but original key ledgers and correspondence detailing the collusion of the Chongsun family with Jiangnan merchants, smuggling salt and iron, and tax evasion. Also, the irrefutable evidence of his nephew Chongsun Quan's military corruption will be included. This plan was indeed ruthless. By exploiting Xuanwu Gate's eagerness to entrap me, we would turn the tables and deliver undeniable evidence into his hands, forcing him to expose his family's crimes before the public. This is what we call inviting the Emperor into the urn, digging one's own grave. Simultaneously, Li Ku continued to strategize. As Xuanwu Gate took action, we would launch our assault within the court. We would disseminate the other evidence of the Chongsun family's illegal activities we had gathered through various channels to those royal princes, such as Prince Li Daozong of Jiangxia, noble families like Cheng Yaojin, and genuinely upright officials who bore past grievances against Xuanwu Gate. This would create a multifaceted siege, overwhelming him from all sides. We must also generate public sentiment. Shadow added. We will compile the stories of the Changsun family oppressing the good and seizing the land of the common people into ballads and folk tales, spreading them in the eastern and western markets, as well as in taverns and tea houses. We will ensure he is utterly disgraced. Indeed, Li nodded approvingly. This time, we will mobilize economic, military, public opinion, and court forces to wage a multidimensional war of annihilation against Xuanwu Gate. I want to understand what it means to oppose Li Ke. With the plan established, the entire Wu Wang residence operated like a finely tuned machine, beginning to function at full speed. Days later, through a fortuitous turn of events, a confidant of Changsun Gate inadvertently learned of the Wu Wang residence's merchant convoy secret. Initially skeptical that it was a trap, Changsun Gate, after repeatedly verifying the source of the information, which was, of course, a reliable channel deliberately arranged by Li Ke, and the time and route of the shipment, was ultimately tempted by the enormous bait and the urgency to suppress Li Ke, leading him to decide to take the risk. He mobilized his influence over the Jingzhou, Yin, and city checkpoints to meticulously arrange an interception point. On that day, as dawn broke, a convoy flying the flag of an ordinary merchant slowly approached the Baqiao checkpoint east of Chang'an. The Changsun family's confidants and some soldiers, already lying in ambush, surged forward, surrounding the convoy completely. By imperial order, inspect for contraband, the leading official shouted sternly. The convoy manager, disguised as a member of the Wu Wang Guard, feigned panic, attempting to obstruct them, but was forcibly pushed aside. The boxes were pried open one by one. Contrary to expectations of military schematics, what met the searchers' eyes were heavy boxes filled with ledgers and correspondence. When a leading official curiously picked up a ledger to examine, his face instantaneously turned as pale as a sheet. It clearly recorded the details of the Changsun family's smuggling of salt and iron with Jiangnan merchants and the distribution of profits. There were also several original letters regarding Changsun Quan's military corruption. The official's hands turned cold, and he was struck with terror. Almost simultaneously, within Chang'an City, numerous directions erupted with accusations against Changsun Gate. Prince Li Daozong of Jiangxia impeached Changsun Gate for condoning his relatives and encroaching upon the family estates. Cheng Yaojin, in the court, vehemently condemned the military pests, directly exposing the matter of Changsun Quan. Several censors jointly submitted a petition, detailing multiple illicit activities of the Changsun family's offspring, with irrefutable evidence. Meanwhile, in the streets, ballads and tales about the Changsun family seizing land and oppressing the innocent began to circulate rapidly. News flew like snowflakes toward the Changsun residence and the imperial palace. Changsun Gate received the devastating news from his confidant at Baqiao, and upon hearing the rising accusation from both court and society, he felt as though darkness enveloped him, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. He had fallen into a trap, slumping in his chair, his face drained of color. He never anticipated that Li Ke would resort to such ruthless tactics, using himself as bait to orchestrate such a monumental scheme. Now, with damning evidence in hand and public opinion turned against him, even 100 mouths could not defend his innocence. In the imperial palace at the Liangyi Hall, Li Shimin gazed at the mountain of memorials accusing Changsun Gate piled upon his desk, alongside the shocking ledgers and letters seized from Baqiao. His countenance darkened with a terrifying gloom. The trusted minister he had relied upon for decades had betrayed him, engaging in such sordid activities behind his back. Corruption of military funds and smuggling of state resources had crossed his absolute bottom line. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Changsun Gate was summoned to the palace in haste. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he attempted to plead his case. Wronged? Li Shimin slammed a ledger before him, the seal upon it unmistakably belonging to the Changsun family. The handwriting is that of your dear nephew. With evidence so irrefutable, what further excuse do you have? Li Shimin's voice was as cold and biting as the north wind of winter. He looked down at this old minister, who had served him loyally for many years, his eyes brimming with disappointment and fury. This time, Li Ke had employed overt tactics, and the evidence was conclusive, even if he wished to protect him. It was no longer possible. Moreover, Changsun Gate's actions had severely undermined the interests of the state and his own authority. Convey the edict. Li Shimin closed his eyes, Taking a deep breath before speaking with great difficulty, Duke Zhao, Chongsun Wujin, has been lax in governance, indulging his relatives. He is hereby stripped of his title as Situ and his position as a third-rank official in the Zhongshumenxia to reflect upon his misdeeds in isolation. His nephew, Chongsun Quan, is to be dismissed and investigated by the Dali Temple. All members of the Chongsun family involved in unlawful activities shall be dealt with according to the law. This decree fell upon Chongsun Wujin like a thunderbolt on a clear day, although he retained his noble title. The removal from all official duties effectively exiled him from the core of power. The political influence he had painstakingly built over the years crumbled in an instant. As the news spread, the entire court was shaken. The Duke Zhao, who had wielded immense power for decades, had unexpectedly fallen. Everyone knew that behind this dramatic turn of events lay the lethal strike of the recently returned Wu Wang, Li Ku, within the former Wu Wang's residence. Upon hearing the news from the palace, Li Ku displayed little joy, merely stating, "To sever an arm is sufficient." Alert! The host has successfully orchestrated and executed a complex stratagem against the top-ranking minister, using himself as bait to ensnare the enemy, ultimately inflicting severe damage upon the adversary and disbanding his political power, thus completing an epic act of political maneuvering. Maneuvering crit hit coefficient, 800. Reward granted. Imperial political tactics advanced. Gain status. Unstoppable. Significantly enhances political prestige and deterrent power in the short term. Feeling the deepened wisdom of political intrigue in his mind and the invisible might surrounding him, Li Ku recognized that the greatest obstacle to his ascension had been removed. He gazed out the window, his eyes seemingly penetrating the thick palace walls, landing on the Wei Wang Fu, now engulfed in apprehension. Li Doi. Having lost his most significant ally in Chongsun Wujin, what remains for you now? In this game of werewolf, your greatest guardian has been eliminated. It is now my turn to scrutinize the true nature of this wolf. The skies over Chang'an have shifted. Chapter 6. A cornered beast fights back. Li Tai's madness, the abrupt downfall of Chongsun Wujin, was akin to a political earthquake, sending shockwaves throughout Chang'an. This giant, who had stood in the court for decades, was unexpectedly felled by the thunderous means of the recently returned Wu Wang, Li Ku. His ruthless decisiveness and unfathomable political acumen instilled fear in all observers. The winds of the court began to shift decisively. Officials previously aligned with Wei Wang, Li Tai either switched allegiance or fell silent. Meanwhile, moderates increasingly recognized the strength and potential of Wu Wang Li Ku, their desire to align with him growing ever more urgent. The former Wu Wang Fu had transformed in the liveliest place in Chang'an, bustling with activity, a stark contrast to the once thriving Wei Wang Fu, now desolate and shrouded in gloom. Within the residence, Li Tai locked himself in his study, surrounded by shattered treasures and artifacts. His eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled, resembling a madman, as he raged, useless. Chongsun Wujin was merely an old fool. And you, all of you are worthless. Li Ke, I will kill you. I will surely kill you. Having lost his greatest support and strategist, he felt an unprecedented sense of isolation and panic. The throne seemed to slip further from his grasp, and the terror of plummeting from the heights to the abyss drove him to madness. He understood that conventional political maneuvers could not reverse his decline. He had to take risks and eliminate Li Ku, his greatest threat, using the most extreme and direct methods. My lord, be cautious. Several trusted advisors knelt, trembling as they urged him. The Wu Wang's power is substantial, and the emperor's stance remains unclear. If we act rashly, we may invite catastrophe. Catastrophe? Li Doi Long Maniacally. If I do not eliminate him, I am the one who will face catastrophe. Listen well, I do not care how you do it. Poison, assassination, or creating an accident. Whatever it takes to bring about Li Ku's demise. I will reward you with untold riches and ensure your descendants live in prosperity. His eyes gleamed with a beast-like ferocity, disregarding all caution. At that moment, a silent, grim-faced captain of the guards raised his head and quietly suggested, "My lord, direct confrontation may prove difficult. The Wu Wang is not weak in martial prowess, and his guards are elite. We might consider targeting those around him or employing an indirect approach. Speak, how should we proceed?" Li Tai grasped this as a lifeline. The captain's eyes flashed with malice. I have heard that the Wuwang trusts a maid named Xue, who handles many confidential matters for him. If we could control her, we might find an opportunity to poison him or extract secrets. Additionally, we could hire desperate individuals to ambush him during his outings, disguising the attack as banditry, or even frame it on certain factions with grievances against the Wuwang, or even former allies of the Crown Prince. At this point, Li Tai was beyond heeding any prudent advice and was only focused on the brilliance of his plan. Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. Make arrangements immediately. We will strike from both angles. I want Li Ku to see no light of day. As Li Tai crazily plotted his lethal strike within the old Wuwang Fu, Li Ku remained unclouded by the triumph before him. Toppling Changsun Wujin merely cleared the most significant external obstacle. His true adversary, Li Tai, still lurked nearby. While the critical arbiter, his father, Li Shimin's stance remained ambiguous. The knowledge of imperial political tactics, advanced, and the state of unstoppable, heightened his awareness of impending danger. He distinctly sensed a menacing intent emanating from the direction of Wei Wangfu. Zhang Wei, Li Ku summoned the captain of the guards, heightened the security within the residence, especially concerning food and drink. Increase the watch around Xue, and she is not to leave the core area of the residence without my orders. Understood, Zhang Wei replied solemnly. Your Highness, should we take the initiative? No, Li Ku shook his head. He is like a wounded mad dog. If we approach him actively, we risk being bitten. We must wait for him to make the first move. The moment he acts, we will have just cause to eliminate him completely. Li Ku's gaze was cold and astute. He intended not only to defend, but to leverage Li Tai's counterattack to ensure his utter downfall. Shadow, Li Ku turned to his intelligence chief. Intensify surveillance on Wei Wangfu, especially regarding personnel movements and unusual material transfers. Moreover, find a way to inform the palace that the Wei Wang has been behaving erratically of late, indicating potential unrest. He aimed to plant seeds of doubt in his father's mind ahead of time. As expected, Li Tai's actions commenced, with the first strike aimed at Xue. A group of mercenaries, lured by substantial rewards, attempted to abduct Xue while she was out purchasing female necessities, a deliberate oversight left by Li Ku. However, as they approached her, they were swiftly subdued by members of the Wu Wang's guard, who had disguised themselves as passers-by and vendors, and were quietly dragged into a shadowy alley. The second tactic involved a ruse of ambush. Li Tai dispatched his trusted confidant, armed with riches and a token from the Wei Wang's residence, to clandestinely connect with a band of outlaws lurking in the mountains near Chang'an, promising them lucrative rewards. He instructed them to waylay Li Ku during his next visit to the military camp in the west of the city for a training exercise. All of this transpired under the vigilant watch of a web of intelligence spun by shadows. Your Highness, shall we eliminate that gang of mountain bandits in advance? Zhang Wei inquired. No need, Li Ku replied, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let them come. Inform Uncle Cheng Yaojin that I wish him to witness a grand spectacle and request he bring a reliable force to patrol near the site of the incident. Additionally, prepare our guard. This time, we must strive to repel the bandits with great difficulty, leaving a few alive, bearing evidence pointing to the Wei Wang's residence. I intend to turn this assassination attempt into the final nail in Li Tai's coffin. On the day of action, Li Ku's convoy proceeded to the military camp in the west as scheduled. While traversing a relatively secluded mountain path, the sounds of battle cries erupted from the woods on either side, as dozens of fierce-looking bandits charged forth wielding weapons. Protect His Highness, Zhang Wei bellowed, a mix of fury and urgency in his voice, commanding the guard to form a defensive line against the enemy. The clash erupted instantly. The members of the Wu Wang's guard, displaying remarkable military prowess, although outnumbered, fought in perfect harmony, fiercely safeguarding Li Ku's carriage while engaging in fierce combat with the bandits. The scene appeared perilous, yet everything remained under the guard's control. As the bandits grew increasingly frustrated from their inability to breach the defense, dust clouds billowed in the distance. Cheng Yaojin, like a deity descending from the heavens, arrived with a cavalry brigade, roaring towards them. Who dares to attack the prince's entourage? Kill them. Cheng Yaojin's voice boomed like thunder as he swept his spear, his cavalry charging like tigers among sheep, swiftly scattering the remaining bandits. The battle concluded swiftly. Most bandits were slain, while a few of the designated leaders were captured alive. Under Cheng Yaojin's immediate interrogation, one soon broke down, confessing they had been commissioned by a certain official from the Wei Wang's residence and produced the Wei Wang's waste token as proof. The evidence was irrefutable. Cheng Yaojin fumed with rage, immediately escorting the witness and the evidence alongside Li Ku straight to the palace. The news spread like wildfire. Wei Wang Li Tai had dared to hire bandits to assassinate his own brother, the Wu Wang. The entire Chang'an erupted in chaos. In the Wei Wang's residence, upon receiving the news, Li Tai felt as though all his bones had been removed, collapsing to the ground, pale and shaken. He comprehended that his end was nigh, utterly finished. In the palace, within the two instruments hall, Emperor Li Shimin gazed at Li Ku, who knelt before him, even bearing traces of blood and dust on his robes. He then glanced at the captives brought forth by Cheng Yaojin, alongside the glaring Wei Wang's waste token, his expression darkening, his chest heaving with rage. He had not anticipated that Li Tai could be so foolish and reckless, resorting to such despicable means against his own kin. This had thoroughly touched upon his forbidden nerve. Infidèle, this unfilial son. Li Shimin slammed his dragon table, his fury igniting. Issue an edict. Strip Wei Wang Li Tai of his title and reduce him to commoner status. Confine him within the Xiangji Temple. Without my decree, he shall never leave. This edict struck like the final thunderclap, marking a bloody conclusion to the harrowing struggle for succession. Li Tai was out of the game. Li Ku knelt before the throne, bowing deeply, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth, unseen by others. Ding! The host has successfully anticipated and countered the opponent's frenzied counterattack, skillfully orchestrating a trap, ultimately expelling the opponent from the game and securing a crucial victory in the struggle for succession. Activation critical coefficient, 700. Reward issued, destiny's favor, passive state, significantly enhancing luck and loyalty of subordinates. Obtained special item, Xuanwu Gate topographical map, detailed annotations of key nodes and historical troop deployments. Feeling the profound weight of destiny bestowed upon him, along with the intricate map of Xuanwu Gate that seemed tailor-made for him, Li Ku recognized that the path to his ultimate goal had been paved 90%. He slowly raised his head, his gaze calmly fixed upon the exalted dragon throne and the emperor seated upon it, whose expression was complex, as if aged by many years in an instant. His greatest rival had fallen. Thus, the next discourse would be between father and son regarding that final step. The wind blew in from outside the hall, carrying the chill of late autumn. Li Ku understood that the most critical moment was approaching. Chapter 7, Alone. The final game between father and son, the decree stripping Wei Wang Li Tai of his title and confining him to the Xiangji Temple struck like a final thunderclap, dispersing the political storm that had long gathered over Chang'an. The protracted struggle for succession abruptly calmed in a manner both tragic and dramatic. All the clamor, scheming, and slander seemed to settle in that instant. In the eyes of both the court and the populace, all attention became sharply focused on one individual, Wu Wang Li Ku. He was no longer the competitor who had to fight fiercely for his place. He had become the only candidate deemed worthy, capable, and favored by the people to inherit the throne. The threshold of the old Wu Wang's residence was nearly trampled by visitors offering congratulations, pledges of loyalty, and counsel, all in numbers far exceeding those during Li Tai's heyday. Yet, at the center of this tempest, Li Ku appeared unusually tranquil. He did not indulge in the joy of victory, nor did he rush to gather power. Instead, citing a need for recuperation, he closed the doors to visitors, leaving only Zhang Wei and the core members of his inner circle. In the study, candle flames flickered. Your Highness, the situation has been determined. Why do you seem perplexed? Zhang Wei queried. In his view, now was the time to capitalize on the momentum and solidify their power. Li Ku stood by the window, gazing at the desolate autumn scenery outside, and replied slowly, determined? No, Zhang Wei, the most critical move has yet to be made. He turned, his gaze deep as an abyss. Li Tai's exit merely clears the path. However, the fate of that throne is not determined by which of us brothers prevails, but rather by the heart of the one seated upon it, my father. What thoughts occupy the emperor's mind? Is he pondering my methods, my influence, the blood of the former dynasty that flows through my veins? He is weighing, measuring, even fearing. Imperial machinations, advanced, allows him to more clearly discern the heart of that supreme ruler. At this moment, Li Shimin's silence was more terrifying than any storm that had come before. It was an evaluation, an assessment a final hesitation before the transfer of absolute power. "What shall we do?" the shadow inquired softly. "Wait." Li Ku uttered a single word, also intending to exert pressure. He needed to await Li Shimin's decision while simultaneously conveying, through intangible means, that besides him, Li Ku, there was no more suitable choice for the empire of the Tang, and that he possessed both the capability and the discretion to take the reins of this great realm. In the days following, during the routine court assembly, the atmosphere was particularly delicate. Li Ku still stood at the forefront of the princes, his demeanor calm, as if the previous harrowing battle had never occurred. Meanwhile, Li Shimin on the dragon throne appeared somewhat haggard, yet his gaze was sharper, scanning the assembled officials, lingering momentarily on Li Ku. The discussions inevitably revolved around the vacancy of the crown prince. An official stepped forward, earnestly arguing that the nation could not be without a designated heir even for a single day, urging the emperor to promptly establish a crown prince. Glancing toward Li Ke intermittently. This time, no one voiced dissent, nor did anyone recommend another candidate. A peculiar consensus of public support emerged within the hall. However, Li Shimin did not immediately express his stance. He merely stated, "I understand," before redirecting the conversation to military affairs in Longyu and the grain transport in Hunan. Li Ku comprehended that this was his father's delay tactic and also the final test. He must exhibit the poise and capability befitting a crown prince and, ultimately, a future emperor during this trial. When discussing military affairs in Longyu, officials from the Ministry of War reported that frontline commanders requested additional weapons and provisions. Li Shimin sought the opinions of his ministers. Li Ku stepped forward. Rather than offering direct support or opposition, he drew upon his experience from the basic strategies of warfare and training in Anzhou. He analyzed the current enemy and friendly forces in Longyu, asserting that blindly increasing troop numbers may not be the optimal strategy. Instead, he advocated for enhancing intelligence reconnaissance, refining the current soldiers, and proposed a strategy of sustaining warfare through warfare, utilizing small elite units to disrupt and sabotage the enemy's supply lines. His clear reasoning and unique insights garnered subtle nods of approval from many seasoned generals within the hall. When discussing the issue of transportation, the Ministry of Revenue lamented the enormous waste and inefficiency of the grain transportation system. Li Ku timely suggested trialing segmented transportation on critical river sections, improving the grain vessels, and employing Anzhou workshop techniques to create simple hoisting machinery to reduce manpower loss. He also volunteered that Anzhou would provide some technical and financial support. He presented himself not merely as a capable general or a shrewd prince, but as a polymath ruler with profound understanding and pragmatic solutions in military, economic, and engineering matters. More importantly, throughout his suggestions, he maintained a humble demeanor, attributing credit to the frontline troops, local officials, and the teachings of his father, firmly holding onto the role of a loyal minister. Li Shimin listened quietly, maintaining an impassive exterior, while his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. His son had grown at a rate and height that far surpassed his expectations. His talents, his methods, and his disposition seemed to have already qualified him to inherit the great mandate. Yet, the bloodline of the previous dynasty, its glaring brilliance, and his underlying depth of character pricked at Li Shimin's heart like a thorn, difficult to extract. The court meeting concluded in an atmosphere that appeared calm, but was rife with unspoken currents, without any resolutions regarding the succession. After the court, Li Shimin sat alone in the Liuyi Hall, staring at the empty grandeur of the hall, lost in thought. Before him lay two items. One was the book Scientific Dialectics and New Strategies for Strengthening the Army, presented by Li Ku. The other was a confidential report from the 100 Riders detailing Li Ku's secret formation of the Wu Wang Guard and the establishment of the Divine Mechanism Workshop in Anzhou. Talent and threat intertwined within this sun, like light and shadow. At that moment, an inner servant announced the arrival of Wu Wang Li Ku. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Li Shimin's eyes. Admit him. Li Ku entered the hall alone, walking slowly and respectfully bowing. Your humble son pays respects to Father Emperor. Rise. Li Shimin's voice revealed no trace of emotion. Kur, your words in court today were quite insightful. Your son is unworthy of such praise from Father Emperor. Li Ku replied, bowing his head. Do you know why I have yet to establish a crown prince? Li Shimin suddenly inquired, his gaze piercing directly at Li Ku. This was the ultimate showdown, a profound dialogue between father and son regarding power, trust, and the future. Li Ke took a deep breath, raised his head to meet Li Shimin's gaze, his eyes clear and sincere. Your son dares not presume to fathom the emperor's intentions. However, I believe the emperor's concerns revolve around 3 matters. Oh, what are those 3 matters? Firstly, whether your son's talents can bear the weight of this vast empire and its countless subjects. Secondly, whether your son's heart remains ever loyal to the great Tang and a father emperor. Thirdly, Li Ke paused, lowering his voice. Whether your son's bloodline might become a hidden peril to the stability of the realm. He boldly articulated Li Shimin's deepest concerns. Li Shimin's pupils constricted slightly, leaning forward. Then how do you answer my 3 concerns? Li Ke bowed again, his voice resonating with conviction regarding talent. I do not dare to compare myself to Father Emperor's wisdom and martial prowess. I can only exert myself fully, working tirelessly, using my modest achievements in Anzhou as a foundation to learn from Father Emperor's governance. I aspire to emulate you, to be a diligent ruler. As for loyalty, he raised his head, his gaze burning with intensity. My heart, as the heavens can attest, everything I do, training troops, engaging in scientific inquiry, managing finances, even competing with my brothers, is to acquire enough strength to protect the great Tang and serve Father Emperor. Should I harbor even a trace of disloyalty, I would accept divine retribution. Regarding bloodline, Li Ke's voice took on a complex tone. Father Emperor, the previous Sui dynasty has been gone for decades, and the hearts of the people belong to the Li Tang. The blood coursing through my veins is first and foremost your blood. It is the blood of the Li Tang royal family. My roots lie in the great Tang. My soul resides in the great Tang. If anyone were to harbor ulterior motives due to past dynastic matters, it is not my fault, but rather a sign of their disloyalty. I am willing to devote my entire life to proving to the world that Li Ke is the Wu Wang of the Li Tang and the future guardian of the great Tang, not a remnant of the fallen Sui. His declarations rang with authority, reason, emotion, and passion, cloaking all his ambitions and actions in the guise of loyalty and patriotism, skillfully transforming his greatest weakness, the bloodline of the previous dynasty, into a motivating force for self-justification. Li Shimin fixed his gaze on Li Ke, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. The hall fell into a long silence, with only the flickering candlelight crackling. After a long while, Li Shimin slowly leaned back in the dragon throne, closed his eyes, his face marked by an extremely complex fatigue and a hint of relief. He waved his hand, his voice strained and difficult to decipher. You may withdraw. Your son takes his leave. Li Ke bowed deeply and slowly exited the Liui Hall. He understood that the final decision had been made. Though he had not gained anything tangible, he felt that the door to ultimate power had opened a crack before him. Not long after Li Ke left the hall, a sealed edict was personally drafted by Li Shimin, stamped with the imperial jade seal, and placed into a confidential box. At the moment Li Ke stepped out of the palace gates, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The host confronted the emperor's heart and intentions in the final chess game, resolving the deepest apprehensions with openness and wisdom, successfully passing the ultimate trial and completing a decisive turn of fate. Turn of fate critical hit coefficient, 1000. Reward granted, replica of the imperial seal. Aura lingering, significantly enhances sense of destiny and authority. Obtain the ultimate state of a 9-5 omen, substantially increases the hidden right of succession to the throne and probability of peering into heavenly secrets. An indescribable, noble, and overwhelming aura subtly enveloped Li Ke, making him feel as though his destiny was intricately connected to that supreme position. He turned back to gaze at the majestic and solemn palace under the setting sun, a smirk slowly curving on his lips, a sense of mastery enveloping him. Father Emperor, your game has concluded. Now, it is time for your son to make the final move. The tumultuous chaos in Chang'an seemed poised to reach its climax. Yet, the true zenith, that fateful delivery at Xuanwu Gate, had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 8, The Winds Rise. Countdown to the Xuanwu Gate delivery, the pivotal dialogue within the Liui Hall, which pertained to the foundation of the nation, was akin to the final transfer of authority completed beneath the tranquil surface of a lake. No public edict, no celebration, but an invisible, weighty consensus had formed between Li Shimin and Li Ke. The most astute political minds in the court and beyond had already sensed a complete shift in the winds. Though the old Wu Wang manor remained closed to visitors, it had seemingly transformed into an invisible gravitational core within Chang'an, drawing all eyes and expectations toward it. However, Li Ke understood well that until the legitimacy of his status was established and the uncertainties resolved, he could not attain true peace of mind. More importantly, what Li Ke desired was never passive waiting for charity, but rather proactive control and succession. He intended to ascend to that supreme position with an undeniable and unassailable presence. It was time for the Xuanwu Gate delivery to enter its final delivery phase. In his study, Li Ke spoke to Zhang Wei and Yingzi, his gaze calm, yet imbued with a heart-stopping resolve. Your Highness, the palace's defenses are formidable, although many generals within the northern Yamen have a favorable disposition towards you. Attempting a forceful entry would be perilous. Zhang Wei's expression turned grave. Even he, seasoned in the art of warfare, deemed this endeavor excessively risky. Who suggested a forceful breach? Li Ke replied with a subtle smile, enigmatic and profound. What we intend to deliver is not weapons of war, but the momentum of power. What we seek to open is not the palace gates, but the hearts of men. He unfurled a detailed map of the Xuanwu Gate, a reward from the system, which not only marked the structures and troop placements, but also concealed the historical patterns of garrison and psychological blind spots. Our objective is not to seize the Xuanwu Gate, but to traverse it. Li Ke's finger traced a clear path on the map, envisioning a dignified entry at a specific moment and in a particular manner. Walking straight to the Tai Hall to stand before the Emperor. Shadow, Li Ke turned to the intelligence chief. I require you to discreetly circulate a message within a specific circle in Chang'an over the next 3 days. His Majesty has been fatigued due to matters concerning the Prince of Wei. His old ailment has recurred, and he has not conducted public affairs for several days. Remember, the message must remain confined to the upper echelons of nobility and to certain core officials, as if it were an inadvertent leak of confidential information, ensuring no trace leads back to its source. Understood? A glimmer of realization crossed Shadow's eyes. This was to create an atmosphere of simultaneous panic and anticipation, compelling those still hesitating to make a final choice, while also enticing any potential residual forces, such as staunch loyalists to Li Tai or those harboring doubts about Li Ke's lineage, to reveal themselves. Zhang Wei, Li Ke then addressed the commander of the guard. The guard shall be divided into smaller units, gathering in various identities to assemble at predetermined points on the outskirts of the Xuanwu Gate, awaiting orders. No one shall act without my command. Your mission is to ensure that no unforeseen disturbances arise while I pass through the Xuanwu Gate. I vow to ensure absolute certainty. Zhang Wei knelt on one knee, responding solemnly. Furthermore, Li Ke pondered through the connections of Uncle Chang Yaojin. Relay a message to those friendly generals within the northern Yamen we have previously engaged, indicating that the Prince of Wu is concerned for His Majesty's health. Should there be any upheaval within the palace, they must maintain their positions and stabilize the situation. This is the greatest loyalty to the Tang dynasty and to His Majesty. This statement serves both as an invitation and a warning. Stabilizing the situation implies a subtext of not choosing the wrong side and refraining from rash actions. With all arrangements in place, an invisible net began to tighten around the palace, a symbol of supreme authority. Rumors of His Majesty's grave illness exploded like water droplets hitting hot oil within the upper echelons of Chang'an, stirring emotions of panic, speculation, and ambition. More individuals began to secretly pledge allegiance at the Prince of Wu's residence, hastening their actions. Concurrently, several faint yet discernible undercurrents began to surface. With attempts to contact the confined Li Tai, clandestine efforts to rally support for other young princes, such as Jinwang Liji, and even some disgruntled nobles and former officials who were extremely dissatisfied with Li Ke, beginning to conspire in secret, aiming to take extraordinary measures in these extraordinary times. All these movements are meticulously captured by Shadow's network and compiled before Li Ke. Indeed, some individuals only weep when faced with the finality of death. Li Ke surveyed the intelligence with a cold smirk. Their reactions were entirely within his expectations. The more exuberantly they danced, the more justified and necessary his subsequent actions appeared. On the third day, at dusk, Li Ke donned a simple yet elegant royal attire, a sword crafted from Anzhou steel by the Divine Machine Workshop at his waist. He stepped out of his study and into the courtyard. Zhang Wei and a selected 50 core members of the Prince of Wu's guard stood like javelins in the twilight. Clad in black armor, their gazes sharp and silent. Are we prepared? Li Ke's voice remained calm and unwavering. All is ready, awaiting your highness's command. The group responded in a low growl, their murderous intent contained yet palpable. Li Ke nodded, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers who had followed him through life and death, and spoke earnestly. This night we do not seek rebellion. We embark on a mission to uphold the heavens and restore order, protecting the realm. Some wish to see the Tang dynasty destabilized. Some seek to stir chaos while His Majesty is ailing. Our purpose is to cleanse the palace and stabilize the court, allowing His Majesty to rest in peace. He adorned his actions with the most righteous of justifications. Remember our operational tenets: swift, precise, and silent. The target is Tai Hall. Should we encounter resistance, prioritize control. Only if necessary shall lives be taken. Yet if confronted by armed opposition, we shall subdue them. We shall faithfully adhere to your highness's orders. The 50 echoed in unison, their voices low yet imbued with steely resolve. The system chimed. Signaling. Host has initiated the ultimate plan for the Xuanwu Gate, completing the final mobilization, with morale at its peak, achieving an epic strategic maneuver. Maneuver critical hit coefficient, 1,000. Rewards issued. Legion morale max, lasting until mission's end. Attaining the ultimate state of destiny in my favor, temporarily maximizing luck, insight, and decisiveness. A tremendous surge of power and unparalleled clarity flooded through Li Ke, as if time itself had slowed, enabling him to perceive the emotions and intentions of those around him, even the flickering lights of the palace walls in the distance. It is time, he murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting a brilliance as cold and luminous as the stars. Father, the delivery you awaited is here. Your son shall bring it to you. Through wind and rain, the Xuanwu Gate awaits you. I am coming. In the next moment, he took his first step towards the door that would determine their fates. At that instant, the hands of history seemed to collide with a distant temporal node with a resounding impact. Subtitle, Xuanwu Gate. Delivery confirmation. Under the night sky, the Xuanwu Gate lay like a slumbering beast, silently witnessing every shift of power within the empire. Above the gate, torches flickered in the autumn wind, casting cold reflections upon the armored soldiers. The atmosphere of tension was almost palpable. Li Ke led 50 members of the Prince of Wu's guard, blending seamlessly into the shadows outside the gate. No drums, no horns, only the stifled breaths and the whisper of the night wind brushing against their weapons. Every detail of the Xuanwu Gate map was vividly clear in Li Ke's mind. The state of destiny in his favor allowed him to perceive the entire situation with unprecedented clarity. He could discern the patterns of the sentinels patrolling the gate, sense the hidden lookout positions, and even faintly hear the unusual silence beyond the door, an intentional silence designed to ensnare the unwary. The Emperor indeed did not heighten the defenses. He chose to leave the gates wide open and observe the unfolding events. This was an ultimate contest between father and son, centered on courage, wisdom, and character. Your Highness, shall we launch a direct assault? Zhang Wei whispered, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, muscles taut. No, Li Ke replied, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the imposing figure of the general standing at the city gate, who was none other than the Zonglingjiang of the North Yamen, Chang He. Though not a direct subordinate of Li Tai or Chang Sun Wuji, his allegiance to Li Ke remained ambiguous. We shall present a letter, Li Ke said with a slight curve of his lips, adjusting his attire. He stepped out from the shadows alone, making his way directly to the Xuanwu Gate, the flickering flames illuminating his youthful yet resolute countenance. Is it General Chang he atop the city? Li Ke's voice rang clear, shattering the night's silence and echoing before the vast palace gates. General Chang He, taken aback by Li Ke's unexpected appearance, instinctively bowed and greeted this subordinate. Chang He pays respects to His Highness, the Prince of Wu. I was unaware of your arrival at this late hour. The palace gates are closed, and without the Emperor's decree, they cannot be opened. Li Ke raised his head, his gaze steady as it met Chang He. Yes, General Chang. I have heard that my father's health is in jeopardy, and I am deeply concerned. I have come to pay my respects. I kindly ask you to facilitate my entry and open the palace gates. Chang He's expression shifted, and he mustered the courage to respond. Your Highness's filial piety is commendable, yet the palace is a place of strict protocol. I cannot act against my duty. Please return swiftly. Protocol? Like checked lightly, the sound resonating sharply in the night. General, do you understand what true protocol entails? It is to safeguard the stability of the state and protect the well-being of our sovereign. There are those who would seek to exploit my father's illness to disrupt the palace and undermine the foundation of our nation. Are you upholding rigid gate regulations? Or are you adhering to the fundamental principles of the Great Tang? His voice suddenly rose, employing the art of rhetoric and an imposing presence. His words striking like a hammer upon the hearts of Chang, he, and every soldier present. I come not for personal gain, but for the sake of peace, to eliminate treachery and stabilize the court so that my father may recuperate in peace. If you persist in your obstruction, you are recklessly endangering the Emperor's safety and placing the Great Tang in peril. Is this the duty you bear as a general of the Imperial Guard? Chang felt the weight of Li Ku's righteous and accusatory words, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had heard the whispers in the palace and understood the current situation. The tide was turning in favor of the Prince of Wu, and the Emperor's stance was ambiguous. If he were to forcefully deny entry, the consequences could be dire. Just as Chang hesitated, Li Ku suddenly stepped forward, his gaze electrifying and his voice carrying an undeniable authority. General Chang, the sage says, a wise man knows the times. A gentleman is not rigid. One must discern the prevailing circumstances and adapt. Today, at the Xuanwu Gate, will you open it, or will you not? The final question was a last ultimatum, accompanied by the invisible yet overwhelming aura of destiny, and the silent yet menacing figures of his dark guards lurking behind. Chang's mental defenses crumbled instantly. With gritted teeth, he waved his hand decisively. Open the gates. Welcome His Highness, the Prince of Wu, into the palace. The heavy Xuanwu Gate creaked ominously as it slowly swung inward, revealing the dimly lit path leading to the core of imperial power. Li Ku felt a surge of confidence, knowing he had successfully passed the crucial first test. He had not relied on brute force, but rather on the momentum of circumstance and reason. Entering the gate with dignity. Control the city gates, remain on standby. Li Ku commanded Zhang Wei, then stepped resolutely into the Xuanwu Gate. At the moment he crossed the threshold, an unforeseen change erupted. From the darkness flanking the palace path emerged dozens of figures clad in black, wielding sharp blades, silently rushing toward him. They were not imperial guards, but rather assassins dispatched by discontented remnants of power, such as loyalists to Li Tai or factions opposing Li Ku. Protect the prince, Zhang Wei shouted, and the guard members reacted instantly, confronting the attackers like apparitions. However, Li Ku raised a hand, signaling his guards to hold. He stood alone in the center of the palace path, observing the approaching assassins with a cold gaze, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Stubborn fools, he scoffed, and in the state of destiny is with me. His perception and reflexes had reached an extraordinary level. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he danced through the blades like a dragon amidst the storm, his fists, palms, fingers, and elbows striking with precision at the vulnerable joints and pressure points of his foes. Accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones cracking and muffled grunts, the assassins fell like leaves caught in a tempest, collapsing one by one. He executed a perfect amalgamation of the system's granted basic combat technique, Military Practical Edition, and his own enhanced physique, showcasing a brutal efficiency that exuded an aesthetic of violence. Within mere breaths, all the assassins lay defeated, stripped of their fighting capabilities. Li Ku, not even ruffled, continued onward along the palace path toward the brightly lit Liangyi Hall, his steps steady and resolute, as if the preceding chaos were merely a trifling interlude. Occasionally, palace guards who had rushed to the scene would arrive. But upon encountering Li Ku's calm, yet commanding gaze, alongside the silent black guard behind him, they instinctively halted, none daring to obstruct his passage. The tide had indeed turned. At last, Li Ku arrived at the expansive plaza before the Liangyi Hall. The grand hall was ablaze with light, its doors slightly ajar, revealing a solitary figure within. Li Ku paused before the hall, smoothing out the wrinkles in his sleeves from the brief skirmish, then took a deep breath and pushed open the door that symbolized the highest authority of the empire. Inside, the candlelight flickered, revealing Li Shimin standing alone. His back to the door, hands clasped behind him before the imperial throne, gazing at the vast mural of the empire's landscape that adorned the wall behind the throne. Hearing the door creak open, he slowly turned to face Li Ku. Their eyes met in the stillness of the air. There was no thunderous wrath as imagined, nor any facade of familial affection. Li Shimin's expression was an intricate tapestry of scrutiny, fatigue, contentment, and wariness, ultimately transforming into a profound, ineffable calm. "You have arrived." Li Shimin spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Your son has come," Li Ku replied, bowing with impeccable grace. "I have heard the commotion outside," Li Shimin remarked indifferently. "You have done well." The meaning behind that phrase was manifold. Li Ku straightened, meeting his father's gaze with unwavering composure. "I have merely performed my duty. To eliminate hidden dangers, stabilize the palace, and ensure that my father can rest in peace." Peace. A faint smile danced at the corner of Li Shimin's lips. "With you here, how can I be completely at ease?" This statement was a stark revelation. Li Ku met his gaze without flinching. "Father, my intentions are as clear as the heavens. My aspirations are not for personal gain, but for a future that is stronger and more stable for the Great Tang. I am willing to devote my life's efforts to safeguarding the foundation you have laid, making it radiant and eternal." He did not plead or justify. Instead, he declaring his capabilities, his ambitions, and his commitments. Li Shimin gazed at him for a long moment, as if attempting to pierce through the essence of his son's soul. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. Time stretched on until Li Shimin slowly raised his hand, pointing to the imperial desk. Upon the desk lay two items. One, a seal symbolizing imperial power, and the other, a sealed edict determining the empire's future. He did not speak, but the implication was unmistakable. The choice appeared to rest in Li Ku's hands. Heart racing, Li Ku stepped forward, inhaling deeply, yet instead of reaching for the imperial seal, he grasped the edict. In full view of Li Shimin, he carefully unfolded the document. The clear vermilion characters read, "Li Ku, Prince of Wu, to be appointed Crown Prince, overseeing the governance of the empire." Just as anticipated, Li Ku closed the edict and placed it solemnly back on the imperial desk. Then he stepped back 3 paces, adjusted his attire, and, facing Li Shimin, solemnly performed a grand gesture of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. "Your son, Li Ku." His voice resonated clearly and firmly throughout the expansive hall, expresses gratitude to the divine grace of the Father Emperor. "I shall surely live up to your expectations, not fail the country, nor the common people." This bow was not merely to his sovereign father, but a pledge to uphold the nation's dignity. As Li Shimin observed his son kneeling before him, the last flicker of complexity in his eyes dissipated, transforming into a profound sense of relief and entrustment. He gradually approached Li Ku and gently assisted him to rise. "Stand up." Li Shimin's voice bore a barely perceptible tremor. "The Great Tang henceforth rests in your hands." A sudden notification sounded. Ding! The host has successfully completed the ultimate task of the Xuanwu Gate delivery, achieving the transfer of power in a kingly manner and acquiring the right to the throne. This marks an epic event recorded in history. Activity crit damage, infinite, and indescribable. Overwhelming aura, seemingly intertwined with the very essence of the empire, surged upon Li Ku. A warm and weighty shadow of a jade seal slowly coalesced in his mind. Though merely a replica, it exuded an unparalleled majesty. Li Ku realized he had succeeded. He lifted his gaze toward the dawn sun breaking over the horizon, his eyes seemingly envisioning a brand new era, one that he would cultivate into an even more magnificent Tang dynasty. "Father Emperor," he murmured softly, a familiar, slightly rebellious smile gracing his lips. "Look, I have indeed returned to the Xuanwu Gate. But this time, I'm not here to challenge, but to receive. Through wind and rain, the Xuanwu Gate awaited you." This time-traveling delivery was finally signed for at this moment. Chapter 1. The New Emperor Ascends. Revitalizing the Zhuanggong Hall on this winter day in the 17th year of the Zhongguan era, the sky above Chang'an was exceptionally azure, sunlight illuminating the pristine snow, casting a brilliant glow as if heralding the dawn of a new historical chapter. The majestic Taiji Palace was adorned with fluttering banners. A grand ceremony was underway, filled with the sound of bells and drums, exuding solemnity and grandeur. Dressed in the 12-patterned ceremonial robe, Li Ku ascended the imperial steps amidst the gaze of countless officials and the thunderous cheers of "Long live the Emperor." He finally took his seat upon the dragon throne, symbolizing the authority of the realm. The touch was icy, yet it felt as though heated blood coursed within. From the governor of Anzhou to the regent prince, and now to the emperor of the Great Tang, his journey had been both thrilling and magnificent. His steady gaze swept over the courtiers prostrated before him. Among them were military generals like Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, rallying for him, along with seasoned ministers like Fang Xianling, who had chosen to accept reality, and representatives of emerging interests bound by industrial cooperation. Naturally, there were also those with complex expressions, perhaps still harboring doubts, former allies of Wang Wei and the old factions of Xuanwu. "All rise." Li Ke's voice, resonating through the ceremonial robes, was clear and steady, carrying an authority that belied his youth. This command was not solely derived from the power of the imitation imperial seal, but stemmed more from the regal aura he had cultivated through trials in Anzhou and battles in Chang'an. The elaborate and solemn rituals persisted for an entire day. By the time Li Ke returned to the newly renovated and renamed Zikan Hall, it was already dusk. Rather than feeling fatigued, he was infused with an unprecedented clarity and exhilaration. This vast territory and its multitude of citizens were truly entrusted to him. "Your Majesty, here are several urgent matters to be addressed at tomorrow's Grand Court session." The newly appointed deputy supervisor of the Inner Palace respectfully presented a list of proposals. Li Ke took the document and glanced over it. It entailed the customary protocols of honoring the retired emperor. Li Shimin had voluntarily stepped down to assume the title of retired emperor, relocating to the Den Palace, enfeoffing the Empress Dowager, rewarding meritorious officials, and granting amnesty to the populace. He smiled, placing the list aside. Customary? In Li Ke's lexicon, the notion of customary did not exist. "Convey my decree." Li Ke began, his tone resolute. "The location of tomorrow's Grand Court session will be changed to the spacious front hall of the Hanyuan Palace. All civil and military officials, along with any dignitaries holding titles, must be present. Furthermore, special seating with soft cushions should be arranged for Generals Cheng Jijia, Yu Qigong, and Qin Xiong, as well as that iron-faced censor Lu Run, who constantly submits accusations." The deputy supervisor hesitated, while the front hall indeed had more space. Assigning seats to military officials and censors, especially with cushions, was against tradition. Historically, aside from exceptionally aged ministers, who else stood during court sessions? "Your Majesty, this is against the customs. Customs are man-made." Li Ke interjected, his gaze steady yet imposing. "As I ascend the throne, I seek to show compassion to the elder ministers and welcome candid discourse. What harm is there in that? Should we force veteran generals, who have fought for the nation, to stand for hours listening to tedious discourse? Or do we wish to mute the outspoken censors because their legs have grown numb?" Cold sweat broke upon the deputy supervisor, who quickly bowed. "As you command. Your Majesty is benevolent." And also, Li Ke continued, "Notify the Bureau of Works to prepare a batch of, let us call them Jingguan megaphones, fashioned from thick paper into a trumpet shape. For tomorrow's court session, provide them to several elderly officials with quieter voices." The deputy supervisor replied, "As you command." He had grown numb to the proceedings. Ding. The host has initiated reforms to court etiquette on the first day of ascension, embodying practicality and benevolence, as perceived by himself, completing the first stage of imperial initiatives. Activity crit damage, 150. The next day, at the front hall of the Hanyuan Palace, civil and military officials, along with noble families, gathered in unprecedented numbers. When attendees noticed the conspicuous seats adorned with bright yellow cushions, and the peculiar megaphones in the hands of the designated elderly officials, a brief stir and murmur rippled through the hall. Generals like Cheng Yaojin sat down cheerfully, curiously fiddling with their paper trumpets, while the iron-faced censor Lu Run appeared conflicted, unable to decide whether to sit or stand. Ultimately yielding to the enthusiastic guidance of the attendants and half-heartedly taking a seat, his expression akin to that of a condemned man. "His Majesty has arrived." As the attendant announced, Li Ke, clad in ordinary robes, not donning the heavy ceremonial attire, entered the hall with vigor and took his place on the dragon throne. He did not immediately call for the crowd to chant their praises. Instead, he scanned the assembly, offering a slight smile. "Esteemed officials, today marks my first formal court session with all of you, so there is no need for excessive formality. These seats and the megaphones are my humble gesture, hoping the elder ministers may find comfort, and that your counsel may reach my ears more clearly. His opening remarks were distinctly different, embodying Li Ke's unique style. As the court proceedings began, the various rituals unfolded in an orderly fashion. As the ceremonies of honoring the retired emperor, enfeoffing the empress dowager, and granting amnesty progressed to the segment of rewarding meritorious officials, Li Ke once again showcased his unconventional approach. He did not adhere to the traditional methods of promotions based on rank and office. Instead, he presented a meticulously drafted list of his own creation. Xiangji, Li Ke called out. The old minister is present. Cheng Yaojin quickly stood, almost forgetting he was seated, his voice resounding without the need for a megaphone. I hereby appoint you as the Marquis of Happiness of the Great Tang, with jurisdiction over Anzhou, responsible for overseeing the production and sale of royal happiness beverages. The profits will be divided such that 30% enters the imperial treasury, 30% goes to your department, and the remaining 40% will improve the livelihoods and military readiness of Anzhou. Do you believe you can fulfill this? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in astonishment. Marquis of Happiness? Overseeing happiness beverages? And as a profit share, this reward is exactly to my liking. Absolutely, I shall manage this happiness. The Marquis ate diligently. He was so delighted he nearly stumbled over his words. The ministers gathered. Wei Qi Jingde, I appoint you as the commander of Xuanwu Gate, concurrently overseeing the reform of the Imperial Guard as the chief instructor, responsible for training the troops using the scientific methods of eloquence. Qin Xiong, you shall serve as the Grand Scholar of the Divine Machine Pavilion, tasked with supervising the Ministry of Works and promoting innovative agricultural tools and craftsmanship. Fang Xianling, I elevate you to the position of Grand Tutor, leading the Zhongshu province and presiding over the compilation of the new rites of Zhengguan, which is the first aspect requiring reform in our court rituals. Lu Run, I promote you to the position of Deputy Censor-in-Chief, responsible for monitoring all officials, particularly overseeing my actions and those of the royal family. I grant you the authority to report on matters, but for each impeachment, you must provide 3 actionable suggestions for improvement. Is this feasible? Li Ke's rewards are no longer mere titles. They are tailored to each individual's strengths and practical responsibilities, embodying a spirit of pragmatic innovation. Particularly in Lu Ren's arrangement, he is granted greater power, yet with restrictions and guidance, making it difficult for anyone to find fault while simultaneously feeling intrigued. Those named, regardless of their astonishment, joy, or confusion, can only accept the decree with gratitude. The entire process of conferring rewards resembles a novel conference on talent appointments, breaking traditional shackles and allowing everyone to clearly see the new emperor's pragmatic, efficient, and unconventional approach to governance. At the end of the court assembly, Li Ke observed the ministers, whose expressions varied widely, and he composed himself, stating solemnly, "Esteemed officials, the conferral of rewards has concluded. I hope each of you will fulfill your duties and unite with me to build a flourishing Tang dynasty. Here, I make a promise to you and to the realm." Rising, his voice resonated throughout the grand hall, clear and powerful. As long as I reign, I shall ensure that the granaries are full, military strength is robust, the populace is prosperous, and our prestige is unparalleled. We shall inherit the good traditions of the past and reform those that are outdated. From this day forth, the Tang shall be governed by my decree. Li Ke paused, a signature, slightly mischievous smile illuminating his face as he declared. Let the music play on, and the dance continue. The hall fell silent, only to erupt under the leadership of Cheng Yaojin and others, with a resounding response. We humbly obey the sacred decree. Long live our emperor. This cheer was imbued with a sincerity and anticipation surpassing that of the previous coronation ceremony. The reign of the new emperor, Li Ke, officially commenced in this unprecedented assembly, filled with the spirit of innovation. All understood that an era distinctly different from the early Zhengguan was upon them. Meanwhile, Li Ke, seated upon the dragon throne, savored the subtle feedback from the state of words becoming law, his heart brimming with ambition. Dear father, the retired emperor, enjoy your well-deserved peace. Watch how I will transform the Tang into an unprecedented realm of vitality. The work in the Zhuanggong Hall is only just beginning. Chapter 2. Selecting Talents Through Eloquence. Introducing science into the imperial examination, the echoes of the coronation ceremony had yet to fade, yet Li Ke's proclamation to let the music play on and the dance continue had already become the most fervently discussed topic in Chang'an. Some viewed it as a refreshing change, eagerly preparing for action. Others dismissed it as folly, filled with trepidation. However, regardless of external opinions, within the Ziqing Hall, Li Ke had already embarked on the first reformative venture concerning the empire's foundation. On this day, he summoned the newly appointed Grand Tutor Feng Xianling, head of the Zhongshu province, and the newly elevated Lu Run, deputy censor-in-chief. Without excessive pleasantries, Li Ke delved straight into the matter, presenting a proposal he had personally drafted before them. I intend to make adjustments to the imperial examination system. Feng Xuanling's heart sank. The imperial examination is a grand event for selecting talent, and altering it would have far-reaching consequences. He respectfully accepted the proposal and reviewed it alongside Lu Ren. The document bore the title Interim Regulations on the Selection of New Talents and the Application of Eloquence. Eloquence? Feng Xuanling's eyelids twitched, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Lu Ren furrowed his brow, nearly compelled to interject. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Li Ke seemed to read their thoughts, smiling. Let us examine the specifics. The specifics were as follows. First, reforms to the Mingjing examination. No longer would it solely assess rote memorization of Confucian classics and traditional commentaries. A new section on practical policies would be introduced, requiring candidates to propose pragmatic, even somewhat unconventional solutions to specific issues concerning the populace, military, and engineering, in alignment with the spirit of scientific eloquence. The standard answers would no longer be limited to the words of the sages, but instead must be reasoned and effective. Second, the Jinshi examination would be reinforced. Poetry and prose would still be assessed, but their weight would be reduced. Substantial emphasis will be placed on empirical knowledge and logical reasoning, with questions potentially involving simple engineering calculations, resource allocation, or even drafting rudimentary designs based on descriptions. Third, a new category for artisans, specifically targeting skilled craftsmen, physicians, agriculturists, and those proficient in commerce. This category would not assess classical texts or poetry, but rather their professional skills and innovative thinking under the guidance of eloquence. Selected individuals could enter specialized departments, such as the Ministry of Works, the Department of Imperial Physicians, and the Ministry of Agriculture, receiving appropriate official titles. Fourth, reforms to martial examinations. No longer would it merely involve testing archery and physical strength. New subjects would include tactical team exercises, terrain recognition and utilization, along with basic military equipment production and maintenance, integrating concepts from scientific eloquence and new military strategies into the assessments. Fifth, all subjects would require a foundational test in eloquence. No strict adherence to traditional interpretations would be demanded. Instead, understanding the core spirit of practicality, flexibility, and effectiveness would be emphasized. After reviewing the proposal, both Feng Xianling and Lu Ren fell silent. This was not merely a revision. It was a revolutionary reconstruction, elevating craftsmanship to a status equal to that of classical scholarship, employing unconventional eloquence as the standard for selecting talent. This was tantamount to uprooting the foundations of the aristocracy. Your Majesty, Lu Ren could no longer contain himself. Speaking with conviction, the imperial examination is for selecting the virtuous for the nation, and since the Sui dynasty, it has been based on classical texts and literature. Now, Your Majesty wishes to utilize extraordinary skills and even the unconventional eloquence to select talent. I fear it may dishearten the scholars of the realm, undermining the national structure. Furthermore, can artisans truly be placed on par with scholars? Li Ke appeared to have anticipated his opposition. Rather than displaying anger, he inquired, Lu Qing, let me ask you, can a scholar who can recite the Book of Rites but cannot distinguish grains benefit the nation and its people? Or can an artisan who improves plows and increases yield do so? Can a poet who merely muses on the wind and moon strengthen our military and expand our territories? Or can a specialist who understands terrain and fabricates military implements achieve those ends? Lu Ren found himself momentarily speechless. The sages also say that a gentleman is not merely a tool. Li Ke immediately invoked the principles of eloquence, asserting that true talents should not be confined to a singular discipline. They must comprehend both the ancient and the modern, grasp the principles of reality, and, more importantly, be able to resolve practical issues. What I seek to select are individuals who can act and do, rather than those who merely engage in empty discourse. He then turned to Feng Xianling. Minister Feng, you are the pillar of the state and well aware of the complexities of governance. Is it through rote memorization of classical texts that one manages finances, legal matters, and engineering projects, or through precise calculations, clear logic, and practical plans? Feng Xianling pondered for a long time. Although he felt this initiative was overly radical, he had to admit that Li Ke's words addressed pressing issues. There was indeed a lack of practical talents in the court. He sighed. Your Majesty's words hold merit, but this action may provoke a tumult among the scholars, and dissenting voices will surely surge. Surge, Likiskoft. Let them surge. I am eager to see whether their rhetoric is more formidable than my reasoning. He rose, exuding an undeniable authority. This matter is decided. Minister Feng, you shall oversee the Zhongshu province, in conjunction with the Ministry of Rights, to promptly refine these regulations and proclaim them to the realm. Next spring's examination shall proceed according to the new system. Lu Qing, he turned to the conflicted Lu Run. Do you not possess the authority to report on matters? Perfect. Following the issuance of the new regulations, there will undoubtedly be waves of criticism. I command you to listen carefully, record those who speak without substance, merely shouting dissent, and likewise, note those who raise specific issues or constructive suggestions. I wish to see just how capable the scholars of this realm truly are. Lu Ren opened his mouth, ultimately resigning to a helpless, I shall comply with the decree. The host boldly reformed the imperial examination system, integrating pragmatism and scientific spirit, thereby achieving a groundbreaking educational transformation. The impact of this transformation is profound. The edict for the new examination system struck the calm surface of the Li Tang dynasty like a massive stone, creating ripples far greater than the previous court reforms. On the day of the edict's promulgation, the scholarly community in Chang'an erupted in outrage. Students from the Guozijian and Taishue gathered fervently in front of the Ministry of Rights to protest, vehemently denouncing it as a desecration of the sages, a corruption of moral principles, and an alliance with unscrupulous officials. Many officials from prestigious families also submitted memorials, expressing their indignation and urging the emperor to retract the decree. However, unlike previous occasions, this time, dissenting voices were not the only ones heard in the court. The military faction, led by Chang Yaojin, was the first to express their support, fully aware of the importance of civil officials who comprehend engineering, can manage finances, and grasp military tactics. Chang Yaojin even exclaimed in court, stating that this should have been done long ago. Mere scholarly knowledge was of little use. A good official should be able to clarify military salaries and efficiently produce weaponry. Some officials from humble backgrounds, or those whose interests were intertwined with the new emperor, keenly recognized this as a new pathway to break the monopoly of the aristocracy and advance, thus began to subtly support or remain silent. What was even more unexpected was the reaction in the populace, particularly among craftsmen, physicians, and merchants, who were stirred by the prospect of changing their fortunes and elevating their status. Although they did not dare to express their support openly, the undercurrents of backing were quietly gathering strength. Li Ke remained composed in the Zicheng Hall, listening to the reports from his informants. Observing the thick stack of memorials filled with both insults and suggestions organized by Lu Run, his expression unperturbed. He instructed the establishment of public forums in the western and eastern markets of Chang'an and outside the Guozijian, where scholars selected from Hanlin Academy, who were open to new ideas, would take turns daily to openly address the questions of scholars and commoners regarding the new examination system. Debates and inquiries would be permitted, but they would be focused on the issues at hand. He instructed the on-duty scholars that being stumped by questions was not shameful. He would assist them in reviewing their responses later. However, if they remained obstinate and were unable to articulate their thoughts, they should return home to tend to their children. He intended to utilize this transparent and public approach to bring discussions into the light, persuading or overpowering with reason and a touch of authority. Concurrently, he secretly instructed his informants to gather incriminating evidence against those officials from prestigious families who were the most vociferous in their opposition and had engaged in illicit activities themselves or within their families. He needed to wield both the carrot of opportunity presented by the new examination system and the stick of potential retribution. The storm triggered by the reform of the examination system continued to brew in Chang'an. Some lamented deeply, others observed with indifference, while some rejoiced in secret, and others prepared for action. Amidst this tempest, Li Ke began to plan his next groundbreaking project, the establishment of a comprehensive institution that would surpass the Guozijian. The Great Tang Empire Institute of Technology, integrating education, industry, and research. He had even decided on the school motto: to investigate things and seek principles, to apply knowledge in practice. Oppose it, protest against it. Li Ke stood before the vast map of the empire in the Zicheng Hall, his gaze sweeping across the realm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. When I select talents through the new examination system, create sharper weapons, cultivate more fertile lands, and construct grander cities, accumulating mountains of wealth, I shall see what the scholars, who merely recite scriptures, have to say. The wheels of the empire, under the guidance of this transformative emperor, were turning towards an unprecedented direction, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 3. The Great Tang Express. Information spreads across the world. The upheaval in the scholarly community caused by the new examination system gradually shifted from a boiling uproar to a subtle undercurrent under Li Ke's combination of incentives and threats. Public protests diminished, yet private dissent and observation never ceased. Li Ke was acutely aware of this, but he remained unfazed, for he had more pressing matters at hand: to forge a sharper, more obedient blade for the empire and to weave a more astute, all-encompassing web of information. One day, within the Zicheng Hall, Li Ke summoned Wei Chide, the commander guarding the Xuanwu Gate and the chief reformer of the Northern Yamen's imperial guards, along with Zhang Wei, who still led the corps of the former Wu Wang's guard and now held the title of Zongling Jiang of the Qin Yo Wei. Simultaneously, his informants appeared silently in the corners of the hall. Generals, Li Ke began, surveying Wei Chide and Zhang Wei. Though the seas are now calm, the lurking dangers remain, and border threats are not yet extinguished. Our great Tang's sword must not rust, nor can it merely be displayed for show. I intend to further reform the military system. Wei Chide's expression hardened, and he clasped his fists, saying, "Your Majesty, please issue your commands. This old body can still sharpen the blade for your Majesty for a few more years." Zhang Wei's eyes burned with enthusiasm, fully aware that the principles of the guard might be promoted throughout the army. Li Ke approached the large map hanging on the wall and pointed to several key border towns and strategic points within. "I wish to establish a permanent elite force outside the current militia and imperial guard system, to be named the Great Tang Rapid Response Brigade, abbreviated as Tang Kwai LV. Danku Love." Both Wei Chide and Zhang Wei were momentarily taken aback by the peculiar name. "Indeed," Li Ke explained, "this brigade will not be responsible for routine garrison duties, but will specialize in responding to sudden military conflicts, cross-border bandit suppression, swift strikes, and the suppression of large-scale internal revolts. The requirements are: summon them when needed, they must be ready for battle, and they must win. Speed is essential, and the blade must be sharp." He turned to Zhang Wei. "You, as the backbone of the former Wu Wang's guard, will be the seed for this first Tang Kwai LV. I grant you priority in selecting personnel and the right to the best equipment and supplies. The initial structure will be set at 5,000 troops, stationed at the original Xuanwu base in Anzhou for expansion. The training outline will be based on scientific discourse and new military strategies, combined with Anzhou as practical combat experience. I want them trained rigorously." "I will obey," Zhang Wei responded, his voice trembling with excitement, for this meant that his forces would officially transition from a private guard to the Empire's sharpest weapon. "General Wei," Li Ke turned to Wei Chide, "the reform of the Northern Yamen's Imperial Guards must also continue. I want you to select elite members from the Imperial Guards to form an emergency response battalion for the Imperial City, with a structure of 1,000 men, solely responsible for rapid responses to emergencies in the palace and Imperial City. Training will be assisted by Zhang Wei's personnel, and the equipment will be prioritized by the Divine Machine Pavilion." This was to extend the concept of rapid response from the borders to the heart of the empire. "I shall comply," Wei Chide thunderously agreed. "Furthermore, Li Ke stern. Issue a command to the Ministry of War for a new round of screening and retraining of the national militia. Eliminate the old and weak, and supplement with young and strong recruits. The focus will be on assessing the actual command capabilities of the generals and their understanding of discourse. Those who merely engage in theoretical discussions and rely on their seniority must be retired or reassigned. Every level of general must rotate to the Tang Kwai LV or serve on the borders for at least a month each year. What I want are generals who can fight, not bureaucrats who only bow their heads. This series of military reforms aimed to cultivate a professional, elite, and rapidly responsive core military force, ensuring the emperor's absolute control over the army and the capability to address various complex threats. The host's implementation of elite and rapid response military reforms has strengthened central military power, achieving a high-level military transformation. With military arrangements in place, Li Ke's gaze shifted to the shadow in the corner of the hall. "Shadow," he said in a low voice, "the Empire's blade must be swift, and its ears and eyes must be vigilant. Your identity has changed. You can no longer be confined to just Chang'an." The shadow bowed. "Please, Your Majesty, give your orders." "I wish to establish the Great Tang Information Bureau, abbreviated as the Sun Shu," Li Ke said slowly. "You will serve as the first director, reporting directly to me." Under the auspices of the Intelligence Bureau, 3 divisions were established. The Internal Supervision Division, responsible for monitoring officials, royal family members, and even the emperor's consorts. The External Affairs Division, tasked with infiltrating neighboring nations and tribes to gather military, political, and social intelligence. For the emperor must know both himself and his adversaries. And the Public Sentiment Division, which oversees public discourse and guides the direction of public opinion, ensuring that the emperor is aware of the thoughts of the common people, while also allowing them to hear what he wishes them to hear. This is a systematic and professional approach to intelligence gathering that encompasses both internal and external matters, permeating the court and the realm. Personnel for the Intelligence Bureau may be selected from the existing staff or secretly recruited from the populace, merchants, and even from all walks of life. The funding shall be directly allocated from the imperial treasury, free from scrutiny by the Ministry of Revenue. The emperor has but one requirement. Li Ke must keep a watchful eye, with sharp discernment. The intelligence must be accurate and timely. Should any erroneous information lead to a flawed decision, you will be held accountable. However, if anyone dares to frame loyal subjects or deceive the emperor, who is aware of the principle that one may die for their ignorance, you should understand the implications. Shadow bowed deeply. "I understand, Your Majesty. I shall not fail your expectations." "Excellent." Li Ke nodded, suggesting that the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau be established at the former residence of the Prince of Wei. "Is spacious and serene enough." His words carried a hint of icy sarcasm. With the issuance of Li Ke's decree, the empire's military and intelligence apparatus began to operate at an accelerated pace. Zhang Wei, filled with excitement and a sense of mission, closely collaborated with Yuqi Jingde, selecting the most valiant and clever soldiers from the Northern Guard and the former Wu King's Guard to bolster the Tang Rapid Response Brigade and the Imperial City's Emergency Response Battalion. Simultaneously, they adopted the hellish training regimen from Anzhou, integrating Li Ke's newly imparted modern special operations concepts, which included greater emphasis on behind-enemy lines infiltration, wilderness survival, and psychological resilience. The training ground for the new army resounded with the clamor of combat, yet maintained strict discipline. Meanwhile, Shadow's actions were even more clandestine and efficient. Leveraging the existing intelligence network, he swiftly constructed the framework for the Intelligence Bureau. The former residence of the Prince of Wei underwent a complete transformation. Its exterior remained quiet, while its interior became the core of information exchange. Countless visible and hidden lines extended from this residence, like invisible tentacles probing every corner of the empire. Official residences, military camps, taverns in the marketplace, border trading posts, and even the residences of certain foreign embassies began to witness the presence of the Intelligence Bureau's operatives. The reform of military and intelligence structures inevitably stirred the sensitivities of the old power dynamics in certain individuals. Some generals complained that the Tang Rapid Response Brigade consumed vast resources, encroaching upon those available to regular soldiers. Some officials felt fear and resentment towards the Bureau's growing presence and submitted petitions to impeach its excessive authority, fearing it might become a tool of tyranny. Even more alarmingly, rumors circulated that the emperor established the Bureau to monitor his officials, instituting a regime of espionage. However, all these murmurings seemed feeble in the face of Li Ke's absolute authority and the increasingly evident power of the Intelligence Bureau. Months later, when the Tang Rapid Response Brigade, in a simulated border conflict exercise, defeated several times their number in conventional border troops with merely 500 men and successfully captured the opposing general, all doubts were silenced. Furthermore, when the Bureau provided precise intelligence concerning local officials' corruption, border generals' usurpation of credit, and even private grievances from certain royals, enabling Li Ku to address these issues swiftly and accurately, the court officials developed a deep respect for the hidden yet formidable intelligence bureau. The sword became sharper, the ears more perceptive, and the eyes clearer. Li Ku sat within the Zikan Hall, observing the training results of the Tang Rapid Response Brigade reported by Zhang Wei, alongside the briefings presented by Shadow, which documented the dynamics across the Empire's corners, revealing a satisfied expression. The Tang Express must not only deliver joyous beverages, but also thunder and intelligence. He murmured to himself, tracing his finger lightly across the map. Next, it was time for this intelligence and blade to witness blood and sharpen their edges. It was time for certain pests in the Empire and some restless neighbors to experience what it meant to encounter the speed of the Tang dynasty and the care of a ruler. Under Li Ku's stewardship, the Empire's governance became unprecedentedly efficient, centralized, and infused with his unique style of innovation. A grander and more intricate machine had already begun to roar. Chapter 4: Economic Storm. The Lingyu monetary policy, the formidable reputation of the Tang Rapid Response Brigade, and the all-encompassing oversight of the Intelligence Bureau served as two pillars of power in Li Ku's governance of the empire, one overt and one covert, firmly establishing the foundation of the new dynasty's rule. The clamor in the court, arising from the reform of the imperial examination system, gradually subsided, not due to the opposition's capitulation, but rather because, under the increasingly stringent royal authority and the pervasive vigilance of spies, they were compelled to bury their discontent and lie low for the time being. Li Ku understood well that while military might and intelligence could instill fear, they could not truly win hearts, nor could they render the empire strong. The true foundation lies in the economy, in the flow of wealth that invigorates the empire's lifeblood and strengthens its very fabric. On this day, he summoned Fang Xianling, the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, transferred from the original governor of Anzhou, Zhou, alongside Qing Yaojin, a noble who, despite holding the title of the Joyous Marquis, exhibited an inexplicable fervor for economic affairs, to a side hall of the Zikan Hall. Surprisingly, he also called upon the upright Inspector Zhongxing Luren. Hanging in the hall was a massive map entitled Overview of the Tang Empire's Resource Distribution and Circulation, marked with colored silk threads denoting major trade routes, mineral deposits, grain-producing areas, and the circulation of Anzhou's flying money. Esteemed ministers, Li Ku began forthrightly, tapping his finger on the area covered by flying money on the map. I have summoned you today to discuss the financial matters of the Tang Empire and the future of our monetary policy. Fang Xianling and Zhou exchanged glances, both feeling a chill in their hearts. Monetary policy is the lifeblood of a nation, affecting all aspects, and is even more sensitive than the examination system. Your Majesty, Fang Xianling cautiously began, the circulation of Anzhou's flying money has expanded greatly in Jiangnan, Huainan, and Shannon, as well as in certain areas of Guangzhou. Its reputation is indeed esteemed, facilitating commerce and promoting trade. However, it is ultimately a private currency, not sanctioned by the imperial court. If this continues, we fear it may become unwieldy and even undermine the national foundation. Li Ku interjected, smiling slightly. What you have expressed, Minister Fang, is precisely what I have been contemplating. Therefore, the regulations governing this flying money must be established by the court. He gestured for Zhou a step forward, now overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. Zhou was well versed in financial matters. He unfurled a document and reported, Your Majesty, based on a joint investigation by the Intelligence Bureau and the Ministry of Revenue, the total amount of Anzhou's flying money currently in circulation has exceeded the equivalent of 50 million copper coins. Moreover, it is continuing to grow rapidly. Behind this figure lies the output from Anzhou workshops, profits from joyous beverages, and certain mines and farms as implicit guarantees. If the court were to forcibly abolish it, it could trigger severe market upheaval, halting commerce, and causing great harm to both the state and the people. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up at this news. Rubbing his hands together, 50 million? Goodness, how much joyous beverage could that buy? How many soldiers could that sustain? Li Ke disregarded Qing Yaoji's interjection. sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Thus, my intention is not to abolish, but to integrate, to regulate. He approached the map and declared, I intend to establish the Tang Royal Bank, abbreviated as Tang Hang. The headquarters will be located in Chang'an, with branches established in each administrative region and major commercial hubs. Tang Hang? Everyone was momentarily taken aback by this new term. Indeed, Li Ke explained, the Tang Hang will be directly governed by the Ministry of Revenue, but will operate independently. Its primary function will be to unify the issuance and management of the new currency, the Tang Tongbao. This Tang Tongbao is neither gold nor copper, Li Ke proclaimed boldly, but rather paper. It will be made from specially crafted cotton and linen, utilizing complex printing techniques that are difficult to replicate. Its value will no longer be anchored to metals, but will instead be backed by the entire credibility of the Tang Empire, its tax revenues, and the productive capacity of all state-run enterprises, including the future royal joyous beverages and outputs from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. This is to promote the use of paper currency. Moreover, it will be state-backed legal tender. Fang Xianling gasped in astonishment. Your Majesty, paper currency? Historically, all currency has been based on gold, silver, or copper. Having paper as currency is unheard of. How can the common people trust it? How will merchants accept it? If there's a large-scale run on the currency, how shall we respond? Lu Ren could not restrain himself either. Your Majesty, this move is too perilous. If not properly controlled, prices may soar, the populace will suffer, and chaos may ensue. Thus, it requires the Lingyu to define its essence. Li Ke was well prepared and responded with composure. The sage proclaimed, without trust, the people cannot stand. The same holds true for a nation. The credibility of the Tang Tong Bao does not reside solely in the paper it is printed on, but rather in me and this venerable the Tang court, in the name of the Son of Heaven and with the vast expanse of our realm as a witness. I hereby announce to the world that the Tang Tong Bao shall be the sole legal currency. All taxes, salaries, and official transactions shall recognize only this currency. This is the decree of a gentleman, a commitment that cannot be retracted by even the mightiest of horses. He paused for a moment and continued. As for the potential for a run on the currency, there is no need for concern. Tang Hang does not issue paper money without compensation. The gold, silver, and copper coins held by the people, as well as the existing Anzhou Fengtian, can be exchanged at the official rate for equivalent amounts of the Tang Tong Bao at any branch of Tang Hang. Furthermore, Tang Hang will introduce deposit and loan services, allowing merchants and the common folk to deposit idle Tong Bao and earn interest. They may also borrow Tong Bao based on their assets and credit, paying interest in return. Thus, the circulation of currency will accelerate, and commerce will inevitably flourish. This is the initial step towards incorporating the functions of modern banking into our society. Moreover, Li Ke turned to Zhou Wen and stated that the Ministry of Revenue and Tang Hang must work in close coordination, dynamically adjusting the issuance of Tong Bao based on the total amount of goods in the realm and their circulation speed, ensuring that it remains roughly commensurate with the value of physical goods, thereby avoiding inflation, specifically preventing the devaluation of money. This is a principle of moderation. His grand discourse intertwined the issuance of paper currency, national credit, banking functions, and monetary policy, leaving Fang Xianling and Zhou Wen astounded. Yet they sensed an ineffable profundity beneath the surface. Cheng Yaojin, only partially comprehending, found the concept of making money from money quite impressive. Lu Ren, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, feeling that the emperor was once again orchestrating a momentous transformation. Yet he struggled to find a compelling reason to counter this seemingly interlocking design. Naturally, this matter concerns the very foundation of the nation and cannot be rushed. Seeing that the timing was right, Li Ke established the steps to be taken. First, based on Anzhou Fengtian, with the court's endorsement, it would gradually be transformed into a pilot program for the Tang Tong Bao, initially implemented in prosperous commercial hubs such as Chang'an, Luoyang, and Anzhou. The establishment and personnel training of Tang Hang would be under Zhou Wen's full responsibility, selecting key personnel from the original Anzhou workforce and capable officials from the Ministry of Revenue. I shall comply. Zhou Wen suppressed his excitement and trepidation, bowing to accept the command. He understood that this would be a transformative reform that would be remembered throughout history. Li Ke then turned to the eager Cheng Yaojin, stating, Your joyous Marquis, along with the Anzhou Happy Water industry, as a royal enterprise, must be the first to fully utilize and support the Tang Tong Bao. Set an example for merchants across the realm. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin declared with a thump on his chest, I will ensure this matter is executed splendidly. Those who do not use Tong Bao shall not be sold my happy water. Lu Qing, Li Ke finally addressed Lu Ran. I know you still harbor doubts. I appoint you as the inspector of Tang Hang, granting you oversight over its operations, the issuance of Tong Bao, and the integrity of its officials. Should any irregularities arise, you may report directly to me. What I desire is a Tang Hang that is clean, beneficial to the nation and its people. Lu Ran was taken aback, not expecting the emperor to assign him such a responsibility. This was both a mark of trust and a means of binding him to the new governance. After a brief silence, he bowed. I shall serve diligently. With the decree issued, preparations commenced immediately. Substantial funds were allocated from the imperial treasury, and top artisans from the former Anzhou workshops were discreetly summoned to Chang'an to begin developing specialized banknote paper and intricate anti-counterfeiting inks. The site selection and construction of the Tang Royal Bank's headquarters also moved forward. Zhou Wen was exceedingly busy selecting personnel, drafting regulations, and calculating the reserves of gold and silver. Well-informed top merchants soon sensed the winds of change, especially those accustomed to using Anzhou Fengtian, who harbored both anticipation and concern regarding this initiative. They anticipated the greater convenience and credibility brought by the imperial endorsement, yet feared potential exploitation by the court. Months later, all preparations were complete. On a sunny day, the Tang Royal Bank's headquarters, located in the prime area of Chang'an's East Market, officially opened amidst the resounding sounds of drums and firecrackers. Emperor Li Ku personally inscribed the plaque and led the civil and military officials in attendance at the opening ceremony. On the same day, the emperor issued an edict to announce to the world, effective immediately, the Tang Tong Bao shall be issued alongside the old currencies, such as Kaiyuan Tong Bao, with taxes and official salaries gradually transitioning to be settled in Tong Bao. He also announced the favorable exchange rates and policies for old currency and Anzhou Fengtian to be converted into Tong Bao. Cheng Yaojin's Happy Marquee and all its enterprises promptly displayed prominent signs proclaiming priority usage of the Tang Tong Bao, offering a 5% discount. Thus commenced a financial tempest sweeping across the empire. All held their breath, watching to see if this unprecedented paper could indeed replace the heavy gold, silver, and copper, becoming the new economic lifeblood of the empire. Li Ku stood high in the Zijin Hall, gazing towards the East Market with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The currency law had been established, and the economic engine was poised to roar to life. Next, it was time to utilize this inexhaustible Tong Bao to nurture the study of things, forge an invincible army, and expand the maritime routes. This prosperous era of Tang, I will ensure it not only continues to celebrate, but also dances to a mechanical waltz unprecedented in history. Chapter 5. Ingenious Breakthroughs, Industrial Beginnings. The implementation of the Tang Tong Bao injected a potent stimulus into the body of the imperial economy. Despite initial hurdles and skepticism, the vigorous endorsement from the court, the demonstrative effect of Cheng Yaojin's enterprises, and the tangible conveniences brought forth began to see this lightweight paper currency gradually replace cumbersome copper coins, permeating large-scale transactions and the daily lives of the populace. In the Zijin Hall, Li Ku observed the first quarter's operational report and tax revenue estimates from Tang Hang, which had begun to be partially converted into Tong Bao, presented by the Ministry of Revenue. A satisfied expression gracing his face. Money can connect with the divine and can further propel his grander blueprint. Now, it was time to direct the amassed wealth toward areas that could truly alter the fate of the empire. He summoned Qin Xiong, who had been conferred the title of Grand Scholar of the Xiangji Pavilion, along with several core artisans from the former Anzhou workshops, who now held pivotal positions in the Xiangji Pavilion. Qin Qing, M.O. Qing, Li Ku did not indulge in pleasantries. Directly pointing to a large object covered with silk cloth in a side hall, is the investment I made in the Xiangji Pavilion sufficient? Qin Xiong bowed, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Your Majesty, since the establishment of the Xiangji Pavilion, the funds you have allocated from the inner treasury and Tang Hang's profits far exceed what the Ministry of Works has utilized over several decades. Supplies of all materials are abundant, and the craftsmen are well compensated. Nearly 1,000 skilled artisans have gathered in the pavilion, working day and night with significant progress. Mo Hong was equally thrilled, his beard trembling slightly as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, we have not failed your expectations. Many of the ingenious ideas you previously bestowed upon us, combined with the old crafts from Anzhou, have led to several breakthroughs. He gestured toward the object concealed beneath the silk cloth. Li Ke's eyes brightened. Oh, let me see. Mo Hong and several craftsmen cautiously unveiled the silk cloth, revealing several uniquely shaped machines glistening with metallic luster before the assembly. Your Majesty, please observe. Mo Hong pointed to a complicated mechanism featuring a massive water wheel connected to numerous gears and linkages. This is the hydraulic hammer linkage system, improved based on your concept of water-driven mechanics. It not only possesses strength far exceeding that of human labor, but can also achieve continuous forging with varying intensities through gear adjustments, suitable for crafting weapons, armor, and even large components, enhancing efficiency by more than tenfold. He then directed attention to a precisely constructed wooden frame, strung with silk thread, where a shuttle darted rapidly back and forth. This is a new type of flying shuttle loom, operable by a single person, capable of replacing the labor of 5. If driven by hydropower or animal power, the yield would be astonishing. Finally, he pointed to several metal components of varying sizes, including an iron rod adorned with a spiral pattern and an iron pipe with a similarly threaded interior. These, Your Majesty, are referred to as screws and nuts. Initially, their fabrication was exceedingly challenging, resulting in countless defective products. However, following Your Majesty's principles of standardization and division of labor, we deconstructed the production process, assigning specialists to each task and created uniform molds and measuring instruments. As a result, we are now able to achieve stable output. Although the precision remains somewhat crude, they are already suitable for securing less intricate components, such as certain connections in the hydropowered hammer. Li Ke stepped forward, closely examining these embodiments of the era's finest artisans' wisdom and toil. The roaring potential of the hydropower system, the revolutionary impact of the flying shuttle on textiles, and particularly the rudimentary yet profoundly significant screws and nuts signify the emergence of standardization and interchangeable industrial parts. Splendid, 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 Li Ke exclaimed Tritze, his countenance radiating genuine joy. My esteemed ministers, this is a triumph for our time, a benefit for millennia to come. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. However, this is merely the beginning. The Xiangji Pavilion must not be content with merely producing a few fine tools. What I desire is an industrial awakening that sweeps across the world. He turned to Qin Xiong and Mo Hong, issuing a series of decrees. First, the Xiangji Pavilion must immediately commence surveying and selecting sites along the banks of the nation's major rivers to establish state-run hydropower workshops. Prioritize the production of military equipment, agricultural tools, and standard components. Promote the Anzhou model. Second, establish an assessment system for artisans of the Great Tang. Advancement shall not be based on seniority, but on skill. Those who pass the evaluation will be granted corresponding titles and receive salaries from the court, exempt from bowing to officials. This will encourage artisans across the realm to hone their crafts. Third, establish the Great Tang Academy of Engineering. Attract talents proficient in mathematics and natural philosophy to collaborate with the artisans of the Xiangji Pavilion, specifically researching the principles of physics as articulated by Your Majesty, transforming experience into theory, and then using theory to guide practice. Fourth, and most importantly, Li Ke grasped the pair of screws and nuts, stating solemnly, we shall fully implement standardization. The Xiangji Pavilion must immediately formulate the Great Tang standards for various commonly used tools and components, from bolt diameters to wheel dimensions, from fabric widths to weapon specifications. All must adhere to a unified regulation. Henceforth, state-run workshops and even private workshops must produce according to these standards. This is the industrial equivalent of a common script and uniform tracks. This series of directives aims to transform serendipitous technological breakthroughs into systematic industrial capabilities while attempting to establish a framework that incentivizes innovation and standardizes production. Qin Xiong and Mo Hong felt exhilarated yet overwhelmed by the weight of this responsibility. Qin Xiong hesitated, saying, Your Majesty, Implementing standards and unifying regulations may provoke resistance from private workshops, and the manpower and resources required would be immense. Resistance? Li Shimin, informing them that anyone producing according to the Great Tang standards would have their products prioritized for low-interest loans from Tongxing, with the government favoring their procurement. Those who resist would be barred from government contracts, and their products would not be eligible for bulk transactions using the Great Tang Tongbao. As for the costs, he waved his hand with undeniable authority. I possess an abundance of Tongbao. I shall use this Tongbao to forge an unprecedented industrial prosperity. If funds are insufficient, we shall print more. Of course, this must remain within the controllable limits set by the Ministry of Revenue. He promptly reined in his enthusiasm, recalling warnings from macroeconomics regarding inflation. With Li Ke's declarations, a monumental wave of industrial construction, centered on the Xiangji Pavilion, swept across the empire. Along the banks of the Weishui and Jinghe rivers, state-run hydropower workshops rose, with massive water wheels turning tirelessly day and night, driving hammers up and down and looms spinning. Artisans, guided by the deconstructed processes and uniform molds and measuring tools, produced standardized sabers, improved plowshares, and those rudimentary, yet crucial standard components. News of the Great Tang artisan assessment spread, sending ripples through the realm. Countless once lowly artisans glimpsed a chance to change their fates, igniting unprecedented enthusiasm for mastering their crafts. Moreover, the establishment of the Great Tang Academy of Engineering attracted literati and even unsuccessful scholars interested in natural philosophy, who began attempting to articulate the techniques that artisans had mastered through experience using written language and mathematics. Naturally, resistance soon followed. Some traditional workshops and prominent families openly defied the court's standards, attempting to preserve their unique skills and market shares. Certain conservative scholars again petitioned, criticizing the emperor for prioritizing industry over agriculture, competing with the populace for profits, and indulging in extravagant and harmful crafts. However, this time, Li did not even need to intervene personally. The high-quality, affordable ironware and textiles produced by the state-run workshops, assembled from standardized components and powered by hydropower, soon overwhelmed those private workshops clinging to outdated techniques and high costs. The market's forces, coupled with the court's policy direction, compelled those resistant parties to either adapt or swiftly perish. Additionally, the intelligence office timely provided evidence of collusion between obstinate factions and local officials obstructing the new policies, prompting Lu Ren's censorate to take immediate action, leading to the downfall of yet another group of officials. Within a mere year, the empire's industrial landscape underwent visibly transformative changes. The output of state-run workshops not only met military demands, but also began to bolster agriculture and the livelihoods of the people. Although the true industrial revolution still lay ahead, that seed had already begun to sprout under Li Ke's generous nurturing, revealing vibrant life. Li Ke stood on the high platform of the first hydropower workshop of the Great Tang, newly established on the banks of the Weishui, outside Chang'an. Listening to the thunderous mechanical sounds emanating from the workshop below, gazing at the enormous, tirelessly rotating water wheels on the river, his heart brimming with ambition. Can you hear it? This is the heartbeat that the empire deserves. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. I shall now provide this Great Tang with the means for its people, forging a foundation for millennia to come. Agriculture, military, economy, and industry are already in motion. Next, it is time for this new imperial chariot to venture into broader horizons. Are those still observing from the sidelines, those lands still shrouded in ignorance, ready to embrace the baptism of the Great Tang standard? Chapter 6. With authority over all, nations bow in tribute before the crown. The very fabric of the empire is undergoing a metamorphosis under Li Ke's series of reformative measures. Pragmatic officials selected from the newly instituted examination system are beginning to populate the various government offices. Although they still exhibit some naivety, they bring an unprecedented vitality. The Great Tang Tongbao flows like fresh blood, accelerating the circulation and accumulation of wealth, while the state-run hydropower workshops spread across the major rivers serve as robust muscles tirelessly forging sharp claws and sturdy armor for the empire. On this day, within the Ziqing Hall, the map hanging before Li Ke is no longer merely a depiction of the empire's territories, but rather a broader map of the universe, roughly outlining known neighboring nations, tribes, and vague outlines of the seas. Standing in the hall are Zhang Wei Qijingde, the newly appointed Minister of War, transferred from the Sima of Anzhou, Sun Qian, and the shadow of the intelligence office. My esteemed ministers, Li Ku traced a large circle on the map extending from Chang'an outward. Domestic affairs have been preliminarily streamlined. Yet how can we allow others to slumber beside our imperial couch? The prestige of the great Tang must not remain confined to edicts and reports. It must be witnessed and experienced firsthand by the four corners of the world. His gaze first fell upon the northwest. Tubo, since Songzhan Ganbu, though superficially submissive, its aristocracy has frequently stirred unrest, harassing the borders and plundering merchant caravans. The remnants of the western Turkic tribes continue to roam around the shattered Leaf Valley, occasionally raiding the frontier. In addition, there is the Gaochang Xiushu, who, relying on geographical advantages, monopolizes the Silk Road, openly defying the edicts of our great Tang. He then pointed northeast. Goguryeo, fortified in its stronghold, shelters our fleeing border citizens, constructing a great wall to resist our imperial forces. Their intentions are worthy of condemnation. The Khitan and the Xianbei tribes also exhibit duplicity. Finally, his finger glided southward toward the ocean. Lingnan's Fengong, though having submitted, resides in a land of towering mountains and dense forests, making governance a challenge. Beyond the vast sea, it is rumored that numerous island nations and foreign states exist. The generals in the hall began to breathe heavily as they sensed the familiar yet exhilarating scent of war in the emperor's words. Expanding territory, establishing dominance. Your Majesty. Zhang Wei was the first to step forward, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. I request permission. The Tang fast cavalry has completed its training and is in need of real combat to sharpen its blades. I wish to be your vanguard, to trample these unruly small states. Yu Qijingde and Sun Qian also eagerly sought battle. However, Li Ku waved his hand, revealing a cryptic smile. A war, of course, we shall wage. Yet this time, I desire not only to inflict pain upon them, but to compel their submission, to ensure they willingly integrate into the order of our great Tang. He glanced at his shadows. The intelligence bureau's personnel embedded in various nations and factions can now be mobilized. I wish to uncover their internal conflicts, troop deployments, supply stockpiles, and identify those who may be swayed. I have already begun arrangements. The shadow replied with a bow. Zhang Wei, Li Ke. You will lead the main force of the Tang fast cavalry, divided into 3 units. You shall secretly advance westward and establish a stronghold in Lanyu. Within 3 months, I expect you to locate the remnants of the Western Turkic main force and, with a thunderous strike, utterly crush them, either incorporating or expelling them. Remember, this battle must not only be a victory, but must also showcase the might of the Tang fast cavalry. I accept the command. Zhang Wei responded with fervor. His face flushed with excitement. General Yuqi, Li Ku continued, directing his gaze to the seasoned general. The reforms of the Northern Guard must not cease. You shall oversee Chang'an, assisting the Ministry of War in coordinating the overall strategy, and begin crafting a long-term strategy for Goguryeo. I desire not merely a fleeting victory, but their complete assimilation into our territory. The old minister understands. Yu Qijingde replied solemnly. Minister Sun, Li Ku finally turned to the Minister of War. The ministry must fully cooperate with all actions, coordinating supplies and labor. Additionally, decree the new regulations for Tang nobility. Those who achieve merit in this battle, regardless of their origins, shall be generously rewarded according to the new standards. Those who slay generals and seize flags, expand territory, shall be ennobled without question. I shall comply. Sun Qian responded loudly. Ding. The host has formulated an external expansion strategy, intending to reshape the surrounding order through both military might and strategy, achieving a grand geopolitical maneuver. Maneuver impact coefficient, 500. Reward granted, advanced strategic planning, including psychological warfare and intelligence operations. Status acquired. Heavenly might, increased morale and deterrence in initial military actions. Under Li Ku's will, the machinery of war began to operate at high speed, yet this time was unlike any previous dynasty. The main force of the Tang fast cavalry, led by Zhang Wei, vanished like a specter into the mountains of Lanyu. They were not only well-equipped, but also armed with the latest intelligence provided by the Bureau and precise maps simplified by the scholars of the Engineering Institute. They no longer relied on cumbersome supplies and civilian labor like traditional armies. Instead, they depended on their formidable field survival skills and efficient logistics to conduct high-intensity maneuvers and raids. A month later, news of victory arrived from the distant western regions. Zhang Wei, utilizing the accurate intelligence provided by the Bureau, seized the opportunity to attack a main force of the Western Turks resting in the Ihu River Valley. He personally led 1,000 elite troops of the Tang fast cavalry, armed with powerful crossbows and longbows. Launching a surprise attack under the cover of night and the complex terrain, the battle was without suspense. The well-equipped, well-trained Tang fast cavalry crushed the Western Turkic cavalry, who could not even organize effective resistance, collapsing under the onslaught of dense bolts and fierce close combat, with their leader slain by Zhang Wei. In this battle, 3,000 enemies were annihilated, nearly 10,000 captured, along with countless cattle, sheep, and horses. The casualties for the Tang fast cavalry were negligible. The news returned, shaking the court and the populace. This was not merely a retreat. It was an annihilation, a crushing blow. Subsequently, Li Ke's follow-up measures arrived in succession. He did not boast of his military achievements. Instead, he issued a calm decree to establish the Xiangji Protectorate in the lands of the Western Turks, stationing troops and cultivating the land, recruiting allied tribes, promoting the Tang coinage, and imparting agricultural techniques. Simultaneously, the captured young nobles of the Western Turks were forcibly relocated to Chang'an for education, effectively serving as hostages. For Gaochang, Li Ke did not deploy large armies. He merely ordered the stationed troops in the western regions to collaborate with the covert operations of the Intelligence Bureau, supporting the internal factions dissatisfied with its future rule to instigate a coup. Furthermore, under the pretext of monopolizing the Silk Road and obstructing trade, he announced economic sanctions against Gaochang, severing its primary trade connections with the Great Tang. Under such internal and external pressures, the new leader of Gaochang soon submitted, expressing a willingness to fully submit, reopen the Silk Road, and accept Tang officials for supervision. To the northeast, Li Ke adopted a longer-term strategy. He commanded the governors of Yuzhou and Yingzhou to divide and win over the Khitan and Xianbei tribes, offering trade privileges and positions to those who submitted. Concurrently, he steadily increased the deployment of newly equipped frontier troops along the Goguryeo border, conducting large-scale hunting drills to display military might and exert psychological pressure. Simultaneously, the empire's cultural outreach quietly commenced. Books such as the illustrated Great Tang Principles of Natural Philosophy and illustrated New Agricultural Tools, co-authored by the Engineering Institute and the Bureau of Divine Mechanisms, began to flow to neighboring nations as gifts from the Celestial Empire. The Tang merchant caravans, bearing not only silk and porcelain, but also exquisite workshop products and novel ideas, ventured further afield. In a mere 2 years, the geopolitical landscape surrounding the empire underwent a dramatic transformation. To the west, the Xiangji Protectorate stood firm, with the Silk Road flourishing and trade ceaseless. To the northwest, Tubo, intimidated by the might of the Tang and internal strife incited by the Bureau, temporarily reigned in its ambitions. Gaochang had become an obedient vassal. To the northeast, the Khitan and Xianbei tribes sent envoys to the court, expressing their submission. Only Goguryeo continued to resist stubbornly, yet internal strife had become rampant. On this day, Chang'an welcomed an unprecedented spectacle. Envoys from Tubo, Tuyahun, Gaochang, Khitan, Xianbei, and even distant merchants from India and Persia came to attend the grand exposition organized by His Majesty the Emperor. In a newly constructed, magnificent square in front of the Daming Palace, the latest technological achievements of the Tang were on display. Hydraulically driven models, exquisite silk woven by flying shuttles, complex machinery assembled from standardized parts, and even a primitive hot air balloon reconstructed by the Bureau of Divine Mechanisms based on Li Ke's rough descriptions took to the skies. The envoys and merchants from various nations gazed in awe at the marvels before them, as though transported to a mythical realm. The treasures they brought paled in comparison to the Tang's breathtaking creations. Li Ke sat high upon the throne, receiving the adoration of the envoys from all nations. His gaze remained calm as he surveyed the faces below, some filled with awe, others envy, and a few fear. "All rise," he commanded. His voice, amplified through a simple metallic horn, resonated throughout the square. The Tang is eager to share peace with all friendly nations, to engage in mutual exchange. Yet, he shifted his tone, which, though calm, bore the weight of sovereign authority. Should anyone dare to infringe upon the territory of the Great Tang, to harm its citizens, or covet my empire? He did not finish, but all understood the unspoken threat. Look upon the fate of the Western Turks, behold the plight of Gaochang, and witness the despairing technological gap before them. We, your subjects, dare not. We wish to serve the Great Tang as our sovereign for eternity, faithfully upholding our duties. A tidal wave of fervent agreement erupted, more sincere than ever before. Ding. The host has wielded military, economic, and cultural measures to assert dominance across the seas, successfully reshaping the East Asian order and drawing nations to pay homage, achieving an epic diplomatic maneuver. Maneuver impact coefficient, 800. Rewards granted, destiny awaits, enhanced. Attain the unique status of Wan Bong Mien Liu, significantly elevating international prestige and deterrence, while diminishing hostility from surrounding powers. As Li Ku felt the increasingly magnificent national fortune bolstering him, he realized that a celestial empire, unprecedented and uniquely his, had firmly established itself in the eastern part of the world. The foundation of a prosperous age lies in the harmony of internal virtue and external governance. Gazing at the figures in the square, embodying various civilizations, his heart swelled with ambition and fervor. This is merely the beginning. Await, for when my ironclad ships ride the winds and break the waves, when my railways traverse the north and south, when my learning illuminates every corner of ignorance, only then shall this entire realm truly be worthy of the name of Datong. I desire all nations to not only bow before my crown, but also bask in the light of civilization that I bring. A more grand and magnificent era is slowly unfurling its splendid scroll in the hands of this great reformer. Chapter 7. Cultural and Educational Reform. Forging the soul through language, the grandeur of the World Expo still lingered vividly in memory, the glory of dignitaries from all directions firmly upon him. Under Li Ku's enlightened governance and martial prowess, the empire's territory expanded to unprecedented extents, with the lifeblood of its economy surging through the circulation of Datong coins, and the seeds of industry flourishing amidst the clamor of state-run workshops. Yet, Li Ku understood deeply that all this external prosperity, if not supported by an inner soul, would ultimately be akin to a tower built on sand, unable to endure. The soul of the empire resides in its education, in the hearts of the people, and in the next generation. Within the Zi Chindian, Li Ku summoned the newly appointed director of the Guozi Jian, promoted from a humble scholar who excelled in the new imperial examination system, the Minister of Rites, and Lu Run, the resilient vice-censor who had weathered numerous reforms yet remained steadfast in his position. Of course, Qin Xiong, who held the title of Grand Scholar of the Xiangji yet harbored thoughts on education, was also present. A distinct atmosphere, different from discussions of military and political affairs, filled the hall, imbued with the essence of scholarly discourse and contemplation. My esteemed ministers, Li Ku commenced directly, sliding several volumes of variably bound books, some still fragrant with fresh ink, across the imperial table. I have summoned you today to deliberate on the fundamental matter of education and cultivation within this empire. The new director of the Guozi Jian, surnamed Chen and named Yuan, was approximately 40 years of age, his gaze bright and embodying the tenacity and pragmatism typical of humble scholars. He bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, since the implementation of the new examination system, the moral climate among scholars has gradually shifted towards pragmatism and empirical inquiry. However, the curriculum in the Guozi Jian, the Taixue, and local academies still predominantly focuses on ancient texts, creating a significant disconnect from the spirit of the new examination system." The Minister of Rites concurred, stating, "What Director Chen has expressed is indeed accurate. Furthermore, the current barriers to entry for official academies remain high, primarily accessible to the offspring of officials and aristocrats, leaving the path to education for talented commoners still narrow." Lu Run furrowed his brow, sensing that the emperor was about to initiate another reform. Yet, given the significance of education, he felt compelled to speak. "Your Majesty, The path of education lies in elucidating human relationships and rectifying the hearts of the people. If we simply chase novelty and profit, we risk losing our essence. Moreover, the regulations of official academies have been established over generations. Hastily altering them may invite criticism. Listening to the opinions of those present, Li Ku remained non-committal. Instead, he picked up a book from the imperial table. Its cover emblazoned with the title Newly Compiled Elementary Language, Illustrated Edition. He casually flipped it open, revealing not profound doctrines, but rather simple language and vivid illustrations conveying principles, such as seizing opportunities and the encouragement for gentlemen to acquire diverse skills, interspersed with explanations of basic natural phenomena and counting literacy. Behold this, Li Ku said, passing the book around for review. This is a product conceived by some individuals from the Hanlin Yuan and the Engineering Institute, designed to enlighten young minds. Qin Yuan, observing the engaging and relatable explanations within, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this book is simple yet profound, blending education with enjoyment. If promoted, it will surely awaken the minds of the populace." Lu Ren flipped through several pages, his lips twitching at the unconventional annotations, yet he fell silent upon seeing the sections on identifying birds, beasts, insects, and fish, as well as learning basic arithmetic. He could not deny that this seemed more effective than merely making children memorize Qianziwen. Elementary education is merely the first step. Li Ku rose and approached a hanging chart titled Outline for the Reform of Cultural Education in Datong. I intend to implement a new language education system, reshaping the soul of our empire's culture and education. He pointed to the chart's outline, meticulously detailing. First, reform the official academy system. The Guozi Jian and Taishua must establish departments for empirical inquiry, mathematics, law, and commerce. The curriculum must include essential scientific language, foundational mathematics, basic physics, Datong law, and even fundamental commerce knowledge. While classical texts should be studied, they cannot be the sole focus. This embodies the true essence of a gentleman. Second, expand elementary education. In every province, county, and even large villages, the court shall allocate funds to establish state-run elementary schools, promoting newly compiled elementary language and a simplified version of Qianziwen and arithmetic. All eligible children, regardless of their background, shall have free access to education. I want the children of Datong to understand that reading is not merely for the sake of officialdom, but to cultivate wisdom and become useful members of society. Third, encourage private education and academies. Any privately established academy or school, provided it does not contravene Datong law or incite rebellion, and includes a reasonable proportion of empirical inquiry and practical studies, shall be recognized by the court. Outstanding students from such institutions will also be qualified to participate in the imperial examination. I desire a flourishing of diverse ideas and lively debate. Fourth, establish the Datong Library, gathering books from across the realm, whether they be classical texts, histories, or works on medicine, divination, agriculture, and engineering. Even texts from foreign lands shall be housed here, accessible for borrowing by all scholars and knowledgeable individuals. Knowledge should not be monopolized. This comprehensive initiative aims to dismantle the monopolization of knowledge by aristocratic families, democratizing and practicalizing education, while striving to construct a diverse and open knowledge system. Lu Ren felt a chill run down his spine. This was nearly a complete upheaval of millennia-old educational traditions. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, to add diverse studies to official academies is already improper. Now to expand elementary education, encourage private schools, and gather miscellaneous texts. What will become of the teachings of the sages? Where will the principles of ethics and propriety reside? Moreover, the finances required for this endeavor could become an endless pit." Lu Qing. Li Ku's gaze sharpened as he retorted, "The teachings of the sages lie in benevolent governance and in benefiting the people. I wish for the common folk to be literate and enlightened, for scholars to be well-versed in practical matters, allowing the state to possess more pillars of strength. Is this not the greatest benevolence? Is it truly maintaining propriety to keep the people ignorant and let scholars engage in empty rhetoric?" As for finances, he waved his hand grandly, embodying the audacity of the great reformer. "I have the Tong Xing. I possess state-run workshops spread throughout the realm. I shall use Datong coins to forge an era of cultural prosperity." Furthermore, He added with a hint of sarcasm. If the people become more astute and knowledgeable, they will better comprehend the court's earnest intentions and be less susceptible to the empty words of certain individuals. Does this not ultimately save costs in maintaining stability in the future? Lu Ren was left speechless. Chen Yuan and Qin Xiong, however, were filled with excitement, envisioning an unprecedented educational blueprint. Your Majesty is truly wise. Chen Yuan bowed deeply, declaring, I shall exert every effort to implement the new educational reforms. Qin Xiong added, the Xinjiga and Engineering Institute are willing to fully assist in compiling new educational materials and providing empirical teaching tools. Ding. The host has initiated comprehensive cultural and educational reforms, breaking the monopoly on knowledge and promoting the democratization and practicality of education, achieving a foundational cultural transformation. Transformation Impact Coefficient 600. Rewards granted. Framework knowledge for a modern educational system. Attain status of 1 Yun Chang Long, enhancing the speed of cultural dissemination and the growth of talent. The imperial decree was promulgated, ushering in an even more profound upheaval and transformation of the empire's educational system than the reform of the imperial examination. Within the Guozi Jian and Taixue, traditional scholars of classical texts watched in despair as the newly established departments for empirical inquiry and mathematics displayed their signs, witnessing craftsmen entering with peculiar instruments to teach. Their hearts were heavy, as if mourning a great loss. Yet soon, the first batch of textbooks, titled Foundations of Empirical Inquiry and Practical Mathematics, jointly compiled by the Xinjiga and Engineering Institute, reached the hands of students. The clear illustrations, relatable examples, and seemingly simple yet profound formulas captivated the interest of many young scholars. In various states and counties, government-funded official Mungso halls emerged like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Those rural children, who previously only played in the fields, now sat for the first time in bright classrooms, reciting with their teachers the adage Zhao Wen Dao. 11 Si Ku E, the teacher explained, to understand the way in the morning is to strive to practice it by evening, learning to count and recognizing the crops and tools depicted in illustrations. Initially, their parents were merely curious and grateful for the emperor's grace. But upon discovering that after a few months their children could help calculate household accounts and recognize more characters, their attitudes transformed into genuine support. The public response was even more fervent. Many enlightened individuals, including some once prominent families now in decline, began to establish private schools and academies. They no longer taught merely the rigid classical essays, but incorporated mathematics, law, and even rudimentary knowledge of the natural sciences, aligning with the new civil service examination direction and the emperor's advocacy for practical learning. Situated in the south of Chang'an, the expansive Datong Library commenced construction, with Li Ku personally inscribing the plaque and issuing an edict to solicit books from around the realm, regardless of whether they were bamboo slips, silk manuscripts, or printed paper editions, and whether they were from the Central Plains or exotic lands. All were welcomed with generous rewards or careful transcription for return. Of course, resistance still persisted. The conservative factions never ceased their attacks, and certain noble families covertly obstructed the establishment of Mungsa halls, spreading rumors that the new learning was feudal and tarnished the teachings of the sages. Within local bureaucracies, some officials paid lip service while embezzling educational funds. Nevertheless, the momentum was already established. The intelligence network kept a close watch on developments across the regions, and Lu Ren's censors continuously impeached several officials and noble families, obstructing the new policies based on hearsay and solid evidence. Market forces also began to take effect. Those from humble backgrounds who understood the new learning and possessed skills started to find better opportunities in emerging workshops and businesses, in turn promoting the dissemination of new knowledge. Several years later, the spiritual visage of the empire had quietly transformed. In the imperial court, an increasing number of officials adept at calculating finances and interpreting basic engineering blueprints emerged. Within the marketplaces, literacy rates saw a significant rise, and people's acceptance of novel ideas and the study of the natural sciences far exceeded previous levels. In the countryside, the resounding voices of children studying in Mungso halls heralded a new generation of Datong citizens, equipped with perspectives and abilities starkly different from their ancestors. Li Ku stood before the grand main building of the soon-to-be-completed Datong Library, watching the craftsman hang the massive plaque, filled with a sense of accomplishment. With eloquent language and a commitment to education, this is the foundation upon which the empire's enduring legacy rests. Just wait, when this new generation matures, when they reshape the world with the principles I have instilled and the knowledge they have explored, then they will truly deserve to continue the symphony of a prosperous era. And what I must do is pave the way for them. Li Ke's lips curled into a smile of anticipation as he envisioned them achieving even more than I have. Chapter 8. The Symphony of Prosperity. Chang'an's endless nighttime flies swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. Since Li Ke ascended to the throne and implemented a series of reforms privately referred to as Zhenghua, it has already been deep autumn in the 20th year of the Zhenguan era. A decade has sufficed to transform an empire. The immense controversies and formidable resistance that once arose from the new imperial examination system, financial reforms, and educational innovations have mostly faded into the dust of history, either swallowed by the surging tide of progress or crushed by the emperor's iron-fisted yet conciliatory measures. Under the continuous adjustments and upgrades by Li Ke, the empire's vitality has surged to unprecedented heights. On this day, although it was not a major court gathering, the Zichen Hall was bustling with activity. Prominent ministers such as Feng Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, Wei Qijun, Qin Xiong, Zhou Wan, Chen Yuan, and Lu Run gathered together, and even the retired Emperor Li Shimin, residing in the Dun Palace, was specially invited by Li Ke to sit nearby on a soft couch, watching with interest this spirited assembly of ministers and his increasingly inscrutable son. In the center of the hall hung a massive overview of the empire's development in the 20th year of Zhenguan, clearly delineating the achievements of the past decade with various colored lines and symbols. The newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Zhou Wan, holding a slender rod, spoke with a booming voice, barely containing his excitement as he reported to the retired emperor and the ministers. Your Majesty, since the implementation of the Datong Bao and the new fiscal system in the 11th year of Zhenguan, the national treasury's revenue has soared year after year. Last year, the revenue converted to Tongbao reached 300 million. This is more than 10 times that of the early Zhenguan years. The official granaries across the nation are full, with major granaries like the Taizong and Luo storing over 10 million shi, sufficient to sustain the entire country for several years. He paused, pointing to the intricate blue lines on the chart. The main official roads nationwide have been widened and straightened, with over 100 large stone bridges newly constructed. Thanks to new-style cargo ships and lifting machinery, transportation losses have decreased by 30%, while efficiency has doubled. The Chang'an-Yuzhou Railway, funded by the Tang, designed by the Divine Machine Pavilion, is the experimental segment with hardwood and iron tracks, now operational, with horse-drawn carriages far exceeding the speed of relay horses. Cheng Yaojin eagerly jumped in to add, although now bearing the title of the Joyful Marquis, he felt more like the manager of royal enterprises. Beaming with vigor, I also have good news. The Royal Joyful Water Workshop has opened across 10 routes, with annual profits and taxes exceeding 50 million. The hydraulic workshops under the Divine Machine Pavilion produce countless new-style military weapons, agricultural tools, and standard parts, not only meeting domestic demand, but also being exported to the western regions and the South Seas, bringing back mountains of gold and silver. And those new four-wheel carriages, equipped with what kind of shock-absorbing springs, are incredibly comfortable. Qin Xiong continued the report, despite his advanced age. His spirit remained vibrant as he managed the Divine Machine Pavilion and the Engineering Institute, which had become the heart of the Empire's technology. Your Majesty, the Engineering Institute's latest statistics show that there are now over 10,000 official Mengsu halls across the nation, with more than 1 million students enrolled. The number of new students in the Guizijian's Natural Science Institute and Mathematics Institute has surpassed that of the Classics Institute. The Zhenguanda Dianhui compiled, not merely a collection of classics, but a comprehensive encyclopedia, has completed more than half. Even more joyfully, based on Your Majesty's hints, the Engineering Institute has made progress in the study of steam power, and perhaps within a few years, we will be able to create self-propelled machines that do not rely on wind and water. Chen Yuan, as the executor of the educational reforms, expressed his deep sentiments as well. Your Majesty, the new learning is flourishing across the world, and the winds of practicality and innovation are ever growing. Academies are sprouting up everywhere. and 100 schools of thought are contending. Last year's imperial examination saw the number of candidates for the engineering and mathematics sections surpassing those for the classics for the first time. According to estimates from various states and counties, the literacy rate among the populace has approached 30%. This is an unprecedented spectacle in history. Even Lu Ren, who was known for his critical nature, could not suppress his complex feelings upon seeing the tangible data on the chart and listening to his colleagues' passionate reports. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, through diligent governance, after 10 years of accumulation, the administration is now significantly clearer compared to the early Zhongguan years, with few major corruption cases reported. Additionally, due to the widespread laws and the establishment of Monksu, many civil disputes are now resolved according to the law, reducing the number of muddle court cases." Li Ku, seated above, wore a smile as he quietly listened to it all. These 10 years had not been without challenges, with undercurrents, resistance, and necessary measures, as well as nights spent in deep contemplation. Yet at this moment, hearing the splendid chapter of prosperity written through the collective efforts of many, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. The retired Emperor Li Shimin, who had been silently listening, finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor and relief. "Well done. I never expected that this great Tang dynasty could shine so brilliantly in your hands. Kur, you have done better than I." This affirmation from the founder of the Zhongguan era, Emperor Taizong, carried immense weight. All the ministers in the hall were deeply moved. Li Ku rose and bowed deeply to Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. Without the foundation laid by your Majesty, without the united efforts of all you ministers, and without the hard work of the common people, even with 1,000 ideas, they would be mere castles in the air." He straightened up, his gaze sweeping across every minister in the hall, his voice solemn and powerful. "This era of prosperity is not solely my achievement, but rather a joint effort forged by us, the sovereign and ministers, along with the countless citizens of this realm." On this night, Li Ku decreed the lifting of the curfew for 3 days, hosting a grand Jingguan carnival in the city of Chang'an to revel with the populace. As twilight descended, the entire city was aglow as if it were daylight. Along the main thoroughfares, newly developed gas lamps, crafted from whale oil and special lampshades by the Xiangji Pavilion, were sequentially lit, casting a steady and brilliant light that replaced the formerly dim and flickering lanterns. In the eastern and western markets, throngs of people surged, their shoulders brushing against one another. Merchants from distant lands, even from foreign shores, set up stalls in designated areas, hawking an array of wares: glassware from Anzhou, silk from Jiangnan, spices from the western regions, Persian carpets, and even exotic fruits from the southern seas. The air was infused with a melange of delectable aromas, with long lines forming at stalls serving refreshing beverages. In the square before the imperial palace, a grand garden party and performances unfolded. The state-sponsored music troupe presented a new style of song and dance that blended the Huxian dance with the elegant music of the Tang dynasty, eliciting waves of applause. The Engineering Institute organized a wondrous exhibition showcasing magnifying glasses, simple levers, and even the primitive phenomenon of static electricity, which left the common folk in awe. Additionally, shadow plays, acrobatics, and wrestling provided a plethora of entertainment, captivating all who attended. At the center of the square stood a magnificent monument adorned with silk and colorful lights, inscribed in golden characters with a summary of the achievements and data from the past decade of reforms for all to admire. Li Ku did not ride in a royal carriage. Instead, accompanied by a few trusted ministers, such as Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde, he donned the attire of an ordinary affluent gentleman and strolled amidst the bustling crowd. He gazed upon the faces beaming with satisfaction and curiosity, listened to the cacophony filled with various dialects and foreign accents, and felt the unprecedented vitality and openness of this ancient city. A young child holding a candied fruit collided with him, startling him. Li Ku chuckled as he steadied the child, ruffled his hair, and casually took a bottle of exquisite beverage from Cheng Yaojin, handing it to the boy. The child's mother hurried over to express her gratitude, her expression untainted by fear as she simply smiled with innocence. "Good sir, how fares life these days?" Li Ku casually inquired of an elderly man watching a shadow play. The old man squinted, his face alight with wrinkles as he replied, "Very well indeed. Thanks to His Majesty's great fortune, my son is studying at the school." My daughter works at the weaving shop. We can eat our fill at every meal, and by year's end, I can afford a few yards of new cloth. Such a life, I would have never dared to dream of before. Li Ke nodded with a smile and continued on his way. Arriving at the banks of the Weishui River, he beheld the newly constructed workshop district across the river, still aglow with lights. As a massive water wheel turned slowly in the night, emitting a faint rumble. Further afield loomed the imposing silhouette of the Tang Library and the vast factory under construction, destined to house steam engines. Cheng Yaojin leaned closer, whispering, "Your Majesty, this night without darkness, it may well be a first in history. Truly exhilarating." Li Ke surveyed the resplendent scene before him, a dazzling panorama akin to a starry river, his heart swelling with both ambition and tranquility. He had succeeded. Not only had he secured his realm, but he had also personally sculpted a new empire overflowing with hope and vitality, far surpassing the early years of Jingguan. A resounding notification echoed. Host has diligently governed for 10 years, successfully creating an unprecedented era of prosperity, excelling in both civil and military affairs, achieving the ultimate flourishing realm. Prosperity activation coefficient, 1,000. The final reward was dispensed. The Imperial Jade Seal, replica, fully activated, deeply bonded with the national fortune, significantly enhancing the stability and developmental potential of the nation. Obtained the eternal state of everlasting prosperity. During Li Ke's reign, the empire will perpetually maintain high vitality and innovation. A vast and gentle force seemed to merge with the very soil beneath his feet, with the brilliant lights surrounding him, and with the lives of millions of subjects. Li Ke understood that he was now inseparable from this empire. Indeed, exhilarating. He softly replied to Cheng Yaojin, a familiar smirk gracing his lips, imbued with a hint of defiance and boundless confidence. Yet this was not the end. The roar of steam was about to resound. The mighty dragon of steel was ready to charge forth, and the boundless ocean awaited conquest. His endeavors were far from over. This magnificent chapter had only just begun to play its most stirring prelude. Esteemed friends, he turned to address his loyal ministers, to the resplendent Chang'an behind him, to the grand era he had personally ushered in, proclaiming with a voice that pierced through the clamor and soared to the heavens, "The best is yet to come. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue." End of the book.